Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. It opened her eyes to a whole new perspective. Who would have thought illusions could be used this way? By the way, since I'm here today, Kurenai, let me confirm, are you certain you want to study medical ninjutsu? Yes. I've discussed it thoroughly with my father, and he fully supports my decision. Kurenai's voice was firm, without a hint of hesitation. Learning medical ninjutsu required significant effort, but the benefits to her team would be immense. She wasn't going to let this opportunity pass her by. Alright. I have a few books here for you. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. She handed her several medical texts. The contents were already familiar to him, thanks to the basic medical ninjutsu knowledge granted by the system. Teaching Kurenai wouldn't be a problem. As she glanced at the authors of the books, Kurenai's eyes widened in astonishment. These are written by Lady Tsunade. Thank you so much, sensei. This is incredible. Shinku was even more shocked. These were original manuscripts, complete with annotations in Tsunade's handwriting. He knew for a fact that the Kanda family had no prior ties to Tsunade. For Koichi to possess these books, he must have established contact with her recently. Unbelievable. Shinku couldn't help but feel pleased. While it wasn't the same as receiving direct instruction from Tsunade, having access to these books was an unparalleled privilege. Koichi truly was an extraordinary teacher. After bidding farewell to the U.S., Koichi left to continue his training. Even with his senju-like constitution, he wasn't a sage, so maintaining his physical fitness required consistent effort. As he ran through the village, he couldn't help but notice the changes. Under his influence, Hidden Leaf Village had become a hive of activity. Previously, only a handful of ninja, like Might Yui and his son, or Kakashi, trained diligently in the mornings. But now, even Asuma, Shizui, and lesser-known ninja like Gemma Shiranui and Debisu were out running, their heavy breaths filling the air as they pushed themselves to the limit. Each one seemed determined to outdo the other. Especially when Koichi passed by, everyone gave it their all, as if unwilling to show weakness. And this wasn't just a one-off occurrence. Every day, Koichi witnessed the same scene. Hidden Leaf Village had entered the age of the ninja grind. Koichi couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Without him, would such a competitive atmosphere even exist? After some time, Koichi found himself passing a tavern. Inside, he spotted Orochimaru and Jiraiya sitting together. He was about to pretend he hadn't seen them when Jiraiya pushed aside the curtain and called out, "Hey, kid from the Kanda family, come have a drink with us." Jiraiya raised his sake cup, grinning. Koichi sighed, helpless. "Apologies, Lord Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru, but I don't drink." "No problem. If not for the drink, then come for the food. Today was supposed to be a reunion of the Sannin, but Tsunade isn't here. You'll have to fill in for her." Orochimaru smirked faintly. With the invitation worded like that, Koichi had no choice but to sit down. Chapter 45, Taking Me to a Hot Spring? What's the meaning of this? Ha, makes sense. Speaking of which, when I first saw this kid, I thought he was some thief. Never expected him to be Tsunade's cousin. Jiraiya said, laughing as he downed another cup. Then, he sighed deeply. Orochimaru quietly took a sip of his drink. The war was over. But the scars and pain it left behind didn't just vanish. Tsunade's experiences were a tragic testament to the horrors of war. "Hey, why so quiet? You're scaring people just by not speaking. Don't terrify our little cousin here. Come on, drink up." Jiraiya's enthusiasm was infectious. He was naturally sociable, but his words carried a deeper intent, hoping Orochimaru wouldn't dwell too much on old wounds. Orochimaru smiled faintly and raised his glass toward Koichi. "Koichi-kun, we meet again. You've met him before?" Jiraiya asked, surprised. He was one of the candidates during the Jonin exams. "I served as the examiner." Orochimaru explained simply. Jiraiya paused briefly before realizing what had likely happened. Orochimaru as an examiner? The test must have been no walk in the park. Jiraiya chuckled but refrained from prying further. Instead, the three of them gradually settled into a relaxed conversation. Most of the talk revolved around Tsunoda. Lady Tsunoda is doing well overall, though she's constantly being hounded by debt collectors. She said. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya burst out laughing. That was classic Tsunoda. No matter what she had, money always seemed to vanish into thin air. Did you lend her money? Of course not. I never lend to gamblers. Smart move. If you've got that kind of cash, you'd be better off funding my research. At least I can teach you something useful afterward. Orochimaru quipped with a rare hint of humor. Talking about Tsunoda seemed to bridge the emotional gap between the three of them, if only for a moment. She observed carefully. At least at this moment, Orochimaru wasn't consumed by ambitions related to Senju genetics or Hashirama cells. He seemed more like an ordinary person, simply reminiscing about an old teammate. By the way, I heard from the old man that you're working on some kind of jutsu. If you run into any difficulties, let us know. At least for now, both of us are still in the village. Who knows how long we'll stay? Jiraiya said in his usual forthright tone, though it carried a hint of resignation. The state of Hidden Leaf Village now. Calling it precarious would be an understatement. Year after year, the other great nations seemed intent on taking a bite out of Hidden Leaf Village. I've made some progress on the jutsu. Right now, the main challenge is with the skin-breathing aspect, but it's coming along. I should have a breakthrough soon. In truth, Kleichi had already mastered skin-breathing to some extent. Currently, though, it was only a supplementary ability to reduce strain on the lungs. It hadn't yet evolved into something game-changing like his envisioned fourth activation. Skin-breathing? Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru froze for a moment. Orochimaru fell into contemplation. What kind of jutsu would require such a capability? Jiraiya, on the other hand. After a moment's thought, he said, if it's something like that, I might actually be able to help. No rush. Speaking of which, Lord Jiraiya, you mentioned earlier that you'd be leaving the village again soon. Does that mean? Kleichi trailed off, lowering his voice. Jiraiya nodded lightly. It's been a few years since the death of the third Raikage. Both Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village have regained much of their strength. We need to scout the northern regions. Mist Village might also be a possibility, no? They've been rebuilding their strength too, and their prominence has been growing in recent years. The 7 ninja swordsmen have been making quite a name for themselves. They might pose a threat. Kleichi added. He recalled that Mist Village's resurgence happened around the same time as Hidden Stones Villages, and both were clear signs of future conflict. Jiraiya and Orochimaru pondered briefly before nodding. You're right. Mist Village has been quiet for years, but they've recently gained some notoriety. The 7 swordsmen's fame has been growing steadily. Jiraiya agreed. Kleichi didn't elaborate further. He had his own responsibilities, including training the 3 rookies under his care, so investigating potential threats from the north or east wasn't in his purview. That was a job for the higher-ups. Hidden Leaf Village's leadership wasn't entirely incompetent, after all. Come on, let's drink to that. Kid, this one's for Tsunoda. Don't even think about declining. Completely unnecessary. Kleichi replied, waving his hand dismissively. Then, he bit his finger and performed a summoning jutsu. A small slug appeared. Lady Katsu? Jiraiya was taken aback. Orochimaru, meanwhile, gave Kleichi a long, meaningful look. The Shikatsu forest contract. This kid really had ties to the Senju clan. Clearly, Danzo would need to revisit his strategies. Angering Tsunoda could have catastrophic consequences. Orochimaru took another sip, masking his thoughts. Lady Katsu, could you deliver this bottle of sake to Lady Tsunoda? Tell her it's from Jiraiya and Orochimaru's reunion gathering. Kleichi requested. Very well. Katsu coiled around the bottle, secreting a protective layer of mucus to prevent corrosion, then vanished. Jiraiya sighed in awe. Signing a contract with the Shikatsu forest meant Kleichi's connection to the Senju clan was fully acknowledged. His status was far beyond what it had been before. Looks like you went to retrieve the summoning scroll that day. Jiraiya mused. So, Tsunoda had simply left the scroll lying around? Talk about a lack of caution. Alright, enough chatter. Let's drink. After this, I'll tell you everything I know about skin breathing. Jiraiya promised, raising his glass. As the food on the table disappeared, the alcohol took its toll. Orochimaru left first, he was a busy man, after all. Jiraiya, now thoroughly tipsy, wandered aimlessly with Kleichi, casually sharing his knowledge about skin breathing. He explained how he'd experienced a similar sensation during his training in Sage Mode, when he'd briefly harmonized with the toads. It turned out Kleichi had asked the right person. However, Lord Jiraiya, I really appreciate the lessons, but why did you bring me to a hot spring? Steam rose around the secluded walls. The sound of women laughing echoed faintly. Kletchi felt as if a giant, glowing danger sign was hovering above his head. He was a teacher. If anyone saw this, his reputation in Hidden Leaf Village would be over. Cough. Don't misunderstand. I just took a wrong turn. Let's go before anyone inside gets the wrong idea. Jiraiya said, his face turning red. Wrong turn? Sure. Kletchi gave him a skeptical look. Everyone in Hidden Leaf Village knew of Jiraiya's illustrious history in such places. There was no need for anyone to misunderstand. By the way, what exactly is this jutsu you're researching? Can you share? It's a cell activation jutsu. Kletchi replied, deciding not to keep it a secret. Channeling chakra into his hands, he formed seals faster than most ninja could follow. This is the current application I've devised, combining skin breathing with activation jutsu. He explained. Localized stimulation of cellular activity? Jiraiya murmured thoughtfully. The method was ingenious, adaptable to various needs, without placing excessive strain on the body. Of course, it also required immense precision and skill, making it unattainable for most shinobi. You've got plans for a more advanced version, don't you? Exactly. I've named it the Seven Heavens breathing method. The first 3 stages rely solely on lung-based breathing, but the 4th involves enhancing skin breathing capabilities. Sounds feasible. This activation jutsu. If you're interested, I don't mind teaching it to you. But it's a forbidden jutsu, best not used frequently. Kletchi warned. Jiraiya was taken aback by the offer. Tough, how about this, you teach me the activation jutsu, and I'll share my secret hair jutsu with you. Kletchi couldn't help but smirk. Secret hair jutsu? Only Jiraiya could come up with such a trade. Chapter 46, This kid is pure trouble beneath the surface. Alright then. Kletchi didn't refuse. Exchanging secret jutsus was a common practice among ninja. Of course, family-specific jutsus were rarely shared. Instead, this type of exchange usually involved self-developed jutsus, like Jiraiya's hair-based ninjutsu. Needle Jizo was quite practical, so there was no reason to decline. Kletchi explained the principles and methods of his Seven Heavens breathing method, as well as some localized applications he had developed using skin respiration, enhanced leg strength for increased speed, enhanced hand dexterity for quicker hand seals. Eventually, he even hoped to achieve one-handed seals, allowing him to combine ninjutsu and swordsmanship seamlessly. Jiraiya listened intently. As one of the Sannin, he had vast knowledge and quickly grasped the concept of localized enhancement through skin respiration. This effect, more than the full Seven Heavens breathing method, was what truly captured his interest. After experimenting a bit, Jiraiya said, this jutsu is incredibly useful. Even though its difficulty is S rank, I think it could be promoted as a learnable forbidden jutsu with some adjustments. Really? I was hoping to lower its difficulty further. That's going to be tough. Jiraiya understood Kletchi's intention. If the jutsu's difficulty could be reduced to A rank, it would be accessible to many Jonin and elite Chunin, significantly improving survival rates on the battlefield. But cellular stimulation was a delicate process. Without exceptional chakra control, mastering it was impossible. Kletchi's ongoing research into skin respiration made it even harder, let alone reducing it to A rank. Kletchi sighed regretfully. Now it's my turn to teach you. My jutsu is called Needle Jizo. With guidance on hand seals and chakra manipulation, learning the jutsu wasn't difficult. Kletchi quickly mastered it but couldn't help wondering what had motivated Jiraiya to create such a jutsu. Was it to avoid getting beaten while peeking at women in hot springs? After exchanging jutsus, Jiraiya bid farewell with a chuckle, disappearing swiftly, perhaps to get lost again. Kletchi shook his head. The Sannin each had their quirks. Glancing at his system panel, he noticed new updates. Secret jutsu exchange completed, evaluation, average, reward, fire sealing method, average? Kletchi was initially surprised but soon understood. Jiraiya hadn't needed his instruction. In reality, after Kletchi explained the principles, Jiraiya had already learned the activation method but was too polite to outright freeload. As a result, the system categorized it as an exchange rather than teaching, leading to a lower evaluation. Still, the fire sealing method was highly practical, it could even seal the Amaterasu flames. If the 4th Raikage had known this jutsu, he wouldn't have needed to sever his arm. Valuable jutsus like this were always worth learning, no matter how challenging. With that in mind, Kletchi felt content. As for Jiraiya, justice wouldn't let Kletchi tolerate what was about to happen. Leaving the forest, Kletchi ran into a female instructor from the academy. Casually, he mentioned seeing someone acting suspiciously nearby. Moments later, a scream echoed through the area, followed by angry shouting. Kletchi cleared his throat and left quietly, taking no credit for what had just occurred. A while later, Jiraiya appeared before Kletchi, looking aggrieved. Keiichi, the moment I hid, someone came by. You must have ratted me out. Lord Jiraiya, I didn't do a thing. It was pure coincidence. By the way, didn't I hear you nearly died for similar reasons in the past? Keiichi chuckled. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, but both knew the truth. Then, recalling Keiichi's status, Jiraiya shivered. If Tsunade found out he had nearly dragged her younger cousin into his escapades, she would beat him half to death. Ahem, I must have been mistaken. This misunderstanding is getting out of hand. Drinking has dulled my judgment. Alright, I'm off. Awkwardly, Jiraiya left in a hurry. Back in the village, a thought struck him. Why did the name Keiichi sound so familiar? Then it hit him. Minato had mentioned him numerous times in letters, describing him as a young genius with innovative ideas, particularly adept at education. Keiichi had reportedly introduced several novel concepts to the village. Minato is too young to see through him. Jiraiya muttered. This kid seemed innocent on the surface but was as scheming as Orochimaru deep down. That said, Jiraiya didn't see any issue with Keiichi's character. He was innovative, dedicated to the village, and willing to share his jutsus to strengthen Hidden Leaf Village. His work at the academy was outstanding, and this year's graduates were shaping up to be one of the most well-prepared cohorts in recent history. In Jiraiya's eyes, Keiichi was a younger version of Orochimaru, brilliant and driven. Keiichi, unaware of Jiraiya's high opinion of him, headed straight to the Hokage Tower after parting ways. He needed to fulfill his promise by submitting his progress on the activation jutsu. However, the third Hokage had something else in mind. Asuma came back asking for a B-rank mission to prove himself. Did you put him up to this? That's a misunderstanding. Keiichi coughed nervously. Asuma actually went through with it. He had only been joking. Enough with the excuses. I know your capabilities, and Asuma has shown considerable improvement. Here, take a look at this. The third handed Keiichi a mission scroll. Keiichi's expression grew serious as he read it. The mission was in the Land of Rivers. The intelligence came from captured bandits who had originally been wandering samurai from that region. Normally, they wouldn't have dared to enter the Land of Fire, but recent sweeps by shinobi in the northern Land of Rivers had driven them across the border. Northern Land of Rivers. Ninjas. Could it be Akatsuki? Keiichi considered the possibility gravely. Lord Hokage, this doesn't sound like a B-rank mission. Such a mission could easily escalate to A rank or even S rank, depending on the circumstances. It was beyond Shisui and his team's capabilities. I know. The third Hokage nodded. But that's not the main issue. Minato's team left for the Land of Rivers on a C-rank mission 3 days ago. While they shouldn't encounter much danger, I want you to provide backup just in case. This is Minato's kunai. A flying thunder god marker? Yes. If things go south, Minato can teleport everyone to your side. All the other available shinobi are occupied elsewhere, so this task falls to you. The village will cover the mission expenses. The third Hokage sighed. With the Land of Wind, Land of Earth, and Land of Lighting under surveillance and Orochimaru warning about the Mist Village, there simply weren't enough hands to go around. I understand. I'll leave immediately. Chapter 47, When it comes to ideology, I'm the expert. Are we really about to take on a B-rank mission? Shisui and Kurenai eyed at the meeting point, immediately questioning Asuma as soon as they saw him. I don't know. I just casually mentioned wanting a more advanced mission. I didn't think they'd actually approve it. Asuma was just as confused. He had only briefly brought it up to his old man, and by the afternoon, he received the call together. Let's head out first. I'll explain on the way. Keiichi said succinctly. Once everyone had gathered, they registered at the village gate and immediately set off westward. After leaving Hidden Leaf Village, Keiichi explained the mission. This time, I'm implementing wartime protocols. Keiichi announced. No cooking meals on the road, your food will entirely consist of military ration pills. No resting until we reach designated distances. Stay alert at all times. Yes, sir. Move out. While the 3 students were thrilled at the prospect of a high-ranking mission, they couldn't help but feel a little tense. Judging by their teacher's tone, this mission might involve actual combat with enemy ninja. As they traveled, Keiichi's thoughts wandered. This was a turbulent time. Akatsuki was just beginning to rise. Although the Land of Rivers had no ninja village of its own, the turmoil in the region was bound to have ties to Akatsuki. It all lined up too well. However, given Akatsuki's current state, they likely wouldn't target Hidden Leaf Village ninja directly. Their mission was merely to rendezvous with Minato, not to engage in direct combat, so the risks weren't as high. Even Hiruzen must have thought Minato's mission was relatively low risk. But what if things went wrong? These were unstable times, and the village couldn't afford unnecessary losses. Sending Koichi's team was an additional layer of security, and perhaps an opportunity to gather intelligence. Koichi understood this perfectly. Sensei, does that mean Kakashi's team also received a C-rank mission? Asuma, after running a long stretch, suddenly blurted out a question. Kurenai was speechless. You're only realizing this now? Koichi didn't even bother to respond. Kurenai, exasperated, explained, Kakashi's a Chunin. His team is already stronger than an average Geinin squad, so taking on C-rank missions is normal. I heard Gai-senpai's team also took a C-rank mission. Shizue added. Oh. Hearing this, Asuma scratched his head. He had assumed their team was special, but now it seemed that all the elite squads had already started handling C-rank missions. The pride he had been feeling quickly deflated. C-rank missions are mostly escort tasks with limited combat. What we experienced last time was an exception. This time, the mission was classified as B rank because of the likelihood of encountering enemy ninja. Koichi explained. Generally, C rank missions paid between 20,000 to 50,000 ryo and were primarily defensive in nature. Their last mission had escalated into a proactive strike, far exceeding the usual scope of a C rank. In simple terms, they had gone above and beyond. Of course. The rewards reflected that. The final payout was 60,000 ryo, 20,000 more than the original estimate. This increase was due to their elimination of the bandits and recovery of stolen goods from several villages. The group pressed on, quickly picking up signs of Team 7's movements. But as they neared the border of the Land of Fire, the trail abruptly vanished. Minato's team had clearly begun erasing all traces of their presence. Proceed to the mission location. Koichi instructed. Consulting the map, he led the group toward Minato's last known coordinates. As they traveled deeper into the Land of Rivers, Asuma couldn't help but notice the desolation around them. Sensei, there are so few people in the Land of Rivers. It's too chaotic here. People can't survive, so they leave. Koichi replied. Is it because they don't have an ninja village? But doesn't the daimyo have enough money to hire ninja? Asuma's confusion was evident. Koichi paused before explaining. The Land of Rivers is surrounded by too many major nations, and its territory is relatively large. Even if it established a ninja village, it would be nearly impossible to sustain. What about the Land of Rain? Shizue thought of the nation sandwiched between the three great powers. Wasn't the Land of Rain even worse off than the Land of Rivers? Yet during the Second Shinobi World War, the Land of Rain had stood its ground against the three major nations, earning great renown. The Land of Rain has Hanzo. Koichi said with a sigh. In its earlier years, Hanzo had been an immensely powerful figure with clear ideals. But after the Second Shinobi World War, even he couldn't withstand the pressure from the three great nations. Hanzo had made waves, seemingly victorious. However, the major nations recovered within a few years. What about the Land of Rain? Aside from the anomaly of Hueco, Konan, and Nagato, the country lacked the educational and medical systems needed to produce another Hanzo. Everything relied on rare outliers. That was the fundamental difference between a small nation and a great power. Koichi's explanation left his students in thoughtful silence. For years, they had seen things from Hidden Leaf Village's perspective, viewing the smaller nations as instigators of war. But now, imagining themselves as ninja from a minor village, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of despair. The atmosphere grew heavy. Asuma, Shizue, and Kurenai seemed lost in thought. But then, a sudden notification broke Koichi's focus. You've successfully guided Sarutobi Azuma's ideology. He now sees you as a life mentor. Evaluation, excellent. Reward, flying swallow, huh? Asuma, you've finally repaid me. Koichi couldn't help but smile as he accepted the reward. The flying swallow jutsu wasn't merely a weapon style, it was a high-level combination of taijutsu and wind-style chakra manipulation, making it a deadly skill in close combat. For Asuma, this would eventually become his signature jutsu. But for Koichi, it was much more. Not only did he gain the jutsu itself, but he also received a boost to his dexterity. His left hand, in particular, now felt significantly more agile. This wasn't something most jutsus could offer. This settles it, I need a second chakra blade as soon as possible. Koichi mused, thrilled by the possibilities. As he glanced at Asuma, who was still deep in thought but quickly shook himself out of it to refocus on the mission, Koichi smiled again. Asuma had grown a lot. Once an impulsive troublemaker, the young Sarutobi was now a far cry from the boy who had left the village over minor conflicts. All thanks to me, Koichi thought smugly. Of course. Even as he reveled in his student's progress, Koichi kept his chakra senses active, scanning the surroundings for any signs of Minato's team or potential threats. Finally, I've found them. This way. Koichi pointed in the direction of the trail. Asuma and Shizue looked startled. while Kurenai appeared unfazed. She kept pace with Koichi and remarked, "You didn't seriously think Sensei had no idea where the bandits were back in Hikuan town, did you?" Realization dawned on Shizui. Their teacher must have pinpointed the bandits' location long before testing them in Hikuan town. That explains why he showed up so quickly afterward. And I remember my father once mentioned the second Hokage had a sensory jutsu that could detect chakra from great distances. Enough chatter. Keep moving. Koichi interrupted. He didn't deny their observations, there was no point. As long as he had Tsunada's backing, he didn't have to hide his abilities. And if push came to shove, he could always leave the village. No big deal. Chapter 48, Encountering a Master Sensei. It seems there really are enemy ninjas, but they don't appear to want to fight. Kurenai Yui said, puzzled. The enemy ninjas seem to have no intention of engaging with Hidden Leaf Village. As Team 7 advanced, the enemy retreated step by step, seemingly avoiding direct confrontation. Take these kunai and the intel scroll. Koichi handed a Flying Thunder God kunai to Asuma. This bears Minato-senpai's Flying Thunder God jutsu. You three head to Minato-senpai and deliver the intel scroll. I'll go ahead and scout. Sensei, why don't you keep it? At least Minato-sensei can use it to assist you if needed. Asuma looked worried. If Koichi went alone, what if he encountered danger? Don't worry. I'm just gathering intel. If I can't win, I can still escape. Koichi patted Asuma's shoulder reassuringly and then used the body flicker jutsu to dash ahead. Ahead, Minato no Mikaze had already sensed the presence of these enemy ninjas. If it had been just him and Kakashi, he would have gone to investigate directly. However, besides himself and Kakashi, his team also included Obito and Rin, new recruits inexperienced in complex combat scenarios. Weighing the risks, Minato decided against probing the situation himself. Sensei, let me go check things out. Kakashi suggested quietly. As a Chunin, Kakashi was the second strongest on the team, after Minato himself. Our mission is to clear out bandits for the village. These ninjas are unrelated to that. Let's not create unnecessary complications. Minato shook his head. At that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. This is my Flying Thunder God jutsu. He crouched down and used his sensory skills to analyze the situation. After a moment, a smile broke out on his face. Sensei, what's going on? Rin noticed something unusual. Another team is approaching us. If I'm correct, it should be Team 1. They're carrying my specialized kunai and seem to be here to provide support. Minato let out a small sigh of relief. Koichi is here. Moreover, judging by the movements of Koichi's team, they divided their forces. One member was scouting the enemy, while the rest came to report and coordinate. That meant he didn't need to personally investigate the unknown ninjas. Huh? Why would they come to support us? Is our mission that dangerous? Obito looked confused. We'll know once they arrive. Minato said simply. He didn't explain further because he himself wasn't fully clear on the enemy's origins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so cautious. Shortly after, Asuma and the others arrived. Minato-sensei, we were ordered by the village to provide reinforcements and to update you on the situation in the Land of Rivers. Here's the intel scroll. Asuma handed over a sealed scroll. Minato said nothing, recognizing the importance of the seal. This intel likely held crucial details that could impact Hidden Leaf Village's strategy. He quickly used a release jutsu to open it. After just one glance, his expression grew grim. Hidden Rain. During the Battle of Kikyo Pass, the Land of Wind had suffered heavy losses and was now bound by numerous treaties, making it unlikely for them to act in the Land of Rivers. The current enemy was most likely from the Land of Rain. Although the Hidden Rain village suffered greatly during the Second Shinobi World War, its leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, maintained its position as the most formidable village outside the 5 great nations. Such was the weight of a demigod. Minato analyzed the intel and deduced much of the current situation in the ninja world. After some thought, he asked, Koichi went ahead to scout? Yes. Sensei wanted to gather intel and instructed us to stay with you and follow your commands. Kurenai replied. Understood. Given the circumstances, let's head to the mission site first. We'll assess the bandits' strength and determine the next steps from there. The mission in the Land of Rivers had previously been under the jurisdiction of the Land of Wind. After the recent war, it was reassigned to Hidden Leaf Village. Minato was determined to see it through unless absolutely necessary. As for the enemy ninjas up ahead, for now, he chose to trust Koichi's ability. Without a team of genin slowing him down, Koichi moved quickly and soon caught up with a group of ninjas. These enemies bore the unmistakable characteristics of Hidden Rain shinobi, leaving no doubt about their identity. Koichi pursued them, but they retreated just as quickly, clearly aware of his presence. Looks like I'm dealing with experts. He grew more cautious, extending his chakra senses as he ran to ensure he didn't walk into a trap. Noticing two figures staying behind, he furrowed his brows. Are they planning to hold the rear? As he approached, he realized the two were hiding in a seemingly ordinary tree. Upon closer inspection, it became clear the tree was a cleverly crafted ninjutsu. Conan. Kleichi instantly recognized the situation. Narrowing his eyes, he pretended not to notice and moved forward. Suddenly, countless paper sheets swirled around him, surging in from all directions like a tidal wave. Kleichi quickly discerned that, while the paper was sharp and overwhelming in number, none of it contained explosive tags. Conan was holding back. Even so, it wouldn't stop him from retaliating. Forming seals rapidly, Kleichi summoned walls of water around him. Retreat. Use explosive tags for cover. Yahiko immediately called out, recognizing that something was off. He grabbed Conan and began retreating. The opponent was clearly a Hidden Leaf Village Jonin, and judging by the powerful water-style jutsu just displayed, likely an elite Jonin. Although Yahiko wasn't easily intimidated, he had no interest in provoking an unnecessary fight. Yet, before the explosive tags could fully deploy, a water dragon roared to life, crashing through the defenses and scattering the tags. It surged toward Yahiko and Conan. That was fast. Yahiko's expression darkened. He specialized in water style himself and knew just how complex the seals for water dragon bullet jutsu were. Kleichi had completed it in a flash, an unmistakable sign of mastery. I'll handle it, Conan said calmly. The tree she had been hiding in disintegrated, transforming into countless sheets of paper that formed a massive shield. The water dragon crashed into the layers of paper, its force steadily dissipating. However, the next moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. The paper shield was instantly sliced apart, and a figure landed in front of them, wielding a sword crackling with lightning. His silver hair glinted under the light, making him a striking sight. Minato no Mikaze? No, he's blonde. Who are you? Yahiko asked, his face grim. So fast. The first time he was shocked was by Kleichi's seal speed. This time, it was his sheer agility. Yahiko hadn't expected Hidden Leaf Village to have another Jonin with such incredible speed apart from Minato. I'm Kanda Kleichi, a Jonin from Hidden Leaf Village. Who are you, and why have you entered the Land of Rivers? Kleichi's tone was sharp and formal, though he already knew their identities. However, protocol demanded that he go through the motions. Yahiko's palms grew sweaty. Their speed was no match for this opponent, and Kleichi had revealed only a fraction of his power. Even if he and Conan fought together, he wasn't confident in their chances, unless Nagato joined them. But if they truly escalated this into a life-or-death battle, it would be disastrous for both sides. After a long silence, Yahiko finally said, "We are shinobi from the Hidden Rain Village. Our mission is to clear out the bandits plaguing the Land of Rivers. We mean no offense to Hidden Leaf Village." Chapter 49, Idealistic but Foolish. Kleichi squinted slightly. The missions in the Land of Rivers were already assigned to Hidden Leaf Village. Without an official request, any interference by Hidden Leaf Village at this point would be unnecessary. From what Yahiko was saying, he came to the Land of Rivers for voluntary work? We only came to the Land of Rivers to clear out the bandits here and bring peace to the area. We have no intention of attacking Hidden Leaf Village or competing for your missions, Conan explained. Besides their connection with Jiraiya, the strength of Hidden Leaf Village itself was not something they could afford to provoke. The current Akatsuki was far too weak, and Hidden Leaf Village was like an insurmountable mountain to them. Our goal is peace. We would never start a war. Seeing that Kleichi didn't act immediately, Yahiko realized there was room for negotiation. After all, Hidden Leaf Village had just emerged from a major war and would likely avoid sparking another conflict so soon. If that weren't the case, the one standing before him wouldn't be Kleichi but Hidden Leaf Village's powerful Anbu operatives. Understanding this, Yahiko's demeanor grew steadier. Kleichi was about to speak when he sensed two chakra signatures approaching, one from the north and one from the south. Nagato and Minato? Kleichi thought for a moment. The current situation was complex and beyond what he could decide alone. Minato's arrival would allow Jiraiya's disciples to handle the matter amongst themselves. With that in mind, he unleashed a wave of chakra to pressure Yahiko and Conan, while waiting for Minato to arrive. Yahiko. Conan seemed anxious, but Yahiko shook his head lightly. They couldn't fight. Not now. If they had to, it would only be after Nagato arrived. He was drawing closer, as Yahiko could sense. The standoff was tense but brief. Before long, Minato's shadow clone arrived. The sight of the situation left him momentarily stunned. He then instantly teleported to Kleichi's side, asking in a low voice, "What's going on here?" "Ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village. They claim they're here to eliminate bandits in the Land of Rivers. For free." "For free?" Minato blinked in confusion, unable to process it for a moment. No wonder Koichi hadn't taken any action. He wouldn't have known what to do either. At present, Hidden Leaf Village couldn't afford more trouble, but letting these people deal with the bandits would only scatter them into the land of fire. A dilemma. His mouth twitched slightly as he turned to the two figures before him. After a brief pause, he asked, "What are your names?" "Yahiko." "Conan." The name sounded familiar, like he'd heard them somewhere before. Minato frowned slightly. Conan wanted to say something, but Yahiko stopped her. Yahiko understood that Conan was trying to leverage their connection with Jiraiya to gain leniency. However, he also knew that Minato and Jiraiya were both Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. Mentioning their connection would only make things more complicated. Koichi turned his gaze north toward the forest, his blade glinting as it rotated slightly. Nagato had arrived. In the forest, his red hair stood out starkly. As soon as he arrived, Nagato flung a flurry of shuriken and prepared to use Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull, only to be blinded by a dazzling flash of light as Koichi's blade shone. So bright. Nagato instinctively turned his head to avoid it, but in that moment, the sound of rushing wind reached his ears. Not good. He quickly activated his sensory abilities, but Koichi's speed was overwhelming. Nagato had no choice but to predict Koichi's attack and unleash Shinro Tensei, Almighty Push. When his vision cleared, he saw a figure stepping into his range. But, under the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, the figure seemed unaffected. It gradually turned into an afterimage. A shadow clone? No. Nagato leaped onto a tree. Below him, sword flashes erupted. Mind-body disturbance jutsu. Cold sweat beaded on Nagato's forehead. This opponent was fast and relentless, a foe even Yahiko and Conan couldn't handle. And yet, amid his amazement, Nagato's Rinnegan observed Koichi's speed increasing further. His eyes could barely keep up, but his body simply couldn't react in time. He hurriedly formed seals for a substitution jutsu, boom. A heavy kick sent him flying out of the tree and into the clearing in front of Minato. Stop. Please don't. Yahiko and Conan were alarmed. Nagato's Rinnegan abilities were nearly invincible in most situations. But now, they realized even Nagato had his limits. Speed so overwhelming it defied reaction time. The kick was powerful, but Nagato barely managed to stay standing, bracing himself for another attack. Minato looked helpless. As a shadow clone, he couldn't offer much help in a real fight. Still, against such a formidable foe, unless they could overpower him, the tension would persist. Nagato, tense and retreating step by step, suddenly faced Koichi again, now only a dozen steps away. Nagato was stunned. This speed. Too fast. Throwing another flurry of shuriken, Nagato activated Bansho Tenin to pull them back as projectiles. Koichi ignored them and swung his sword. Minato was about to intervene when he noticed something odd. A dark aura seemed to envelop Koichi, protecting him from the projectiles. The shuriken fell harmlessly to the ground. Nagato watched in shock as Koichi's Thunder God sword came slashing toward him. Panicking, he activated Shinra Tensei again. However, with his enhanced jutsus and mastery over his body, Koichi maneuvered effortlessly through the repulsive force. As soon as it faded, he appeared beside Nagato. A green glow formed in his palm. Nagato struggled to resist, but soon his eyes grew dim. His arms went limp, and his entire body collapsed, unconscious. Defeated? Minato's expression grew peculiar. That jutsu just now, wasn't it a mystical palm jutsu? Could it knock someone unconscious? You learn something new every day. What did you do to Nagato? Conan yelled. Just the mystical palm jutsu. Yahiko sighed in relief. If Koichi had intended to kill Nagato, it would have been over in one slash, without such a complicated setup. He's too troublesome to deal with otherwise. I thought it'd be easier if we neutralized him first. Koichi explained, dragging Nagato's unconscious body to Minato. Minato glanced at Nagato's red hair and paused, as if recalling something. Wait. A red-haired boy. His teacher had mentioned this before. Minato took a deep breath, turned to Yahiko and Conan, and said, I remember now. You're the three kids my teacher met in the Hidden Rain Village. He told me about you. Conan was at a loss for words. They'd been recognized. But amid her panic, she also felt a hint of warmth. Their teacher hadn't forgotten them. Yahiko broke the silence. Minato-senpai, we mean no harm to Hidden Leaf Village. We only want to pursue our teacher's dream of peace in the surrounding regions. But Minato hesitated. Jiraiya had placed part of his hope in these three. While Minato personally trusted their intentions, their actions and growing influence couldn't be ignored by Hidden Leaf Village. Koichi sheathed his sword, a faint smile on his lips. Mind if I share my thoughts? The three looked at him. To put it bluntly, your intentions are noble, but your methods are incredibly foolish. You aim to clear the bandits from the land of rivers, but their numbers are too great. You can't possibly kill them all. The rest will scatter to neighboring nations. And then what? Chapter 50, Who are allies, who are enemies? Are we really just going to sit back and watch? Hueco clenched his fists. From his perspective, Kleichi had no understanding of the suffering of small nations. Standing from the vantage point of a great nation, pointing fingers at their struggles, it made Hueco despise him. Kleichi shook his head, unwilling to get tangled in this debate. You say you're striving for peace. What's your plan? The conflicts between the great nations leave small countries like ours with no place to survive. If Hidden Rain Village unites the other small villages, we could form a force strong enough to persuade the great nations to stop fighting. Hueco said. And why would they listen? What? Why would the small nations listen to you? Why would Hanzo listen to you? And why would the great nations listen to you? Kleichi spread his hands. Naive. Akatsuki sought revolution, yet with just a handful of fighters, they wanted to form alliances and intimidate the great nations into stopping their wars? The idea was noble. Unfortunately, it could only work in a dream, or if Hueco, Nagato, and Konan were as powerful as Hashirama and Madara. But then again, if they had that kind of power, they wouldn't need small nations or Hanzo's support. They could just go in and sweep the battlefield themselves. This benefits all small nations. Why wouldn't they? Hueco suddenly paused, his voice trailing off. Halfway through his reasoning, he realized something was off. You think it benefits them? But does everyone see it that way? Take Hidden Waterfall Village, for example. Hidden Waterfall Village. Hueco hesitated. Hidden Waterfall Village was given a tailed beast years ago. Among the small nations, if there was one that rivaled Hidden Rain Village in strength, it would be Hidden Waterfall Village. But would Hidden Waterfall Village actually follow him? Many of these smaller nations were already aligned with the great nations, receiving annual support that maintained a certain level of stability. Some villages were even hoping to quietly build up their strength, waiting for a day when they could rise above the great nations. Hidden Waterfall Village was a prime example. With so many conflicting interests, how could they possibly unite? He had no answer. One more question, after you form this alliance, who leads it? Hanzo or you? Because from what I can tell, you and that so-called demigod don't seem to be on the same page. Hueco was stumped again. Who would be in charge? Him? Going by Kleichi's logic, that was impossible. The other small nations would never accept it. But without unity, how could they ever oppose the great nations? Do you even know what the other small nations want? Look at yourself. You don't even know who your allies are and who your enemies are, yet you still think you can achieve peace. Give it up. You're just setting yourself up for failure, and taking others down with you. With that, Kleichi retracted his Raijin sword. Minato remained silent. Kleichi's words. They were a wake-up call. Even he found himself shaken, let alone Hueco and his group. I've said my piece. As for this guy, Minato-senpai, I'll leave it to you. I'm just a newly promoted Jonin, I have no idea how to handle these situations. With that, Kleichi's figure flickered and vanished into thin air. A classic body flicker. Minato was speechless. You just dropped this philosophical bombshell and then ran off? And what about me? I'm just a shadow clone. He turned to look at Hueco and Konan. Fortunately, neither of them showed any signs of hostility. Wait. Hueco finally snapped out of it. Kleichi had disappeared too quickly. By the time he reacted, Kleichi was long gone. He looked at Minato, then at Konan and the unconscious Nagato in the distance. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, Minato-senpai, can Konan take Nagato back? I'll go with you. I want to learn more from that Jonin. Well. Minato hesitated. Kleichi had brought up too many contradictions, problems far too complex to resolve with mere words. If it were that simple, the ninja world wouldn't still be in chaos. And besides, Minato wasn't sure what to do with Hueco. But after some thought, he recalled that Nagato possessed some unique abilities, and Konan's paper jutsus, combined with explosive tags, were a significant threat to the young genin under his care. In comparison, Hueco was the easiest to handle. Because he was rational. Hueco understood what could and couldn't be done, except for his naive idea of uniting the small nations to oppose the great ones. Idealistic, but Minato knew. The dream of peace was something he, Jiraiya, and even Hueco all shared. And unlike Minato, who had no real direction, Hueco had already taken action. There was nothing laughable about that. He didn't think Kleichi was mocking him either. I know. Before, I was excited, believing my efforts could bring peace to the ninja world. But now, I feel lost. Yahiko sighed. Peace? Forget the entire ninja world. According to Keiichi, he probably couldn't even deal with Hanzo. Though his allies trusted him, their support also meant he had a responsibility to not lead them blindly into disaster, especially now that someone had pointed out the flaws in his plan. Minato, meanwhile, was piecing things together. If it weren't for Keiichi's squad encountering bandits, they wouldn't have captured one for interrogation. If they hadn't interrogated him, they wouldn't have discovered ninja activity in the Land of Rivers. If they hadn't pursued it, they wouldn't have met Yahiko's group. So, everything that happened was a chain reaction. Team 1 was on a mission, stumbled upon bandits, learned about enemy ninja activity, came to investigate, and found Yahiko. Minato traced the sequence in his mind, scratching his head, feeling more and more troubled. Keiichi had just thrown a huge problem at him and then ran off. Fine. You'll come with me. Conan, take Nagato back before your people start worrying. Minato finally made his decision. The less trouble, the better. Right now, Hidden Leaf Village didn't have the strength to provoke Hidden Rain Village or wipe out these rogue ninjas. Besides, Yahiko's group hadn't actually committed any crimes. There was no need to eliminate them. Thank you. Yahiko bowed deeply. He knew. This put Minato in a difficult position, especially since he was now taking Yahiko back to Hidden Leaf Village. But Minato still agreed, which made Yahiko ecstatic. Yahiko, are you sure? Conan, take Nagato home. Don't worry about me, I'll be back soon. Yahiko reassured Conan. Be careful. Conan felt conflicted. Unlike Yahiko, she didn't think about such grand ideals. She just wanted to live peacefully with Yahiko and Nagato. But Yahiko had his dream, peace. Born from childhood suffering, nurtured under Jiraiya's teachings. Akatsuki was created for this very purpose. And yet, Keiichi's words had completely shattered Yahiko's vision. Conan had no answers. She could only let Yahiko find his own. Besides, she knew, Akatsuki would have to explain themselves to Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, as Keiichi warned, Hanzo himself might decide to wipe them out. She wrapped Nagato in origami and watched as Yahiko left with Minato. Keiichi, meanwhile, was rushing toward Asuma's group. From a distance, he could already hear voices. But the battle seemed over. All that remained were the cries of those begging for mercy. Minato's clone had been left behind, but Keiichi wasn't worried. After all, Minato was destined to be the Yellow Flash. If he couldn't handle a few bandits, that'd be a real embarrassment. Sensei's back. Kurenai, sensing Keiichi's approach, immediately lit up with joy. Although Minato had been looking after them, without Keiichi around, something had always felt off. Chapter 51, There's more than one path to your goal. Asuma and Shizue were sprawled out on the ground, exhausted. They were both frontline fighters. Compared to Kurenai, their physical exertion and chakra consumption were much higher. Kakashi, standing nearby, glanced at them, then at Obito. And then, what are you looking at, stupid Kakashi? I fought just as hard as everyone else, okay? Humphrey. Kakashi turned away without a word. Obito wasn't exactly the smartest, but in direct combat, he wasn't half bad. He had actually created a lot of opportunities. However, if it weren't for Rin and Kurenai supporting him, Obito would have been injured multiple times already. And another thing, no matter how hard he tried to coordinate with Obito, their teamwork was nothing like Team 1's. He had clearly made an effort to work with Obito, so why wasn't it working? That was what confused him the most, Sensei. Kurenai struggled to stand. Keiichi glanced at the bound bandits, then waved a hand. No need to get up. Just rest. Is it all settled over there? Minato's shadow clone hadn't returned yet, so he wasn't sure what had happened. More or less. I'll leave the cleanup to you. Huh? Minato was stunned for a moment before realizing something wasn't right. He was still thinking it over when, in the next instant, the air distorted. A ripple of space, followed by the sudden arrival of his shadow clone, with another person in tow. Yahiko looked disoriented. A moment ago, everything had been spinning. Now, he opened his eyes to the scent of blood and the sight of 8 Hidden Leaf Village shinobi surrounding him. The first person he spotted was Keiichi Kanda. What? What kind of jutsu was that? His heart pounded. That was real teleportation. And what shocked him even more was that Minato Namikage's jutsu could transport another person. As the leader of Akatsuki, he understood all too well the impact a jutsu like this could have on the battlefield. No exaggeration, this jutsu could change the course of an entire war. Hidden Leaf Village was terrifying. When he first met Keiichi Kanda, he thought he had seen the true power of the great villages. But now, he realized he had still underestimated them, especially Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi tightened his grip on his short sword. He recognized the forehead protector. This guy was from Hidden Rain Village. My name is Hueco. It's an honor to meet you. Hueco gave a small bow. They were kids, sure. But their captain wasn't. Kleichi had already sensed them from a distance. With his chakra perception, keeping track of Konan and Nagato's movements was effortless. He had already figured out how Minato had handled the situation before arriving. Minato was Jiraiya's student, a rising star among Hidden Leaf Village's Jonin. This small matter wouldn't cause any problems for him. Besides, Hueco and the others were Jiraiya's doing to begin with. If anyone had to take responsibility, it sure as hell wouldn't be him. With that thought, Kleichi let out a slow breath. No problem. Jonin Kleichi. About what you said earlier. Could you explain a little more? After some hesitation, Hueco finally spoke up. Kleichi thought for a moment, then glanced at his system panel. A reward notification had popped up earlier. He had assumed that was the end of it. He hadn't expected Hueco to come chasing after him for more. More explanation? After a pause, he replied, I'm from Hidden Leaf Village. My way of solving things is different from yours. Why not take these questions and find the answers yourself? Think carefully, you're not a kid anymore. Even Asuma isn't as naive as you. Asuma blinked. Wait, do I seem naive? He glanced at Shizui and Kurenai. His teammates nodded in unison. Fine. Scratching his nose, Asuma chose to remain silent. Hueco, meanwhile, felt like Kleichi's words made sense. But at the same time, he didn't understand anything at all. He scratched his head, struggling to form a coherent thought. After a few seconds, he said, but I really don't know what to do. If peace were as easy as you think, the first and second Hokage would have already achieved it. But think about it, why was there peace during the first Hokage's era? Because he was strong. No one dared to start trouble. Hueco had heard the legends of Hashirama Senju. That man was a myth. Hanzo only called himself demigod because, compared to the god of shinobi, he wasn't even close. He wouldn't dare to make such a comparison. Even though he wasn't from Hidden Leaf Village, Hueco deeply respected that man. Exactly. If you want peace, you need strength first. Ideals and theories alone won't convince anyone. To put it bluntly, having power doesn't mean you have to bully others, it means you can make them sit down and talk to you. Like you and me, right now. Kleichi started his speech. Or rather, it wasn't exactly a speech. What he was saying was just pure, unfiltered truth. I see. That does make sense. Hueco could tell that this was valuable insight. Especially the part about power. It was true. If Kleichi hadn't been strong enough to subdue Nagato instantly, he wouldn't be standing here having this conversation, he'd be on the run instead. After hearing those few sentences, it was as if a fog had been lifted from his mind. If you want to reach your goal, you don't always have to charge straight ahead. Sometimes, taking a detour makes things easier. I understand now. I'll never forget your guidance, Jonin Kleichi. Hueco knelt on the ground, bowing deeply in the traditional doji position. Minato was startled. But, after absorbing the memories from his shadow clone, he now understood the full picture. Kleichi's words had left a deep impression on him, too. At first, they had seemed simple. But the more he thought about them, the more he realized how profound they were. He had a feeling, what Hueco took from this conversation would lead to a significant transformation. And that was both reassuring and concerning. I hope you understand, Hueco. I won't do anything that would bring shame to my teacher. Hueco spoke with utmost seriousness. He knew Minato might be wary of him. After all, Hidden Leaf Village was the strongest of the 5 great nations, and his actions might threaten their interests. Even Hueco himself couldn't guarantee otherwise. But he could guarantee that he wouldn't put Jiraiya in a difficult position or do anything to disgrace him. From a distance, Kakashi and the others exchanged glances. Was Minato-sensei connected to this guy somehow? To be honest, I don't know if you've actually understood anything. But you have a lot of people depending on you, and their needs won't be easy to balance. Go home and think it through. Kleichi glanced at Asuma and the others, signaling them to prepare to leave. But, Kleichi, don't go just yet. There are too many surviving bandits over there. We can't handle them all ourselves. Stick around and help out. Ugh. Fine. Mission complete, and he even picked up an unexpected reward. He had planned to just slip away quietly, but Minato caught him at the last second. No getting out of this now. Unfortunate. Kleichi sighed. Minato smiled and turned to Hueco. I'll speak with my teacher about this. We'll see what he decides. I hope you understand. I do. Please send my regards to Jiraiya-sensei. Hueco bowed deeply once more. I will. Chapter 52, Dance of the Shikigami. To be honest, I thought you were just going to let him go. Kleichi remarked. I wanted to, but he insisted on coming. Besides, this matter does require an explanation. Once we return to the village, I'll report it to my teacher. Minato sighed. Off to the side, Kakashi couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. Sensei, that person just now. Everyone knew who Minato's teacher was, one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. A renowned figure across the ninja world. But to think that such a legendary shinobi actually had 3 disciples from Hidden Rain Village? Unbelievable. Kakashi felt like his worldview had just been overturned. Compared to this shocking revelation, Kleichi's profound and philosophical discussion earlier seemed far less relevant to the 6 young ninja. After all, most of it went over their heads. That included Shizui. He was only 5 years old, how could he possibly grasp such deep ideological concepts? However, unlike the others, he had forced himself to memorize Kleichi's words. Even so, right now, he was no different from the rest, just another curious bystander, waiting for Minato to reveal the truth. My teacher trained them for a period of time. Calling them his disciples isn't wrong. He never explicitly stated it, but in his heart, that's what he believed. Minato explained. He thought about it for a moment and decided there was no need to hide the truth. It wasn't a secret anyway. Many high-ranking officials in Hidden Leaf Village already knew about it. Kakashi's eyes widened. 3 disciples from another village. And if his calculations were correct, the timing lined up. After the battle that made the Sannin famous, Jiraiya spent several years away from the village. So, during those years, he had been training disciples elsewhere. Minato then turned to Kleichi, curious. You shouldn't have known about this, but judging from your reaction, it seems like you did. I've heard bits and pieces. Besides, that woman made it obvious. Kleichi replied without hesitation. When Konan saw Minato, her first instinct was to say something. He was certain that, at that moment, she had been debating whether to use their connection as leverage to escape. But Yahiko had stopped her. Kleichi had to admit, among the 3, Yahiko was the one who thought things through the most. Konan cared primarily about their small group, while Nagato only focused on the 2 of them. This difference in perspective was what ensured that after Yahiko's death, the other 2 would no longer be a concern. Which meant, even if Yahiko didn't die at Hanzo's hands, his future would still be full of danger. Kleichi narrowed his eyes. Konan, huh? Minato thought about it and nodded. That makes sense. Konan's behavior had been a bit too obvious. When she saw him, she had looked familiar and hesitant, as if she wanted to say something. So, concluding that they knew each other wasn't unreasonable. Minato let out a quiet sigh. This situation. He wasn't sure if it was good or bad. When we get back to the village, none of you are to say a word about this. Understood? Kleichi turned to the 6 younger ninja. This was important. If Danzo decided to exploit this, he could easily use it to tarnish Minato and Jiraiya's reputations within Hidden Leaf Village. It's fine. Minato, however, didn't seem too concerned. Still, Kakashi and the others nodded seriously. As they made their way back to Hidden Leaf Village, Kleichi and Minato walked side by side at the front. Minato lowered his voice and asked, that red-haired guy earlier. He seemed to have some kind of close-range ability, didn't he? I'm not sure what it was, but it felt dangerous. So I made sure to avoid him. Judging by the effect, it seemed like some kind of repulsion-based secret jutsu. Kleichi responded. I thought so too. Minato mused, as his curiosity deepened. After a brief hesitation, he added, you might not believe this, but I suspect he has some connection to Kushina. Kushina? Ahem. Sorry, I meant Uzumaki Kushina. Minato had spoken too casually and accidentally used her nickname, forgetting that Kleichi wasn't from his generation and probably wouldn't understand. Because of his red hair? Kleichi asked. That's part of it. But more importantly, his chakra reserves are massive, and his physical resilience is remarkable. It reminds me of your Senju clan. Minato analyzed. Earlier, when he had observed Nagato through his clone, he had gotten a close look at his condition. There was no mistaking it. Of course. Kleichi already knew the truth. Nagato was related to Kushina, his mother had been from the Uzumaki clan. But that was about it. Minato seemed unusually talkative today, and Kleichi quietly listened. He figured Minato was feeling a bit anxious, probably concerned about Jiraiya's situation. But there was nothing Kleichi could do about that. The only thing he could do was keep his mouth shut and not spread this information. After a brief exchange, the 2 separated. One leading, the other following, just in case of an ambush. However, once they entered the Land of Fire, both Kleichi and Minato used their sensory abilities to scan the surroundings. Then, they finally relaxed. It was safe. As they took a break, Kleichi glanced at his system panel. Mission complete, guiding the Akatsuki organization, evaluation, first stage, good, second stage, outstanding, reward, water style, black rain jutsu, dance of the Shikigami. Kleichi blinked in surprise. The first reward wasn't anything special, just a rain village jutsu that produced black oil-infused rain. But the second, dance of the Shikigami, Conan's unique origami-based ninjutsu. Technically, it was only a B-rank jutsu, but it represented endless potential. In fact, Conan herself hadn't even fully developed it yet. Her current paper-based jutsus mostly revolved around disguises and forming shields or weapons like paper shuriken. She hadn't yet evolved it into the true dance of the Shikigami or paper person of God jutsu. That would come later. Not bad. Kleichi claimed his reward. Since they were resting, he took the time to carefully absorb and integrate the knowledge of the origami-based jutsus. As for the black rain jutsu, it wasn't particularly difficult, but the underlying principles intrigued him. It taught him how to convert chakra into a black oil-like substance. If he combined that with his paper jutsus and explosive tags. Kleichi's eyes lit up. That was an interesting idea. He'd have to test it later. Minato, that Conan girl's paper jutsu is quite fascinating. Kleichi commented offhandedly. Sensei never mentioned it, so it must be something she developed recently. Minato mused. It's worth studying. I'll look into it later. Kleichi casually planted the idea. Minato didn't overthink it and even offered a few thoughts of his own on how to refine the jutsu. The two exchanged quite a bit of insight during their journey. By the time they reached Hidden Leaf Village, Kleichi and Minato's relationship had noticeably improved. They were far less formal with each other now. Upon returning to the village, there was no time for pleasantries. Minato immediately went to find Jiraiya. This was important. Fortunately, Jiraiya was still in the village. He had been worried about Minato and had postponed his departure. As for what happened afterward, Kleichi wasn't sure. All he knew was that the next day, Jiraiya showed up at his door, carrying a pile of food and drinks. His expression was complicated, somewhere between joy and deep contemplation. Kleichi could only guess how Jiraiya had reacted after learning the full story. But judging by his gift-bearing visit, it seemed things hadn't turned out too badly. Chapter 53, Jiraiya, Hokage and I are not meant to be. Upon entering the room, Kleichi, thank you so much. Jiraiya bowed deeply, his expression sincere. Lord Jiraiya, there's really no need for this. I just made an offhand comment. I don't even know if it'll be useful in the end. Kleichi was taken aback. Jiraiya was, after all, his elder. It felt inappropriate for someone of his stature to bow to him so formally. However, Jiraiya remained firm in his stance, unmoved by Kleichi's protest. At least they were indoors. Jiraiya placed the items he brought on the table, and Kleichi tossed him a cushion. The two sat down. The atmosphere was different from their last meeting. Back at the tavern, Kleichi had been a junior figure, invited in mostly to let Orochimaru reassess him. But this time, a lot of things, even Orochimaru and Tsunade don't know. For example, why I took in Hueco and the others as my students. Jiraiya poured himself a cup of sake and grinned. It seemed he intended to share his secret with Kleichi. Kleichi hesitated. He considered refusing. But after some thought, he realized that knowing wouldn't hurt. After all, Mount Myabaku didn't know him. Jiraiya began recounting his journey to Mount Myabaku, his encounter with the Great Toad Sage, and everything that followed. It was almost identical to what Kleichi had seen in Naruto in his past life. The only difference was, in Jiraiya's version of the story, he came across as exceptionally wise and powerful, a natural-born genius whom the Great Toad Sage had begged to sign a contract with Mount Myabaku. It wasn't hard to figure out who was embellishing the story. Kleichi played along, feigning ignorance. So, when you chose to stay and train them, beyond just sympathy, you also felt they might be the child of prophecy? Kleichi asked, continuing the conversation. Yeah. And later, it seemed I was right. Nagato is an extraordinary child. He, as Minato once speculated, could very well be a relative of Kushina. Jiraiya still wasn't telling the whole truth. The Rinnegan. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, he was deliberately leaving that part out. Kleichi simply nodded. No wonder he's so powerful. You of all people have no right to say that. Jiraiya was silent for a moment before finally blurting out a complaint. It was one thing for others to say it. Nagato was a prodigy, after all. He learned ninjutsu quickly, and with the Rinnegan, he had latent potential beyond imagination. At the time, even though he had only displayed an ability to repel attacks, both Jiraiya and Hueco believed his future was limitless. That was why, rather than investing in all three of them, Jiraiya had primarily focused on Nagato. But The prodigy Jiraiya had set his hopes on had been defeated by Kyoichi, who was 3 to 4 years younger. According to Minato, Kyoichi had several chances to kill Nagato but had chosen not to. Honestly, I should be thanking you for sparing Nagato. If you hadn't, I was never going to kill him. Those 3 are clearly leaders of a faction within Hidden Rain Village. Killing any of them would have risked igniting a new war against Hidden Leaf Village, and the village can't afford that right now. Kyoichi's tone was calm. This was the reasoning he had prepared long ago. Besides, it was true. Kyoichi had even considered an extreme approach, killing Nagato, taking the Rinnegan for himself. But that would have been suicidal, practically handing himself over to Black Zetsu and Madara on a silver platter. A wise man does not stand under a crumbling wall. Jiraiya, listening to Kyoichi's explanation, didn't doubt him. The fact that Kyoichi understood the broader picture so well proved that he thought in terms of the bigger picture rather than just immediate gain. You're right. Still, Hueco and the others are weak right now. Luckily, your guidance has saved them from taking many wrong turns, possibly even from disaster. Jiraiya sighed. As their teacher, I should have been there. But after those 3 years, I never saw them again. With the war and Tsunade leaving the village, it was unavoidable. Kyoichi understood. By the time Jiraiya left Hidden Leaf Village again, rumors had already spread that Hueco had been killed by Hanzo. There was no way he would have gone looking for them after that. Yeah. Jiraiya downed another cup of sake. He reminisced about the past, talking at length. Eventually, he let out a long sigh. From now on, I have nothing to do with that Hokage seat. Ha ha ha. Not that I ever cared about it. Very noble of you. Kyoichi poured him another drink. Jiraiya took a sip, then pulled out a scroll. This is a jutsu Minato developed. Kyoichi glanced at the scroll, then at Jiraiya. Most likely Rasengan. But what was the point of this? In a way, you saved Hueco and the others. Consider this a token of appreciation. You and Orochimaru are alike, both endlessly curious about unknown jutsu. Take this as a gift. You can decide whether to teach it to others. Jiraiya smiled. But soon, his mood darkened. His smile turned forced. As they continued eating and drinking, he suddenly grew serious. By the way, don't misunderstand. If Orochimaru sets his sights on you, don't hold back just because of me or Tsunade. It won't come to that. But if it does, I won't. Kyoichi nodded. Jiraiya had clearly spoken with the third Hokage yesterday and learned a lot, probably about the upcoming Jonin exams, the candidates, Orochimaru's proposed test, and so on. With that knowledge, it wasn't hard to guess certain things. Jiraiya finished speaking, then grabbed his sake bottle and stood up. That's enough talking. Knowing too much isn't always a good thing, especially for someone like you, who's both talented and full of ideas. You don't drink, so I'll take the sake, but I'll leave you the meat. Jiraiya waved dismissively, indicating that Kyoichi didn't need to see him off. Then he stepped outside and vanished in an instant. Body flicker jutsu. He was heading toward the village gate. Jiraiya was leaving. Of course. Not permanently like Tsunade. He had been assigned a mission to investigate Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Clouds Village, and other northern ninja villages, more accurately, to oversee the operations of Hidden Leaf Village's northern Anbu forces. Handling intelligence was crucial. If all northern reports had to be sent back to the Hokage's office for review and response, the enemy could have invaded the Land of Fire before Hidden Leaf Village even reacted. This had always been Jiraiya's mission. But what had he talked about with the third Hokage yesterday? Clearly, Jiraiya wasn't happy. Whatever. The third Hokage. Not my problem. Kyoichi shook his head. He had no strong feelings about the old man, neither particularly good nor bad. But if he had to rate him, he was nowhere near Tobirama Senju's level. Kyoichi opened the scroll. As expected. Written on it was the training method and conceptual framework for Rasengan. Inspired by the tailed beast ball. The ultimate goal, incorporating chakra nature transformation. Unfortunately, even Minato hadn't achieved that yet. Kyoichi already knew how to train for it. But he was still pleased with the scroll. The jutsu itself wasn't the valuable part. What mattered was that Minato had meticulously recorded his entire thought process, from inspiration to execution. That knowledge was more precious than any jutsu. Chapter 54, You're really not holding back. No wonder Minato Namikaze took 3 years to create this jutsu. Kyoichi had been studying all night. It was one of the rare times he had stayed up late since coming to this world. And the gains were immense. Minato had drawn inspiration from the tailed beast ball to develop the Rasengan. However, despite repeated attempts to compress chakra, he struggled to succeed. He even considered incorporating sealing jutsus to assist in stabilizing the Rasengan, training with balloons. That came much later. The entire step-by-step process was meticulously documented in this scroll by Minato himself. And it wasn't just about the Rasengan. There was a wealth of other knowledge. For example, chakra compression jutsus, sealing jutsus. Although incomplete, it was still invaluable. Kleichi carefully put the scroll away. This was a treasure. Of course. The most precious part of this scroll was, as its creator, Minato Namikaze had granted him the authority to pass on this secret jutsu. Jiraiya was truly generous. Kleichi knew that Jiraiya was the key reason behind this. Minato barely knew Yahiko and his group, yet because of Jiraiya, he had been willing to share even handwritten copies of the original Rasengan research. After finishing, he let go of the scroll. It floated up on its own and drifted toward the bookshelf. Dance of the Shikigami. A simple application, but extremely convenient. Of course. Dance of the Shikigami wasn't without weaknesses. It required significant preparation time. Later on, Konan had developed specially treated paper, making her jutsus resistant to most attacks except oil-based jutsu. However, that level of preparation required an enormous amount of chakra and time. Temporary paper constructs could work, but their effectiveness was far inferior, with numerous vulnerabilities. Kleichi found this a bit disappointing. But after thinking it over, he found it reasonable. No jutsu was perfect. Even Gaara had to lug around that massive gourd all day. The following days he experimented with the principles of Dance of the Shikigami to create special paper. The results were impressive. Just the battle applications alone were incredible, especially when combined with explosive tags, an almost unavoidable assault. If Konan had fully mastered Dance of the Shikigami back in the Land of Rivers, he wouldn't have been able to intimidate them so easily. The Akatsuki really aren't to be trifled with. The weakest among them was probably Yahiko. But he had a sharp mind. Kleichi was curious, what would Yahiko do now that he had returned to Hidden Rain Village? Unfortunately, this world's communication wasn't that advanced. From Hidden Leaf Village, there was no way to immediately learn what was happening in Hidden Rain Village. Aside from refining Dance of the Shikigami, Kleichi had also improved his chakra compression jutsus. His water-severing wave already incorporated compression principles. Now, with Rasengan as a reference, he attempted to compress wind-style chakra to enhance wind-style jutsu. A major breakthrough was still out of reach. However, jutsus like vacuum wave and vacuum blade integrated perfectly. And the results were evident. The power increased significantly, but the jutsu required precise chakra control. Otherwise, there was a risk of self-inflicted injury. For now, Asuma and the others weren't skilled enough to learn it. Aside from his own research, he hadn't neglected teaching his 3 students. Yesterday, Shishui had finally made progress in wind-style nature transformation. So now, in addition to Asuma, Shishui would also be learning wind-style. Fortunately, they had covered quite a few wind-style jutsu recently. Sensei, we haven't taken a mission in a week. Are you out of money? Kleichi chuckled and glanced at Asuma. This kid had been acting smug lately, rumor had it he even treated his classmates to barbecue. Asuma's face turned red. What did this have to do with money? Okay, maybe a little. The 3rd Hokage wasn't giving him an allowance, forcing him to earn his own. Lately, there had been no missions, and his expenses were piling up. It was starting to hurt. That last B-rank mission was an exception. You're still far from completing a real B-rank task. Don't get cocky after just one success. Focus on improving for now. Kleichi shot them down without mercy. In truth, he hadn't been taking missions lately simply because he had been too absorbed in his studies. Kurenai, did you finish reading the book I gave you? Yes, sensei. I've also been practicing palm healing jutsu. Recently, I've been trying it on fish. Are your parents sick of eating fish yet? Kleichi smirked. Kurenai blushed, gripping her sleeves in embarrassment. Her family's fridge was still packed with fish. Lately, Yui Shinku had been looking visibly tired of them. Everyone chuckled knowingly. Medical ninjutsu was notoriously difficult, and every medical ninja started by practicing on fish. Let's go see what missions are available. Kleichi stretched. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, just as he was about to enter, Master Kleichi, the Hokage has summoned you. A Chunin was waiting at the entrance. Kleichi paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. He signaled for his students to wait downstairs before heading to the office. The Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage was smoking. The room was thick with smoke. Kleichi waved a hand to clear the air and stepped forward to pay his respects. I wanted to speak with you a few days ago, but I heard you were busy with research, so I didn't disturb you. But you've given me quite the headache. The 3rd Hokage sighed as he put out his cigarette. You mean? Kleichi had a good guess, it was likely about Yahiko. We just received intel. Yahiko has returned to Hidden Rain Village. And seems to have met with Hanzo the Salamander. The third handed over a scroll. Kletchi took a look. Yahiko went to see Hanzo. A bold move. Hidden Rain Village's survival amidst the three great nations was largely thanks to Hanzo's efforts. If Yahiko could reignite Hanzo's ambitions and use his influence to strengthen Hidden Rain Village, then over time, the village might rise to become a dominant force among the smaller nations. Of course. That was Kletchi's perspective. From the third Hokage's standpoint, he might not be thrilled. Kletchi set down the scroll. I think this is a good thing. A stronger Hidden Rain Village could serve as a buffer between us and Hidden Stone's village. If Anuki ever considers attacking Hidden Leaf Village, he'd have to think twice about this thorn in his side. Jiraiya said the same thing. The third Hokage nodded. He put away the scroll and continued, for now, we've decided to leave Hidden Rain Village's situation as it is. If Yahiko and his group influence Hanzo's decisions and make him more favorable toward Hidden Leaf Village, that wouldn't be a bad outcome. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and handed Kletchi another scroll. Kletchi frowned slightly. He opened it, the hiding in mist jutsu, analysis and countermeasures. What was this? Were they being sent east to deal with Hidden Mist Village? Kletchi was baffled. His team. At their current level, sending them against Mist Ninja was practically serving themselves on a platter. Ahem. Just study it for now. The Land of Water is becoming restless. We may need your team support later. You know how things are in Hidden Leaf Village. Short on manpower? Lord Hokage, you're really not afraid of pushing us too hard. Kletchi was speechless. For a Gainian, the Eastern Front was the deadliest battlefield. Hidden Mist Village's ninja were experts at eliminating weaker opponents. The hiding in mist jutsu and silent killing made them lethal adversaries. Unless someone had a special ability, a Gainin squad encountering Mist Ninja would be in serious danger. Kletchi wasn't too concerned. But Asuma. That was another story. I trust in your abilities. No pressure at all, huh? Alright, Lord Hokage, if that's all, I'll take my leave. Leaving the office, Kletchi pondered for a moment, then chuckled. Of course the Hokage knew everything happening in Hidden Rain Village. He was the Hokage. And as for Jiraiya's discussions with him, Kletchi could already guess. Clearly. The two had fundamental disagreements. Jiraiya had likely refused the Hokage position, leading to his conversation with Kletchi. And it seemed Jiraiya had withheld certain details about Nagato. Keeping an ace up his sleeve, huh? Kletchi didn't mind. His own strength, whether hidden or not, didn't make much difference. But Nagato. That was another matter entirely. The Rinnegan. Now that was a hot potato. Chapter 55, The Chunin Exam, You Set the Rules. Sensei, were you summoned for a new mission? Asuma's eyes lit up with excitement. Another B-rank mission? That would be amazing. You went to see the third Hokage again, didn't you? Kurenai turned her head to look at Asuma. Asuma froze for a second. Then, his face flushed, and he loudly refuted, no way. I didn't go last time either. He just gave it to me on his own. Ha ha ha. The other shinobi in the mission hall burst into laughter. Asuma's little rumor, most people had heard about it, though no one knew for sure if it was true. But it probably was. After all, Asuma's mission records had mysteriously gained another B-rank entry. Kletchi patted Asuma's shoulder with a grin. Relax, this has nothing to do with you this time. It didn't last time either. Asuma bristled. Sure, sure. Kurenai chuckled as she followed along. Shisui had been watching silently from the side. As he passed by Asuma, he murmured, even if you did, so what? If you're strong enough, you don't need to care what others say. With that, he quickly caught up with Kletchi. Asuma was momentarily stunned. He knew the truth. Of course, he had gone to ask for a mission. But he didn't want to admit it. Still, after hearing Shishui's words, he thought it over carefully. And it made sense. Yeah. Why should he care so much? If he got stronger, who could talk down to him? Power, that was what really mattered. Asuma clenched his kunai tightly and strode into the hall with renewed determination. Kletchi casually took on a C-rank mission. A simple escort job, nothing too difficult. But this time, he made one thing clear to Asuma and the others, unless they were in mortal danger, he absolutely wouldn't step in. Asuma's response? Perfect. After 2 brushes with death, they were no longer the rookies they had been. A C-rank mission was well within their capabilities now. And so, after meeting up with the merchant caravan, Kletchi comfortably took a seat in the cart, while Asuma and the others had to run alongside it. Asuma was dumbfounded. Kletchi, however, called it training. The mission proceeded smoothly. The enemies were a few rogue ninja, but Asuma and the others successfully repelled or eliminated them. Once the escort was complete, on the way back, Kleichi taught them a new jutsu. Vacuum Wave, a B-rank jutsu. As for Kurenai, her main focus was still medical ninjutsu. One of the rogue ninja had been severely wounded. Kleichi had her attempt to heal him. She failed. But, it was still valuable experience. It wasn't cruelty on Kleichi's part. These rogue ninja had attacked the caravan and looted innocent merchants. If they weren't treated, the caravan guards would have finished them off anyway. If Kurenai saved them, they might have a slim chance at survival. If not, then so be it. Kleichi wasn't going to intervene. Kurenai felt terrible. But this was a lesson every medical ninja had to face. Even Tsunade couldn't save everyone. And Kleichi had no intention of letting his student develop psychological trauma over it, like Tsunade had. After returning, they rested for a day. The next morning, Kleichi took Shizui and the others out for another mission. Another C rank. No complaints, as long as there were missions to take, he'd take them. After all, he didn't have to do anything. He could research jutsu in peace while still getting a solid share of the rewards. Kurenai got to train her medical skills. And Asuma and Shizui. They were the ones doing all the work. But strangely enough, they didn't feel exploited at all. Instead, they felt they were growing significantly stronger. A win for everyone. A squad that never got injured had formed. But the peaceful days didn't last long. When they returned to Hidden Leaf Village again, Jonin Kleichi, the third Hokage has summoned you. Ugh. Great. It had to be something serious. After dismissing his students, Kleichi made his way to the Hokage's office. Inside the conference room, several Jonin were already present, including Minato Namikaze. Seeing Kleichi arrive, Minato subtly gestured at him. Kleichi got the hint and stood next to him. What's this about? He asked quietly. The Chunin exams. Minato replied in a low voice. Kleichi understood immediately. The Chunin exams. That made sense. It had been 2 or 3 months since graduation. There was no major war at the moment, but one could break out at any time. They needed to speed up the promotion process for Genin. And the only way to promote them was through the exam. Hidden Leaf Village's education and promotion system was too casual. Even if someone passed the exam, what then? Naruto won his exams and tournament, and still wasn't promoted. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already been a Chunin at 6 years old. If he took the exam, it wouldn't be fair to others. But if he didn't, what about Obito and Rin? The third Hokage explained the exam situation and then glanced around the room. This year is special. Does anyone have any objections? Kleichi noticed, when the third asked that, his gaze lingered on him the longest. He hesitated. Did the Hokage want his input? Or did he want him to stay silent? Either way, there was no benefit in speaking up. As he glanced around, Kleichi noticed Minato's expression wasn't quite right. Sensing Kleichi's gaze, Minato leaned over and whispered, I sensed when you returned. I suggested to the third that he should ask for your opinion. Ugh. This guy just threw him under the bus. Fine. The third Hokage cleared his throat. Kleichi, you have a talent for education. Do you have any thoughts on this? Kleichi sighed. Lord Hokage, I don't have much to say, just a few questions. Go ahead. The third sat up straight, clearly intrigued. He believed the Chunin exams were fine as they were. Yet Kleichi had several concerns. Was his exam design really that flawed? A lot of this year's Genin have battlefield experience. Some teams even have Chunin among them. If an entire team competes together, wouldn't that be unfair to the others? The third leaned back, deep in thought. Kleichi's point was obvious. Kakashi Hatake. 6 years old and already a Chunin. Now 9, his strength was on a completely different level from the rest. And? Also, do team-based battles truly measure an individual's qualifications? Some fight their way through but don't get promoted. Is that fair? Kleichi shrugged. A Chunin wasn't just a fighter, they had to be leaders. The third fell silent. After a long pause, he sighed. An exam can never be the same as real war. But you've raised important concerns. Do you have a solution? My suggestion, Kleichi said calmly, is to reorganize all the teams. Force them to form new squads and take the exam with unfamiliar teammates. Then, promote those who demonstrate leadership potential. Reorganize. Minato and the other Jonin exchanged uncertain glances. That would undo all their prior teamwork training. Yes. Assign teams based on a balanced system. Make them adapt to new teammates. Then, select the best leaders for promotion. Kleichi explained his idea. The third Hokage thought for a long time before asking, do you already have a full exam plan? No, good. You're in charge of designing this year's Chunin exams. Completing it will count as a knee rank mission. If you need assistance, just ask, even me. The third didn't buy it. Kleichi definitely had a plan. This kid was holding back. Earlier, when asked if anyone had opinions, Kleichi remained silent. But the moment he was called on, he raised a series of pointed questions that went straight to the core of the issue, along with a well-thought-out proposal. And now he claimed he didn't have a complete plan? Who would believe that? Certainly not the third Hokage. Chapter 56, The Ninja Battle Royale. The third Hokage had left. The remaining shinobi continued their meeting. Minato, you've really put me in a tough spot here. Kleichi sighed. But isn't this a good thing? A rank mission comes with a hefty reward. Minato scratched his head, looking somewhat apologetic. Still, wasn't this outcome actually pretty great? At first, he'd been worried about Kakashi's situation, but Kleichi had resolved it perfectly. Disrupting the existing team formations. Why hadn't he thought of that before? The only downside. This pretty much meant Obito had no chance of making Chunin this year. Not because of his strength, if anything, Minato felt that Obito was among the strongest of this year's Genin. But the kid was reckless, never paying attention to his surroundings. Just as Kleichi had put it. He was missing a few brain cells. Jonin Kleichi, your concerns and suggestions. Honestly, these are things we hadn't even considered. Maybe young people really do have more ideas. You'll need to put that clever mind to work during the Chunin exams, but if you need anything, just let the Hokage know. I'll do my best to help. Ayame Shirakumo greeted him with a friendly smile, his respectful attitude at odds with the deep scar on his face. Kleichi had met him a few times before, back during his own Jonin exam. Shirakumo had participated as well. Now, Kleichi knew much more. Shirakumo had been an Anbu ninja with a high-ranking position. His participation in the Jonin exams was merely a formality, and he had now become Might Guy's team leader. That was a difference from how things had originally played out. Fine. Kleichi sighed. The Chunin exams were a thankless job. The system probably wouldn't even give him a decent reward for handling it. He had no real interest in overseeing the process, he had just intended to let his subordinates participate and see how they fared. After all, once war broke out, everyone would reach Chunin status soon enough. But then, Minato had completely set him up. Minato, you threw me into this mess, and now you're trying to run? Not happening. Kleichi's gaze was sharp and threatening. Minato coughed awkwardly and said, don't worry, I'll help however I can. What's your plan? Why don't we discuss it now while everyone's here? Alright. Kleichi sat down, and the gathered Jonin found their seats around him. After thinking for a moment, he outlined his plan. Here's my idea. The written exam is up to you guys, but for the second stage, we set up an arena filled with supplies, soldier pills, kunai, shuriken, food, and weapons. Kleichi explained his thoughts. In simple terms, a ninja battle royale. Every so often, Jonin would sweep through the outer edges of the battlefield, driving the candidates inward. When he finished, everyone was left staring, dumbfounded. This was possible? You're suggesting we confiscate all of their equipment before the second exam starts, forcing them to scavenge for supplies? But what about clans like the Inuzuka, who rely on their ninja hounds? Minato raised a concern. Their ninja dogs are a part of their strength. Kleichi replied. The Inuzuka clan's Ninken were powerful, but not invincible. There were ways to counter them. The other Jonin nodded in agreement. Indeed. If the Inuzuka had their ninja hounds, other shinobi had their own summon beasts. It was fair. Before the exam begins, we'll briefly show all candidates a map of the supply locations. This will test their intelligence gathering skills. We could also periodically drop supplies, blades, special soldier pills, explosive tags, each drop marked by a signal flare. A test of teamwork. These were all seasoned Jonin. As Kleichi laid out his plan step by step, they quickly grasped the logic behind it. By the end, Ayame Shirakumo hesitated before saying, the structure is solid, but isn't this a bit too difficult? Yeah. With randomized teams and resource competition, this is far harder than any past Chunin exam. Another Jonin agreed. A Chunin exam like this? It would be difficult even for Jonin candidates. For Genin, the challenge was beyond intense. However, war could break out with other villages at any moment. Chunin are meant to be leaders. If we let some incompetent fool get promoted, we're failing the next generation of Genin. Kleichi spoke with conviction. While part of his motivation was simply that this setup seemed fun, the truth was, this ninja battle royale was far superior to the old scroll capture format. It tested intelligence, teamwork, and leadership, every crucial skill. The other Jonin weighed the proposal carefully. In the end, they found no real flaws. Compared to this, The old method? Just a low-level brawl over scrolls. Tradition wasn't always right. Minato found himself nodding. Jonin Keiichi, I think this exam format could be standardized. You should write a formal proposal. Nara Shikaku spoke up. He rarely intervened, he wasn't a squad leader, after all. But Keiichi's idea was just too good. It completely outclassed the previous Chunin exam format. After some thought, he asked, what about the third stage? One-on-one battles, of course. What else? If we wanted to shake things up, we could use the same format as the second round, just with individuals instead of teams. Keiichi replied casually. Shikaku's eyes gleamed. He immediately grasped the advantage. Traditionally, the final round was held in a tournament-style arena. But war wasn't fought in an arena. Real battles involved ambushes, assassinations, and surprise attacks. No enemy would give you a fair fight. This kind of final round would produce shinobi better suited for actual warfare. He nodded. Jonin Keiichi, please draft a formal proposal. I'll make sure the third Hokage increases your compensation. Now that's what I like to hear. Keiichi grinned. Shikaku was a strategist. He wouldn't make empty promises. If he said it, then an increase in payment was guaranteed. A rank commission payout typically ranged between 150,000 and 1 million ryo. There was a lot of room for negotiation. New weapons, here we come. With the plan settled, all that remained was writing it up and refining the details. The meeting adjourned. Outside the building, Keiichi intercepted Minato. Minato, you said earlier that you'd help me with anything, right? Yeah. Ahem. Well, I've been a bit busy lately. I'll leave the proposal drafting to you. Wait, what? That's not, Minato started to protest, but before he could finish, Keiichi's figure blurred and vanished, a modified body flicker jutsu. Minato was speechless. What the hell? Busy? Like hell he was. After a moment, Minato shook his head and sighed. Whatever. It wasn't a big deal. Keiichi had already explained everything clearly. Writing it up would only take a day. No problem. Meanwhile, Keiichi. After making his escape, he checked on his 3 students. They were diligently running laps around Hidden Leaf Village, bursting with energy. He didn't interrupt them. Instead, he found a small restaurant, bought some food, and sat down to read. Tsunoda's collection of medical books wouldn't study themselves. Chapter 57, Third Hokage, I'm useless. Sensei, why you're back? Shizue was running past a shop when he glanced inside and saw Keiichi sitting there. Keiichi put his book down and looked up. Yes, I saw you all training hard, so I didn't disturb you. I see. Shizue walked in, glancing around hesitantly. Keiichi frowned. If you've got something to say, just say it. A 5-year-old acting more mature than Asuma isn't a good thing. Yes, I wanted to ask, has the Chunin exam started? Keiichi raised an eyebrow, setting his book aside to look at him. It's just. I saw a lot of Geinin squads returning. Shizue explained. The Chunin exams are starting soon. I was planning to wait until you were all here before saying anything. Keiichi nodded. Shizue clenched his fists, visibly excited. A moment later, Asuma and Kurenai eyed one after another. Everyone was here. The Chunin exams are starting. Here's the application form. If you're interested, sign up. If not, it's fine. This exam is different from before. Keiichi didn't explain further. But Kurenai and the others quickly understood. Sensei. This is gonna be tough. Different? That must mean Keiichi designed the test. I won't spoil anything, but for the next few days, we'll be doing some specialized training. Yes. Everyone was pumped. The Chunin exams. They might not necessarily pass, but it was a great chance to gauge the strength of other squads. Asuma casually sat down and helped himself to some food. After following Keiichi, his sense of shame had gradually eroded. The pride and discipline expected of the Sarutobi heir? Nowhere to be seen. Of course. Shizue wasn't much better. At this point, he didn't look like a typical Uchiha at all. He didn't wear the Uchiha crest, nor did he constantly boast about his clan. He even eagerly took on tasks like carrying water and chopping wood. If it weren't for the fact that these chores had recently been turned into official missions, he might still be volunteering to help random villagers. Obito was the same way. These two were the black sheep of the Uchiha clan. The only difference. Obito was just simpler. And in the future, he'd be even dumber. Keiichi didn't mean to insult Obito. But teaching him was 10 times harder than teaching Shizue. As for Kurenai, a certain image flashed through Keiichi's mind. Sakura Haruno. Kurenai specialized in Ganjutsu, but in reality, She shared a similar starting template with Sakura. Excellent chakra control, a sharp mind, a natural affinity for Genjutsu. The only difference? Sakura had someone else inside her. She thought for a long moment before making a decision. Super strength. Once Kurenai mastered medical ninjutsu, he'd teach her super strength jutsus for self-defense. Not that she could use them yet. The books in his study didn't contain those jutsus, but that wasn't an issue. With Katsu's help, he could always ask Tsunade. However, for Kurenai, just learning the basics would be enough. She didn't need to master it. Just enough to protect herself. Her main focus would remain Genjutsu and medical ninjutsu. With that settled, she finalized his training plan. Asuma, keep up your usual training. You should aim to master fire style soon. Yes. Shisui, put your swordsmanship on hold for now. Focus on vacuum blade and vacuum wave. Yes. Kurenai, I want you to fully master the mystical palm jutsu before the exams. We won't be taking any missions for now, so come to me anytime you have questions. Kleichi gave his instructions one by one. He wasn't giving them direct answers to the exam, but targeted training? That was fair game. Of course. He wasn't the only one doing this. Every Jonin who attended the meeting knew what was coming. Training was necessary. A real battlefield wouldn't always provide ideal weapons. Take Kakashi, for example. In the original timeline, once Chidori's flaws were exposed and his chakra blade was broken, his combat strength dropped significantly. Losing his sword cost him half his power. That was a serious flaw. Kurenai nodded seriously. She understood. If she could master the mystical palm jutsu and Genjutsu before the exam, she'd be a huge asset to her team. Asuma and Shisui didn't fully get it, but they trusted Kleichi. The next day, Minato arrived with a thick stack of documents. This was the finalized version of Kleichi's proposal. Written by Minato himself. It was incredibly detailed. Each aspect clearly explained the purpose and evaluation criteria. Very thorough. Hiruzen read it carefully from start to finish. After a long silence, he sighed deeply. Lord Third, are you dissatisfied with the plan? Minato was puzzled. The more he wrote yesterday, the more he felt that Kleichi's system was superior, more comprehensive, better at simulating the unpredictability of war. Stealing scrolls? Sure, that required conflict. But in real battles, would things really be that simple? No way. On the battlefield, even Jonin would target Genin. But Minato noticed that Hiruzen seemed unhappy after reading the plan. No. It's just. When it comes to innovation, you young people are really something. As for me, I'm old. Useless. Hiruzen chuckled. He was known for his deep scheming. But after reading Kleichi's proposal, he suddenly realized, after so many years as Hokage, he had done nothing but continue the rules set by his teacher. Oh. There was one thing. Early graduation. But that turned out to be a disaster. Compared to a kid like Kleichi. Even Hiruzen couldn't help but feel ashamed. Of course. He quickly composed himself, hiding his emotions. After all, he was the Hokage. With a serious expression, he said, we'll implement this plan as is. As for team assignments, Minato, I'll leave that to you. Yes. Minato nodded, then hesitated. And Kleichi's payment. The village's funds are tight. I'll see if he's willing to accept other compensation instead. Hiruzen thought for a moment. Normally, the village wouldn't lack money. But the war had just ended, and another conflict could break out at any moment. No matter how much money they had, it would never be enough. Yes, I understand. I'll finalize the details. Minato didn't press further. Since the third had a plan, Kleichi wouldn't be shortchanged. He only had admiration for Kleichi. People had wanted to reform the Chunin exams before, but they never found a good solution. Make it too realistic? Too hard, no one would pass. Make it too easy? Then anyone could become a Chunin. So in the end, everyone just stuck with the old system. But Kleichi's plan was different. It covered intelligence gathering, teamwork, leadership, and combat. It was perfectly suited for selecting Chunin. Now the real problem was how to form the teams. Wait. Minato suddenly remembered something. He still had to train Obito and Rin. Without Kakashi, Rin might struggle to pass, and Obito. There was no way he'd make it past the second round. At that moment, Minato deeply regretted everything. It felt like he hadn't made Kleichi do extra work, he had just given himself a massive headache. Chapter 58, Tsunade can still make money. Time passed quickly. Kleichi had been quite busy these past few days. It wasn't because of Asuma or Shisui, those two were relatively low maintenance. As long as he gave them a few jutsu and taijutsu jutsus to train with, they could figure out the rest on their own. Besides, as they trained and improved, Kleichi's own proficiency in his jutsu and taijutsu jutsus also increased. They were basically reliable sources of progress. The real headache was Kurenai Yui. Medical ninjutsu wasn't something that could be taught easily. During this time, Kleichi had sent a message to Tsunade, asking for her advice. Katsu had been very cooperative, showing no sign of impatience. This made Kleichi appreciate the Slug Sage even more. Among the 3 great summoning clans, the Slug Sage was probably the easiest to communicate with. He had also inquired about the secrets of the super strength jutsu, mentioning Kurenai. Tsunade hadn't responded all afternoon, but when Katsu returned, it brought a scroll with it. A handwritten super strength jutsu manual. Kleichi mastered it quickly. His chakra control was already precise to the point that he didn't need any adaptation period. However, at his current level, the super strength jutsu was still not as direct as using his sword, unless he combined it with the 7 days breathing method. Of course, that was only true for Kleichi's own swordsmanship. For Kurenai, even just a beginner's grasp of the super strength jutsu would be enough to compensate for her weaknesses in close combat as a support-type ninja. But everything depended on whether Kurenai could fully master the mystical palm jutsu first. Fortunately, Sensei, I did it. Good. You can go tell Yui-senpai the good news, he won't have to keep stocking his fridge with fish anymore. A smile appeared on Kleichi's face. She did it. Kurenai sat down, feeling slightly dizzy, and quickly popped a soldier pill into her mouth. Next, I'm going to teach you a taijutsu jutsu. You've heard of Lady Tsunade, haven't you? Kurenai nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling. Tsunade was her idol. As a kunoichi, her greatest goal was to become a ninja as legendary as Tsunade. So, she could already guess what jutsu it would be. Lady Tsunade's taijutsu isn't necessarily suited for you. Your physique is relatively weak, so you won't be able to use this jutsu as a standard move. Kleichi spoke seriously. Although the super strength jutsu is classified as a mix of ninjutsu and taijutsu, it still required muscle coordination to generate explosive power in an instant. Kurenai simply didn't have that kind of physical foundation. As a trump card, then? Kurenai was initially disappointed but quickly understood her teacher's point. That's right. And you'll be learning to use it with your legs, your hands are needed for hand seals. Understood. Please guide me, sensei. Kurenai bowed deeply. Kleichi took out the scroll and handed it to her. She read through it carefully before beginning her training immediately. It was hard. So much so that her ligaments got strained multiple times, but she refused Kleichi's help, healing herself with the mystical palm jutsu each time. She wasn't afraid of hardship. Not far away, Yui Shinku approached, carrying a basket of food. I was worried her mother might feel distressed if she saw her like this, so I brought this myself. Please remind her to eat. Also, thank you very much for your guidance. Yui Shinku bowed deeply. He knew exactly what Kleichi was teaching. The super strength jutsu. A Senju clan secret jutsu. It's nothing. As long as she is willing to learn and endure hardship, I'm willing to teach. She'll go far. Kleichi sighed. This kind of conversation. In his past life, he had imagined that he might one day use these words when talking to a parrot. He never expected that they would actually come in handy in this world. Yui Shinku bowed again before leaving. If he stayed too long, his daughter would notice. However, Kleichi knew that Kurenai's sensory abilities were strong, she had probably already sensed him. Because she was training even harder now. Alright, time to eat. I can't let them down. Effort is the cheapest thing in the ninja world. You're working hard, but so is everyone else. On the battlefield, teamwork and strategy are what really matter. Except for monsters and madmen. Kleichi thought to himself. Clearly, Kurenai was neither an overpowered genius nor a taijutsu maniac like Might Guy. The past few days, every team had been undergoing intense training. Shizui had already mastered several vacuum-based wind-style jutsus that didn't require ninja tools. Recently, he had been focusing on Ganjutsu, Yanagi, and Kleichi's self-created lightsaber jutsu. Although Shizui suspected that ninja tools might be restricted in the Chunin exams, he still believed that his main focus should be swordsmanship, and he hadn't neglected his body flicker jutsu either. Asuma's training was even simpler. He wanted to keep improving himself without being overly concerned about the exams. So, Kleichi taught him flying swallow jutsu. Take from the village, give back to the village. Of course, Kleichi gained plenty from the experience as well. Not to mention an increase in his overall proficiency, he had also mastered another wind-style jutsu, wind-style, pressure damage. A terrifyingly powerful jutsu, one of the pinnacle wind-style jutsus. Even though he didn't specialize in wind style, having one more jutsu was always a good thing. At the same time, the Chunin exams were about to begin. Having received an early briefing, Kleichi arrived at the exam venue to oversee preparations. Most resource points were sealed in crates, and repellents were scattered around to keep wild animals from disturbing the area. Once everything was in place, the third Hokage arrived. Lord Hokage. Kleichi, is the exam site ready? Yes. The resource maps have already been prepared in advance. Once the first exam is over, they can be distributed to the participants. Kleichi took out a giant scroll. Inside was a detailed map of the exam grounds. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at the forest of death from a high vantage point before clearing his throat. Kleichi, the village is currently short on funds. I promised you a knee rank mission reward, but money is tight right now. Huh? Are you seriously trying to weasel out of paying me? Don't misunderstand, I'm not refusing to pay. It's just that we're financially strained. We can compensate you with other things instead, like jutsu or resources. The Hokage coughed lightly. Kleichi's expression clearly showed his misunderstanding. That's fine. I was actually planning to make a chakra-infused weapon. Does the village have any chakra metal? Obviously, they did. After all, Asuma's trench knives still hadn't been crafted. Well, the third Hokage hesitated for a moment before nodding. Alright, but you'll have to pay a little extra. Deal. Kleichi readily agreed. Chakra metal wasn't something you could always buy, even with money. This was a definite win. The exams are about to begin. We'll discuss the details later. The third Hokage sighed in relief. As long as they could negotiate, everything was fine. What he feared most was that this kid would only accept cash. At this moment, the participating geinin were entering the exam venue. Outside, besides the Jonin instructors, only two people remained, Kakashi Hatake and Might Dewey, who had recently been promoted to Takebutsu Jonin. Dewey was currently crying tears of joy, making for a striking scene alongside Might Guy. The third Hokage surveyed the area. There weren't many participants this time. Many had already been promoted during the war, while others, long-time geinin, chose not to register. This year's exam was mostly composed of geinin who had graduated in the past 3 or 4 years. How's Tsunade doing? She's fine. She recently made some money and paid off part of her debt. You don't have to worry about debt collectors showing up in the village. Tsunade made money. The third Hokage looked genuinely shocked, his face full of disbelief. That's the real teacher's reaction right there. Kleichi almost laughed but still clarified, not from gambling. Oh, well, that makes sense. With her abilities, as long as she doesn't gamble, she can make money in any field. Chapter 59, Passed the exam? Look again, look carefully Shishui, if you can be promoted to Chunin in this exam, make sure to give it your all. Clan leader, I actually think it's better not to be promoted. Sensei once said that a tree growing too tall is easily broken by the wind, and I believe he's right. Besides, the Uchiha don't need something like this just for appearances. Is that what you think? Then do as you see fit. Shishui's mind replayed the conversation he had with Fugaku the night before. The clan was truly complicated. He hadn't understood it before. But ever since Kleichi taught Yahiko those lessons, Shishui had kept them in mind. After returning to Hidden Leaf Village, he trained while observing, gradually comprehending much of what Kleichi had said. Allies, enemies. That's right. That was the most important thing. Many people within the clan were not allies at all, in fact, some were outright obstacles. Their abilities were weak, but their schemes were endless. Take something as simple as the Chunin exams, for example. They had turned it into a grand stage to showcase their strength. But what was the point? Shishui, despite being only 5 years old, understood that it was meaningless. Just like the difference between a land of rain and the great nations, no matter how many geniuses emerged, it wouldn't change the fundamental decline. Those old geezers in the clan treated Hidden Leaf Village like an imaginary enemy. It was only a matter of time before something went wrong. Shishui, I heard this exam is different from usual. You need to be extra careful. Shishui looked up at Obito, his mouth slightly open as if he wanted to say something but then hesitated, his expression slightly dumbfounded. Beside them, Kurenai couldn't hold back her laughter and teased, Obito, I think you should be more worried about yourself. If you keep charging ahead recklessly, you might embarrass yourself this time. TCH, this time Kakashi isn't here. I'm going to prove myself. Obito raised his thumb with pure confidence. And yet, the moment he saw the exam paper in the first round, he was stunned. A written test? Why was there a written test in the Chunin exams? He was completely dumbfounded. Kleichi wasn't involved in the first round. There wasn't much to change about the written test. However, the one who set the questions was Minato Namikaze outside. You made the questions really difficult. Aren't you worried Obito won't pass? Kleichi was curious. Obito's academic ability was on par with Naruto's, but his taijutsu and ninjutsu were quite strong, a rather unusual case. I want him to understand the importance of theory. Minato explained. Minato, you're really looking out for him. I on the Shirakumo side. Kleichi thought for a moment, then chuckled. You think this might stress him out enough to awaken his Sharingan? Huh? Minato was momentarily stunned. Was that possible? But after thinking about it carefully, Obito was full of surprises both in battle and in daily life. His strength wasn't weak either, so maybe it really could happen. Meanwhile, Obito was scratching his head frantically. He was really anxious. So many questions, and he didn't know a single one. Kleichi sighed inwardly and patted Minato on the shoulder. It's tough. Maybe we should just break him down and rebuild him from scratch. A complete overhaul might not be a bad idea. Obito was a huge wildcard. And besides, Madara hadn't even taken notice of Obito yet. At this point, Shizue was probably a higher priority for him. But wiping him out was out of the question. Minato assumed Kleichi was just joking. As the exam continued, inside the hall, many examinees were sweating bullets. Some were already resorting to various means to cheat, something the Jonin proctors observed silently. However, a little bit of cheating was one thing. But Obito pulling out a full-on cheat sheet was just too much. Put him on the waiting list. If the numbers work out, he'll be eliminated. If not, he can join as a reserve. The third Hokage chuckled. Obito. He had quite an impression of the boy. In fact, in the third Hokage's eyes, Obito was a potential second coming of Kagami Uchiha. To him, Obito's importance far outweighed Shizue's, because he believed Obito had the potential to change the Uchiha clan. Kleichi narrowed his eyes slightly. Obito, huh? Hey. Obirama had been very clear about this. When Uchiha awakened their Sharingan, their personalities might undergo an extreme shift, even becoming the complete opposite of what they once were. But the third Hokage hadn't remembered that part. He had only imitated the surface of Obirama's methods. Kleichi didn't say much. His ideology was different from the third Hokage's, but ultimately, Hiruzen Sarutobi was a far better ruler than Danzō. If that old bastard were in charge, Kleichi might already be lying on a dissection table for the good of Hidden Leaf Village. So in that regard, Hiruzen was at least tolerable. Time flew by. The exam ended. Kleichi glanced at the results, then picked up the scroll and prepared to head to the second exam site. Oh, right, Minato, during the second round, when the Jonin sweep through, take care of eliminating the stragglers who are still visible to everyone. Kleichi reminded him. He had to announce the rules soon and wouldn't have time to micromanage this part. Minato nodded, indicating he understood. Then, Kleichi walked away. Not long after, the exam results were posted. Even before grading, it was pretty clear who had passed just from observing the test takers. The only real surprise was Obito. Hiruzen had personally put him on the reserve list. A crowd gathered around the results board. Obito was visibly nervous. He thought for sure he had failed, but deep down, he still hoped for a miracle. One by one, he checked the names. No, not there. He felt his heart sink. But then, did you really think you could pass after cheating? A familiar voice. Kleichi-sensei. Of course. Obito's face fell. Of course, they had caught him. Obito, look at the bottom. Rin suddenly said, full of excitement. Obito quickly looked down. Reserve candidate, Obito Uchiha. Huh? He froze for a moment, then instantly lit up with joy. Sensei, I passed. Happy? You might be celebrating too soon. Teams are assigned in groups of 3, you'd better check whether the number of official candidates is a multiple of 3. Kleichi smiled. If it is, well, tough luck. You're just a reserve. Unless someone drops out due to injury, you won't be competing. Huh? Obito's face fell instantly. Rin and Kurenai giggled beside him. They had already noticed it, there was exactly one missing spot. So clearly, Obito's so-called pass was questionable. Shizue glanced at Kleichi, then at the scene before him, deep in thought. Still, it was good that Obito had made it. He didn't dwell on it further. Alright, I told you all, you're celebrating too soon. The first round was just a warm-up. In the second round, you're going to regret passing the first. Kleichi smiled gently. But his eyes were deadly serious. The crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone understood. Kleichi was the examiner for the second round. And he was here to announce the rules. Very well, then. Kleichi unrolled the scroll, revealing a map. You have 1 minute to memorize this map. You are allowed to use any method, except for direct physical contact. Whoosh! In an instant, everyone surged forward. A map. Every ninja knew how crucial maps were. In war, securing a map could cost numerous lives. Intelligence gathering. At this very moment, the exam had already begun. This was a test of their information gathering ability, and also a measure of their overall skills. A moment later. Time's up. Chapter 60. Two brains still aren't enough. Asuma, Shisui, and Kurenai exchanged glances. Familiar. Way too familiar. This was their teacher's classic tactic. Just when you thought the test hadn't started yet, the exam had already begun. Of course, it was Koichi's doing. They didn't dare let their guard down. The map they had just seen flashed through their minds again and again, but... Be content. Shisui murmured softly. Asuma and Kurenai paused for a moment before quickly understanding. Don't be too greedy, just remember part of the map. 1 minute. Normally, that was plenty of time to memorize a map. But there were only a couple of clear vantage points. And there were 50 to 60 people here. In that instant, there was no way to convince everyone to rationally transcribe the map. They weren't teammates, they were competitors. It was unsolvable. Kleichi's voice interrupted their thoughts. Next, we will confiscate all ninja tools and supplies. Everything you need for the second exam, you'll have to obtain inside the test site. Additionally, be prepared. We will be shuffling all teams. Kleichi's smiling eyes swept over the crowd. An uproar broke out instantly. Shuffling the teams? That meant former teammates could now be enemies. Which meant the intelligence they had just gathered. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Kurenai glanced at her two teammates, silently exchanging wry looks. Yep. This felt exactly like their teacher's work. That distinct sense of mischief, it was so thick you could almost smell it. The rest of the details were on the map earlier, so I won't repeat myself. Sensei, what if we didn't see the map clearly? If you couldn't see it clearly in a minute, then you're not qualified to be a chunin. The field fell into silence. Some were angry but had no way to argue. Kleichi didn't give them a chance to dwell on it, simply waving his hand to signal them forward, to the forest of death. The atmosphere was tense on the way. Shisui exchanged hand signals with Asuma and Kurenai. Nearby, Obito's eyes lit up when he saw them. The police force's hand signs. Excited, he pulled Rin over and started wildly signaling to Shisui. But halfway through, he forgot how to sign a particular word. Awkward. Fortunately, Shisui understood his intention and signed back with a slight nod. It wasn't hard to guess, probably something about protecting Rin. Because Obito himself had never learned the word fear. Most of the examinees were cautious around each other. But some had already started forming temporary alliances, especially those who were former teammates or had good relationships. Meanwhile, Kleichi and Might Due trailed behind them. Kleichi, how does your mind even work? All these twists and turns. You sure have a lot of devious tricks. Might Due was amazed. As a proctor, he was only observing and providing emergency protection if necessary. So, he had no idea what Kleichi had planned until now. This. He wasn't sure about Guy, but he himself definitely couldn't handle it. Due knew his own abilities. Sure, his taijutsu was strong, and he had the 8 gates, but he lacked the knowledge and strategic thinking required of a chunin or jonin. If he were in charge of a squad, he'd only be a liability. Seeing how this exam was playing out only reinforced that belief. It's nothing special. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants. That makes sense. This is youth. Here we go again. Kleichi ignored Due's sudden outburst of passion and focused his gaze on the genin ahead. By now, it was easy to tell who was smart and who wasn't. Some had already started forming alliances. The team shuffle wasn't just to test command skills or improvisation, it was also a test of grand strategy. If 3 original teammates managed to spread across 3 separate squads while maintaining control of those teams, they could coordinate and systematically eliminate the competition. In a structured exam, this kind of tactic would be considered cheating. But on the battlefield? It was standard practice. Life and death combat didn't care about sportsmanship. If you couldn't grasp that concept, you had no business being a ninja. Kleichi followed them to the outskirts of the forest of death but didn't go in. Rushing around to watch in person was too exhausting. Better to find Hiruzen. Hiruzen's telescope jutsu was the ultimate live broadcast tool, no need to run around. As for emergency rescues, that's what Minato and the medical team were for. No need to get his hands dirty. Lord Hokage. You're not supervising the exam site? What are you doing here? Hiruzen looked at him curiously. He was stationed at a distance from the Forest of Death. If something happened, it would take him a moment to reach. Usually, the head proctor should be nearby monitoring the test. Kletchi grinned. Minato-senpai is already there. What would a mere junior like me need to contribute? I heard you have a jutsu that allows remote observation. I was just curious and wanted to see it in action. Hiruzen was speechless. Telescope jutsu. That jutsu was a little embarrassing to talk about. His small personal hobby was basically an open secret among the younger generation now. Awkwardly clearing his throat, he said, "Fine. Using it to monitor the exam is actually a good idea, it allows for a broad perspective. Lord Hokage, I've prepared a large mirror for you." Kletchi unsealed a massive mirror from a storage scroll. Hiruzen was speechless. After a long silence, he still cast the jutsu, using the mirror to project a real-time view of the Forest of Death. Though the jutsu needed a small adjustment, it was nothing difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi's eyes widened. This jutsu was amazing. With this mirror, they could instantly switch perspectives and track multiple areas within the exam. The only downside: the Hokage had basically been demoted to a live broadcast cameraman. Shikaku's side. Kletchi has no fear. No one else would have dared ask the Hokage to use this jutsu. The first image that appeared in the mirror was Obito Uchiha. His team, Obito, Yamashiro Oba, and Might Guy. This team is actually pretty strong. Guy's taijutsu is top tier, Obito compensates with ninjutsu, and Oba specializes in reconnaissance. Choza analyzed thoughtfully. He wasn't entirely wrong. But again Kotetsu knew better. He sighed softly. He already saw the inevitable failure. Obito and Guy in the same squad? Choza-senpai, you're only half right. On paper, this team is strong. But the problem is, between the three of them, they only have the combined intelligence of two people. Kletchi chuckled. Minato really did them dirty with this grouping. Kakashi thought it over carefully. And realized Kletchi's assessment was absolutely spot on. Obito and Guy. Together, they barely had half a brain. I memorized the map. First, we should secure a resource point, then, what resources? Let's find an enemy team and take them down first. Yes. My youth is burning. Hiruzen watched the scene unfold and fell silent. He started doubting his own judgment. Was Obito really the second coming of Kagami Uchiha? I overestimated them. Clearly, they don't even have a single brain between them. Chapter 61, Speed Up, Bail Out, Vanish. Who charges in headfirst without a plan? That would be Obito and Might Guy. Yamashiro Oba was stunned. According to his plan, they should first gather resources and then locate the goal. Besides, with the current exam rules, the best strategy was obviously not direct combat but preventing others from advancing. Because, as long as they could stall their opponents and keep them away from the center, the Jonin proctors would eventually intervene and eliminate them. Unfortunately, his words were useless. Obito and Guy had already bolted ahead of him. Kletchi-sensei, what do I do with these two? Yamashiro Oba muttered to himself, thinking for a long time. In the end, he had no choice but to follow. Everyone, we're lucky to be in the second round together. Let's first establish a leader and then confirm our abilities and needs. Asuma didn't rush in recklessly. He turned to his two teammates. They seemed familiar. Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki. They were in the same class at the academy, but Asuma wasn't exactly sure about their skills. We've been teammates before and work well together. We specialize in taijutsu and kenjutsu. I can use water style to assist with control. They added. Their attitude was clear, they would follow his lead. Asuma sighed in relief. His teammates were cooperative. Perfect? He nodded. Since you're following me, we'll proceed according to my plan. First, we'll scout for resources. If we encounter Shizue or Kiranai's squads, we'll team up and eliminate other competitors. Got it. Shizue and Kiranai were placed in different teams. The teams had been assigned by Minato. He understood all too well that Kyoichi's squad excelled at teamwork. If his students were grouped together, it would be a nightmare for the other participants. Besides, Kiranai herself wasn't weak. So, Kyoichi's students were at a disadvantage in this assignment, especially Shizue, whose teammates were both civilian genin without strong jutsu. Their only advantage was that they were obedient. Otherwise, given that Shizue was only 5 years old, he might not have been able to command them effectively. Kiranai's team, on the other hand, was slightly better, Raito and Debisu. Not the strongest, but definitely not weak. Hiruzen quickly noticed and commented, Minato has a lot of faith in your students, especially Shizue. A 5-year-old leading 2 civilian genin? That meant In Minato's assessment, Shishui's capabilities were already beyond an elite Gainin's level. We've trained together a lot, and Minato knows my student's strengths well. If Shishui manages to obtain a weapon, his abilities will indeed surpass most of the others. Kleichi nodded, then chuckled. Being split up might not be a bad thing. If they all survive the initial culling, they'll have a huge advantage later. That's true. Hiruzen nodded. A disadvantage now didn't mean they'd be at a disadvantage later. From a broader perspective, Shishui and the others actually had an edge. Because Asuma, Shishui, and Kurenai had all naturally taken command of their respective teams. Soon, the squads began moving. The most reckless? Guy and Obito. Without the scouting, they quickly found a target and immediately charged in, wiping out an opposing team. The medical unit swiftly intervened to extract the injured. The brutality of the exam was evident from the very first skirmish. Soon, battles erupted all over the forest. Including Asuma's squad, they engaged Iruka's team in a fight over a resource point. Iruka's team included Genma Shiranui, but they failed to detect Asuma's squad in time. Izumo trapped two of them with water-style, starch syrup capturing field. Asuma followed up with a vacuum wave, taking one opponent out instantly. Genma barely managed to save his other teammate. Meanwhile, Shishui's squad was fleeing. Shishui excelled in Ganjutsu and also had strong sensory abilities, though he usually didn't need to use them since Kyoichi and Kurenai handled that in their team. Now, however, his sensory skills were invaluable. So, Shishui stuck to his plan, find his teammates first. Using his senses, he began searching for Asuma and Kurenai's teams, aiming to regroup and dominate together. Hiruzen's telescope jutsu struggled to keep up. There were too many fights happening at once. However, without the jutsu, it would have been even more chaotic. At best, they'd only be able to observe a small portion of the forest. Kakashi was frustrated. This exam looked fun, it tested tactics, leadership, and large-scale strategy. Unfortunately, he had already been promoted to Chunin. Even though he was the same age as the participants, he couldn't take the test. Just then, Kleichi turned to Hiruzen and said, "Lord Third, could you lock onto Obito's team?" Fine. Today, you call the shots." Hiruzen sighed internally and switched the view to Obito's squad. Obito and Guy had sprinted ahead, leaving Oba behind. Ahead of them, another team. Nara clan. And Akimaki. Chozo recognized them immediately. The opposing squad included a Nara clan member, Nara Enji. Alongside him was Akimaki Shido. Their third teammate wasn't from the Yamanaka clan, but even with just two members from the Inoshikacho trio, they were formidable. Obito and Guy attempted to avoid the shadows while countering with great fireball jutsu. However, the combination of shadow imitation and partial multi-size jutsu was nearly impossible to counter. Obito was immediately caught. Boom. A massive palm slammed him into the dirt and dragged him back. "You're already dead," their third teammate declared. A kunai grazed Obito's throat, a clean kill if this had been real combat. Guy saw this and instantly sped up. Then, bail, retreat, vanish. Oba had just arrived when Guy grabbed him and fled at top speed. "You idiot." Kakashi face-bombed, speechless. Who charges in like that? In a real battle, they'd have been dead 100 times over. The fighting continued. Teams suffered losses, but it soon became clear, Kleichi's students weren't among them. Shishui and Kurenai had successfully regrouped and were now sweeping through resource points together. "Kleichi, you didn't give them insider information, did you?" Hiruzen squinted at him. A six-man squad? The others stood no chance. And now, they were clearly moving toward Asuma's location. I didn't even teach Kurenai sensory jutsu, just to prevent them from linking up immediately. Kleichi was their teacher and the exam proctor. Without clarification, his impartiality could be questioned. Hiruzen's question gave him the chance to explain. The other Jonin, who had been skeptical, nodded. They knew about the second Hokage's advanced sensory jutsus. If Kurenai had mastered that, the other squads wouldn't be facing a six-man team right now. They'd be dealing with a full nine-man unit. At that moment, Kleichi formed a seal. Summoning jutsu. A Katsu clone appeared. Begin the first wave of elimination, centered on point A. Immediately, signal flares lit up the sky over the forest of death. The purge had begun. The entire forest descended into chaos. Everyone rushed toward the center. But collisions were inevitable. Chapter 62, The Lone Warrior Squad. Guy, leave me behind. Run. Yamashiro Oba spotted the signal flare in the distance and immediately sent out his crows to scout. In no time, he found the enemy. A six-man squad. How many? 6. Damn. Might Guy cursed internally. Just great. It was just the two of them against a full squad. How were they supposed to deal with this? If they ran together, neither of them would make it out. Gritting his teeth, Guy said, I'll use my secret jutsu to carry you out of here. No need. Listen to me, I'm not as strong as they are, and this is only the first shrink. The second shrink is what really matters. Get inside the safe zone and hide. Wait for the second shrink. If we make it into the top 5, our team can still advance to the third round. Oba said urgently. Without Obito slowing their team down with his recklessness, Might Guy was finally capable of having a proper conversation. He felt a strange sense of relief. But still, being down a man and facing off against Shizue and Kurenai's combined squad meant they had no chance of winning. They're here. Damn it. Oba, I will get us to the third round. Guy could sense them approaching, Kurenai, Shizue, and also Ebisu, Raido Namayashi, and others. There was no way they could win. Unless he opened the fourth gate of the 8 gates jutsu. But his father had made it clear, the 8 gates must only be open to protect others. Using it for something like a competition? His dad would probably beat him to a pulp when he got home. It's Guy. Surround him and cut him off. Shizue spotted Might Guy and instantly activated the body flicker jutsu to pursue. As a disciple of Kyoichi, he knew exactly how strong the Might family was. This was a formidable enemy. If they could take down Might Guy now with their 6-man advantage, it would make things much easier when the Jonin came in for the second sweep. Ebisu, however, wasn't thrilled about the idea. But now that he was in Kurenai's squad, he couldn't openly let Guy go. So, reluctantly, he turned his attention to Yamashiro Oba. Raido Namayashi found himself in the same awkward situation. So, only Shizue's team moved in to surround Might Guy. However, just as Shizue moved in front of Guy, Guy suddenly exploded in speed. Whoosh, a gust of wind roared past. Shizue was mid-hand seal, just about to cast a Genjutsu, only to see that Guy was already far away. Too fast. That speed. Was this the secret jutsu sensei mentioned? Shizue pondered. There was no way they could catch up. Reluctantly, he gave up the chase and returned to finish off Yamashiro Oba. However, thanks to Obito and Guy's reckless charge in the first round, their squad hadn't been able to loot any resources. Eliminating Yamashiro Oba gave them nothing but a single elimination point. Even Ebisu felt embarrassed. He had a good guess as to what had happened. Normally, when their teacher wasn't around, he and Genma could hold Guy in check. But in this new team, there was no one capable of doing that. Oba performed well, but he's still too weak. Hiruzen sighed. Oba had the right mindset. He knew what to do, how to execute a strategy, and how to adapt. But unfortunately, his strength simply wasn't enough to qualify as a Chunin. As for Might Guy, Hiruzen only remembered one thing about him: he was fast. Nothing else really stood out. Lord Third, Yamashiro Oba and his team only graduated less than 6 months ago. The fact that they've reached this level is thanks to Kyoichi's special training. If this were previous years, they wouldn't have come this far at all. Hikamo of Shirakumo clan spoke up. With Kyoichi's training methods, Hidden Leaf Village's lower-ranked ninja could close the gap quickly. Unfortunately, such training couldn't be applied to the entire Geinin population. There were too many of them. Moreover, many Geinin had already passed their optimal learning period. Teaching them at this point wouldn't be as effective. As for some level of training, Kurenai had already started implementing it. At the same time, all the Jonin had their eyes on one particular 6-man squad. They had strategy. They were decisive, ruthless, and acted with extreme efficiency. Shizue's team was moving in a diagonal line across the battlefield. This positioning was designed specifically to seek out and eliminate enemy teams. By the time the sweep was over, only 11 teams remained, most of them were heavily weakened. For example, Shiranui Genma and Might Guy. Both of them were now lone survivors, hiding in the forest. The problem was, there were far too many sensory-type ninja around. Leaf Hurricane. My youth burns bright. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Ugh. A series of shouts and battle cries. Might Guy landed 2 solid kicks, injuring 2 opponents, then took off running again. Asuma watched his retreating figure, his eye twitching. They had thought they were about to score an easy elimination, only to have the lone wolf turn around and beat them up instead. And they couldn't even catch him. What a headache. Asuma. We need to regroup with Shizue and secure our advancement. Asuma didn't hesitate anymore. Shiranui Genma and Hagane Katetsu were already injured. If they kept moving separately, they'd be finished. But then, just as he made that decision, he ran into 2 other elite squads, Nara Enji's squad and the squad led by Hyuga Hibiki. Both teams stared each other down. Asuma could feel that things were about to go south. Asuma's team has already regrouped. If we don't take them out now, they'll be a huge problem later. I suggest we temporarily work together and eliminate Asuma first. At times like this, the Byakugan was an invaluable tool. Asuma knew this wasn't good. But run? His beliefs wouldn't let him abandon his teammates. His squad wasn't down yet. He wanted to cover Genma and Kotetsu's retreat. The result was obvious. Asuma's done for. Kleichi shook his head. Asuma's squad simply lacked awareness. After clearing out an area, the battlefield was always going to shrink. By this stage, everyone knew the rules. Anywhere a fight broke out, others would swarm in to mediate. A lone wolf like Might Guy wasn't worth provoking. He had nothing to lose and no teammates to protect. And yet, Asuma and his team still went after him. They didn't even get a kill out of it, just a whole lot of trouble. That said, Asuma had performed impressively. With 2 kunai and the vacuum blade jutsu, he had managed to take down 2 of Hyuga Hamon's teammates. But in the end, he was still alone. And even after breaking through, when he saw his teammates getting pinned down, he chose to turn back instead of escaping, trying to use fire style to cover their retreat. Unfortunately, Hyuga Hibiki, though a branch family member, wasn't to be underestimated. He found the perfect opening to land a direct gentle fist strike, shutting down Asuma's chakra. His teammates fell one after another. At that moment, escape was no longer an option. Similar situations were happening all over the battlefield. But only Shisui and Kiranai's squad, which had regrouped early, were able to sweep through teams like a storm. Even if they sustained injuries, mystical palm jutsu could heal them. Kiranai knows medical ninjutsu? Hiruzen was stunned. Medical ninjutsu was incredibly difficult to master, even harder than Ganjutsu. Hiruzen had never expected Kiranai to take this path. A Ganjutsu specialist naturally has excellent chakra control. As long as they grasp the theoretical knowledge, they make great candidates for medical ninjutsu training. Kleichi explained. Meanwhile, Asuma's actions had left everyone with mixed feelings. Reckless. Yet, his determination to protect his teammates was moving. Who wouldn't want a comrade willing to guard their back in battle? On the other hand, almost the instant Asuma's fight broke out, Kiranai's team immediately adjusted their course and rushed toward the battle, ignoring all other opponents along the way. This level of coordination. It was clear how strict and meticulous Kleichi's team training had been. Kleichi-sensei just gave us a lesson in strategy. If they aren't split up, no other team in this exam can beat them. Incredible. Even the Jonin watching couldn't help but be impressed. This wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. In such a chaotic, multi-enemy battlefield, no single squad could stand against Kleichi's students, not even other elite teams like Might Guys or Hyuga Hibikis. Their overall strength was just too overwhelming. Chapter 63, Trash, and worse than Trash Asuma? It should be him. Looks like they've been surrounded. Is he still alive? He's still moving for now. Kiranai Yui responded swiftly. Her sensory range was broader and clearer than Shishui's, so at this moment, both squads relied on her intel for guidance. I'll speed ahead first. You guys catch up quickly. Kiranai, conserve your chakra. Shishui instructed. Got it. Receiving confirmation, Shishui nodded and then accelerated forward. His speed was astonishing. Previously, he had been holding back to support his teammates, but now... Whoosh! In a few flickers, Shishui had already disappeared from their sight. Raido Nemayashi was momentarily stunned. Then, he finally understood. While they were moving as fast as they could, Shishui's body flicker jutsu was on a completely different level. They weren't even in the same league. Shishui dashed through the inner region of the Forest of Death in no time and located Asuma. By now, Asuma's space to maneuver had become critically limited. Just as Shishui arrived, a group of enemies was closing in, and in the shadows, 2 other squads lurked, watching the battle unfold. As Asuma's stamina neared depletion, a massive fireball shot out. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Asuma's eyes lit up. However, he was already completely exhausted, with no chance of escaping. Mustering the last bit of chakra he could gather, he immediately formed hand seals. The next instant, wind style, great breakthrough. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted. Shishui had originally intended his fireball as a diversion to cover Asuma's retreat, not as a direct attack. But Asuma's jutsu redirected the fireball's trajectory. Flames raged, consuming a large swath of enemies. Hyuga Hibiki and Akimaki Shido were engulfed in the inferno. The observing Jonin were left in awe. Asuma. That was ruthless. Even at his last moment, instead of escaping, he chose to coordinate with his teammate to eliminate enemies. His reasoning was that even if he managed to escape, he would only become a burden to his team. Instead, he chose to assist his allies in taking down their foes. Nara Shikaku observed, glancing at the third Hokage. Though this was just an exam, a simulation, it still demonstrated Asuma's keen battlefield awareness and tactical acumen. What a shame. Hagane Katetsu sighed but nodded in appreciation. It was a balance between logic and emotion. And Asuma chose his teammates. That's commendable. Each experience and lesson is valuable. The third Hokage wasn't disappointed. In fact, he felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Koichi. As Asuma's father, he had always sensed his son's struggles. But now, it seemed Asuma had found clarity in his beliefs. And that was invaluable. Why? Kakashi was confused. There had clearly been a better choice, why make such a decision? Surely Asuma understood this. Normally, those who fail a mission are called trash. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Cough, cough. The third Hokage coughed repeatedly, feeling a little awkward. Koichi's words. They were a direct stab to the heart. Not just for Kakashi. Everyone knew that Kakashi's mantra was mission first. A belief shaped by his father's disgrace, Kakashi Hatake had abandoned a mission to save his comrades. Koichi's statement essentially validated Tsukumo's decision. You don't understand anything. Kakashi's gaze turned icy. With his face hidden behind a mask, his expression was unreadable. This is just an exam. If someone is willing to abandon their teammates here just to win, then they're too blinded by self-interest. I know you want to bring up Guy, but even he, in his first instinct, chose to carry Oba rather than leave him behind. Koichi's expression was serious. Kakashi turned away, unwilling to continue the conversation. Koichi didn't bother pushing further. He wasn't Kakashi's father. A passing comment was one thing, but he wasn't interested in lecturing him. Besides, there were more pressing matters at hand. On the battlefield, Kurenai and the others had arrived, using their numbers to intimidate the two lurking squads. However, they couldn't stop Nara Enji and his remaining teammate. Now, it was time for the Jonin to clean up the battlefield. Akimeki Shido and Hyuga Hibiki were seriously injured. This was probably the most devastating use of the Great Fireball Jutsu in Chunin exam history. Minato was the first to arrive. The medical team would take a bit longer. Koichi formed hand seals, channeling medical chakra and using Katsu's division to transport healing chakra to Minato's summon slug. Gradually, Hyuga Enji and Akimeki Shido's wounds stabilized. Katsu's healing jutsu. The third Hokage watched, filled with emotion and nostalgia. Back in the day, Tsunade had used this jutsu to save countless lives on the battlefield. Since her departure, no other medical ninja in Hidden Leaf Village had been capable of replicating it. But now, Koichi had succeeded. The issue was, Koichi wasn't even a dedicated medical ninja. His medical ninjutsu was merely a secondary skill, his true expertise lay in kenjutsu and general ninjutsu. This was ridiculous. Comparisons were just infuriating. Thank you. These two are stable now, you all can continue your exam. Minato announced. He had noticed the healing provided by Katsu and felt reassured. No wonder Koichi dared to push so hard. Katsu's healing jutsu. With this, combined with his Flying Thunder God and Body Flicker jutsus, he could ensure that no participant in the Forest of Death would be in mortal danger, unless their injuries were beyond saving. Yes, sir. Kurenai stared at the healing slug with envy, then slowly shifted to determination. She had to master Ganjutsu. But she couldn't neglect medical ninjutsu either. She followed the others as they headed deeper into the inner circle. Minato, they're out of immediate danger. Prepare for the final zone. Yes. The final zone. This was the second phase of the Battle Royale. However, even before the first phase had ended, numerous skirmishes had already erupted, significantly altering the trajectory of the exam. Take Asuma, for example. He had been cornered. But his resistance was fierce. His squad had wiped out one team and crippled another, a remarkable feat. And with only two remaining, Nara Enji's team wouldn't last much longer. The final contenders were clear, elite lone wolves, like Might Guy. And cohesive powerhouse squads, like Shizue and Kurenai's team. Koichi halted his healing efforts. He needed to conserve chakra, there were likely more injuries ahead. Meanwhile, as the Jonin further tightened their encirclement, the battlefield shrank once again. In the process, Shizue's squad eliminated another team. Now, only a small zone remained for the final showdown. Shizue and Kurenai's squad remained intact. Nara Enji's squad had 2 members left. The last team was an unusual mix, Might Guy, Rin, and Genma Shiranui. A temporary alliance of lone survivors. The top 5 teams would advance to the 3rd round. However, there were still 6 teams remaining. Nara Enji was nervous. You guys. Let's join forces. If we don't, we won't stand a chance against them. Genma said, his face pale. His chakra and stamina were nearly drained. Meanwhile, Shishui's team. They were fresh and in peak condition. Not working together meant certain defeat. Alright. Nara Enji sighed in relief. His real fear was that Might Guy's team would go full berserker and attack them first. That would be a disaster. But now, Genma still believed they had a fighting chance, which meant there was room for negotiation. Time to strategize. And survive. Chapter 64, Turning the Tide, Heaven-Piercing Kick. Lord Hokage, you've worked hard. For the final sweep, it's best to experience it firsthand. Before the words fully landed, the person had already slipped away. The third Hokage was left speechless. This brat. So real. When he needs you, he's all politeness. But once he's done, he vanishes without a trace. The others quickly followed suit. The third Hokage only internally grumbled for a moment before leading the group to the designated point in the Forest of Death. Reality wasn't a game, there were no live updates or dynamic maps. So Kyoichi had pre-designated 2 locations, with Pointa as the final battle zone. Now, 2 sides stood in confrontation. On one side, exhausted remnants, battered and weary. On the other, 2 fully organized teams, brimming with momentum. Having just secured a victory, they had looted all of Asuma's supplies and tools. Every member popped a soldier pill immediately, replenishing their strength. With their fresh arsenal of weapons and ninja tools, this wasn't even a fair fight anymore. Genma Shiranui pulled out a handful of shuriken, ready to unleash a jutsu, only to see a storm of shuriken already flying at them. A dense barrage. As if they were disposable. He froze for a second. Then, exchanging a glance with Might Guy, he muttered, "Guy. We can't win this fight." Huh? Guy looked confused. If they couldn't win, didn't that just mean they had to fight even harder? Ahem. Look, we just need to place in the top 5. You go. Give them one big kick. Genma cleared his throat. They couldn't win outright, but they could backstab their way to safety. The main issue. Nara Enji clearly had no intention of charging ahead. Meanwhile, their own team had Might Guy, who was reckless enough to definitely go down first. So, why not eliminate him first? Keep their own spots safe. Isn't his kinda bad? Rin Nohar looked stunned. Hadn't they just agreed to an alliance? How had they immediately turned to betrayal? Might Guy didn't care. Compared to Rin, he trusted Genma's judgment more. And so, as Enji maneuvered to dodge the incoming shuriken barrage, Guy suddenly exploded into motion. Activation Jutsu, Shadow Dance. Then, one devastating kick. Nara Enji was sent flying, crashing straight into the middle of the battlefield. In the next instant, both sides unleashed their attacks. Before Enji could even react, he was forcibly teleported away, swiftly removed by Minato Namikaze himself. Shikaku-senpai, your clan's kids are still too naive. Kyoichi shook his head in mock regret. Alliances? With only 1 slot left in the top 5, who in their right mind would believe in alliances? Can't blame him. Shikaku chuckled. He didn't have any other choice. Nara Enji might have been naive, but he also had no better options. They were the weakest team left, whether through betrayal or brute force, they were bound to be eliminated. An alliance gave them the best chance. But, with so many conflicting agendas, how could anyone expect real unity? Kakashi stood by, deep in thought. This situation. Wasn't it exactly like the relationships between the small ninja villages? Sure, uniting would make them stronger. But, 5 people. 4 teams. Only 3 could advance. How could anyone guarantee that the alliance would actually benefit them? Kyoichi's words had been dead on. And then, Kakashi remembered something else. Useless. Is worse than being dead. But, if teamwork is most important, then, what was my father? His fists clenched. His father, Kakashi Hatake, had been driven to suicide, because he chose to save his comrades over completing a mission. His heart ached. Kyoichi noticed. But he said nothing. He already knew what Kakashi was thinking, there was no need to spell it out. Back in the battlefield with Enji's team eliminated, only 5 teams remained. At this point, true alliances were pointless. Shisui and Kiranai had already stopped working together, there was no reason to anymore. Might Guy still hadn't activated the 8 gates. He only used a breathing activation, a jutsu from Might Dewey, which stimulated his cells and partially opened his body's limiters. Even so, his taijutsu was overwhelming. His target? Ebisu from Kiranai's team. Ebisu didn't even stand a chance. Genma and Rin also sprang into action, not against Kiranai, but to assist in restraining Shisui. Guy brutally pummeled Ebisu. Despite being teammates just minutes ago, he showed zero hesitation. As he turned to attack Raito, Something felt wrong. Both the distance and environment felt off. Genjutsu? When? Guy immediately dispelled it. But, the moment he regained clarity, Kurenai was already in front of him. Her leg swung up. Boom. The ground shattered, forming a deep crater. Guy was sent flying. A green blur caught him midair. Might Nui. Father, I can still, Guy, you idiot. Yui's punch left Guy's head spinning. Then, clutching his son, he burst into tears. Guy, you did great. You gave it your all. Hagane Katetsu covered his face in embarrassment. Before, he couldn't understand why Guy was so. Guy. Why he always screamed about youth and passion. Now he understood. Like father, like son. Meanwhile, everyone else was stunned. Who would have thought that the seemingly frail and delicate Kurenai had mastered Tsunoda's heavenly foot of pain jutsu? And, the most insidious part? Kleichi had taught her to pair it with Genjutsu. Even if the opponent wasn't fully caught in the illusion, even a split-second disruption was enough. It was terrifying. An absolute trump card. Kleichi. This is reckless. The third Hokage frowned. Had that kick landed squarely on Guy's head, he'd be dead. And more than that, this jutsu wasn't meant for ordinary people. Tsunoda could use it freely because her body was absurdly strong. Kurenai was not. She might be able to pull it off once, but to her, monster strength was basically a forbidden jutsu. He was about to speak. But, he saw Ido and Debusu rushing toward Kurenai. Kurenai swiftly formed hand seals. Her palm glowed with chakra as she healed herself first. Rido stood guard, sword in hand. Clearly, Kurenai understood her own limits. Lord Hokage, I don't believe forbidden jutsus should be banned, only that one should understand when and how to use them. Kleichi's tone was firm. He knew exactly what the third Hokage was thinking. But, he disagreed. The Hokage was too conservative. If forbidden jutsus were so dangerous, why had Tobirama Senju invented so many? The third fell silent. Kurenai Yui had just unleashed her heavenly foot of pain and immediately followed up with mystical palm jutsu to heal herself, maintaining a certain level of combat readiness. Without wasting time, she turned her attention to treating Ebisu. A single so-called forbidden jutsu had completely shifted the tide of battle. Was it worth it? On the battlefield, absolutely. Besides, Kurenai's condition wasn't too bad. With her teammates covering her, she would be able to recover quickly, though in the short term, using heavenly foot of pain again was out of the question. Recovery had its limits. The ligaments and muscles she had just healed were still fragile. If she forced another use of the jutsu, she might end up crippling herself for real. Chapter 65, Being Passive-Aggressive? The matter of forbidden jutsus, we'll discuss it in detail later. The third Hokage sighed. He was starting to get a sense of what was going on. Kleichi had been deeply involved in this field lately. First, he submitted the breath activation jutsu as part of his debt repayment. Now, he was demonstrating applications of super strength jutsu, even though the latter wasn't being widely promoted, the intent was clearly similar. Forbidden jutsus weren't completely off limits, it was just a matter of timing. Understood. Kleichi nodded. With the third preoccupied, he no longer had the patience to watch the rest of the exam. At this point, the results were already clear. Even without the third round, he already had a mental shortlist of who would advance. Might Guy. Kurenai Yui. By all rights, he should include Shizui as well, though Kurenai wasn't entirely up to par yet. However, two things stood out. First, that final kick of hers left quite an impression. Second, Shizui was just too young. He had only just turned 5 years old. A genius, no doubt. But the tallest trees catch the most wind. The shinobi world didn't have this exact phrase, but the meaning was the same. The third Hokage was an old hand at politics. If he wanted to suppress the Uchiha, he could very well push Shizui's promotion, heavily publicize his record-breaking achievements, and even promote Obito alongside him. Obito. Apart from being a bit thick-headed, he was already at the level of a Chunin in terms of combat ability. With a few manipulative moves, the more foolish members of the Uchiha clan would be eager to rush forward in the coming years. Straight to their own demise. But he actually liked Shizui. This child was the descendant of Kagami Uchiha and had now adopted the will of fire under Kleichi's tutelage. He was kind-hearted, reserved, and unlike the other Uchiha. If they could protect him, there might still be hope for the Uchiha clan. With these thoughts in mind, the third exhaled deeply, having made up his mind. This arrangement was for the best. After further consideration, he was relieved that Asuma hadn't made it to the final rounds. If Asuma had performed well and Kurenai had already secured a spot, what would he have done? Recommend Asuma just because he was his own son? The third refocused on the battle. Then, his brows furrowed slightly. How did Shizue get eliminated? Lord Hokage, after eliminating Nohara Rin and Shiranui Gemma, Shizue attempted to assassinate Ebisu using his body flicker and Kinjutsu. However, he was affected by Kurenai's Ganjutsu. Though he broke free in time, he was ultimately taken out by Raito Namayashi. Nara Shikaku answered promptly, his response strictly factual, without any personal bias. The third Hokage paused for a moment, then a strange smile appeared on his face. On paper, Kurenai's team had superior overall strength, but reality wasn't that simple. Might Guy had already charged in earlier, severely injuring Ebisu and forcing Kurenai to reveal her trump card. So, if Shizue had played the long game, Kurenai, having already expended a significant amount of chakra and stamina, would have had zero chance of victory. And yet, he had chosen to assassinate Ebisu, someone who had just been healed and wasn't even a major threat. Tactically speaking, it was an absurd decision. A Chunin-level shinobi exchanging lives with a mere Genin, a downright foolish trade. Someone didn't actually want to win. How interesting. The third Hokage gazed at Shizue, feeling both admiration and unease. A prodigy. Looking at him, the third saw the shadow of Fugaku. No, Shizue was even more talented than Fugaku. But what if, one day, he followed in Madara's footsteps? Would he become another nightmare? The third Hokage rubbed his temples, feeling another headache coming on. The third round will take place in a few days. Invite the daimyo to observe. Let him see the strength of Hidden Lee Village's new generation and put his mind at ease. The third spoke quietly to Shikaku. Shikaku nodded slightly. Kleichi didn't need to eavesdrop to know what was being discussed. The final roster was already decided. The third round was just a glorified exhibition match, he couldn't be bothered to concern himself with how it was structured. As for the final selections, he could already guess. Aside from those who had intentionally underperformed, 3 stood out the most: Asuma, Might Guy, and Kurenai. 3 into 2. But since Asuma hadn't made the top 5, and considering he was the Hokage's son, his chances were slim. Meanwhile, hey, Shinku. Your daughter really takes after Lady Tsunade, huh? Yeah, absolutely. Wow, maybe she'll be one of the next legendary 3. On the way back, several shinobi greeted Yui Shinku with enthusiastic comments. Returning from his Chunin-level training, Yui Shinku looked utterly confused. But he had a good guess as to what had happened. Most likely, his daughter had successfully pulled off that move, making a splash in the exam. And if she had also demonstrated medical ninjutsu, then she must have really impressed everyone. A Chunin promotion was practically guaranteed. Great news. He was ecstatic. And he couldn't help but feel deep gratitude toward Kleichi. Shinku understood that, while his own Ganjutsu skills were decent, they were nothing compared to the Uchiha. His daughter, meanwhile, wasn't quite at his level either. If she only focused on Ganjutsu, her potential would be limited. But beyond that, he had nothing else to teach her. Yet, unexpectedly, Kleichi provided everything he couldn't. I need to find a way to properly thank him. Inside the Hokage's office, Kurenai did well. Initially, I thought she would purely develop her Ganjutsu skills, but I didn't expect you to train her as a medical ninja as well. The third Hokage gestured for Kleichi to take a seat. After a brief pause, he sighed, I used to think I was a pretty good teacher. But ever since you started training students, I realized I have little to be proud of. You're too modest, Lord Hokage. The 3 Sannin are renowned across the ninja world, who doesn't know their name? Kleichi shook his head. The third fell silent. He wasn't sure whether Kleichi was being passive-aggressive or just genuinely complimenting him. After a few seconds, he decided not to dwell on it. Orochimaru was the only one I truly put effort into training. Jiraiya learned from Mount Myabaku, and Tsunade. Well, she had the Senju bloodline backing her. In the end, I really only produced one disciple. The third Hokage stopped mid-sentence. You trained elite soldiers, I handled large-scale education, special times call for special methods. It's not a fair comparison. Any one of the 3 Sannin is irreplaceable. Kleichi remained humble. However, he hadn't expected such an explosive opening to this conversation. Frankly speaking, the third had practically laid his pride on the floor and was waiting to be stepped on. But now wasn't the time for that. He's getting old. His emotions are running high. The third sighed, shaking his head. Then, lighting his pipe, he asked, what are your thoughts on forbidden jutsus? Not all forbidden jutsus should be off limits. Lord Second didn't develop so many jutsu just for them to be locked away, his goal was to strengthen Hidden Leaf Village and protect the village. Forbidden jutsus should be categorized by risk level and, under voluntary conditions, discreetly introduced to a small, controlled group first. Keiichi spoke slowly and deliberately. The third Hokage fell silent. It wasn't that he hadn't considered this before, but how does one define risk? Each individual's circumstances were different. As if anticipating his doubts, Keiichi continued, as long as a jutsu can be safely controlled, doesn't cause permanent harm, and doesn't impair combat ability, I believe it has value in being promoted. For now, the usage should be limited to Takebutsu Jonin and Jonin. The reasoning was simple: these ranks were composed of experienced, skilled shinobi with proven loyalty. They were far less likely to be spies from rival villages. Chapter 66, More than just a single strike ranking system. The third Hokage furrowed his brows. He understood exactly what Keiichi meant. Not all forbidden jutsus pose the same level of danger. For instance, the impure world reincarnation was, in his view, an absolute forbidden jutsu, one that toyed with the dead and could provoke the wrath of the entire ninja world. However, jutsus like multiple shadow clone jutsu weren't inherently catastrophic. As long as they were used within reasonable limits, the physical strain was manageable. The same applied to 8 gates, 7 heavens breathing method, and the downgraded cell activation jutsu. Was there risk? Of course. But it wasn't necessarily life-threatening. The training process carried some danger, but compared to dying in battle, the risks were negligible. More importantly, these forbidden jutsu had the potential to change the tide of battle. Still, implementing this system wouldn't be easy. The third Hokage hesitated. But he couldn't deny that the idea was tempting. In recent years, Hidden Leaf Village had suffered significant losses in conflicts with other villages, depleting its shinobi ranks. If they could reduce casualties among special Jonin and Jonin level shinobi, Hidden Leaf Village would gain a substantial advantage in warfare. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and sighed. Lately, I've been reflecting. Maybe I really am getting old. Ever since my teacher passed and I took over, Hidden Leaf Village hasn't changed much. Keiichi secretly exhaled in relief. He knew it, the third Hokage was going to agree. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused for a moment before continuing. Alright, I can approve this plan. Other than you, the only person in the village deeply invested in forbidden jutsu research is Orochimaru. I'll call him in. We'll also bring in Minato and Maigui. The 5 of us will hold a meeting. Yes, sir. Keiichi nodded. This was practically a done deal, now they just needed to establish the ranking criteria for forbidden jutsu. As Keiichi left the office, the third Hokage remained seated, lost in thought about Asuma and the others. Shizui was an exception, he had already been recognized as a genius. But Asuma and Kurenai, their transformation and rapid growth were almost unbelievable, even to him. Maybe he really was getting old. Mission complete, combat training exercise, evaluation, exceptional, rewards, 1. Chakra Scalpel, 2. Hidden Leaf Village Style Kenjutsu, Crescent Moon Dance, 3. Vacuum Blade, select 2 out of 3. Additionally, there was a reward for Forbidden Jutsu Application Training, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The reward itself was nothing special, but the exceptional rating yielded 3 much more valuable options. All 3 were great choices. Keiichi had long desired the Chakra Scalpel, but after some thought, he decided against it. Why? Because Tsunoda's scrolls already contained that medical jutsu. Given his excellent chakra control, he was confident he could learn it on his own. Better to save his rewards for something he couldn't easily obtain. With that settled, he made his choice, Vacuum Blade and Crescent Moon Dance. After receiving the rewards, a thought struck him. Wait a second, he immediately turned back and re-entered the office, where the third Hokage was puffing on his pipe while reviewing documents. Upon seeing Keiichi, he coughed violently. Maintaining a composed expression, Hiruzen sat upright and asked, something else? Of course. Lord Hokage, you promised me that if I successfully handled the Chunin exams planning, you'd get me a chakra blade. The third Hokage fell silent. He had been so preoccupied with other matters that he had completely forgotten about it. A chakra blade wasn't cheap, and even with money, they weren't easy to come by. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, do you have any specific requests? Just the regular katana, something suited for Iaido. The Raging Blade doesn't feel right for me. That's a reasonable request. Fine. The third Hokage nodded. By the way, do you have any weapon suggestions for Asuma? Let him figure it out himself. Are you planning to wield his weapon for him? Keiichi replied bluntly. If there was one thing he understood well, it was Asuma. The old man had a tendency to micromanage, not directly, but subtly, always steering Asuma onto the path he wanted him to follow. But Asuma was as stubborn as a mule. Try to lead him, and he'd resist even more. At least, that was how things stood for now. Fair point. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. As Koichi left the office, he thought about his two new swords. They were decent weapons, but the Radiant Blade still felt awkward to use. The more he used it, the more he understood why Obirama Senju had set it aside. It was flashy, sure, but that was about it. If anything, it was useful because Koichi didn't specialize in lightning style, but most of the time, it was inferior to a regular sword. That wouldn't do. Once the war with Hidden Mist Village started, he'd have to find a way to snatch one of the 7 ninja swords. Either the Executioner's Blade or the Kabatawari would be great. Not because they were inherently powerful, but because of their sheer size. Melt them down, and they'd provide a ton of chakra metal. Who in their right mind would waste that much material on oversized cleavers? As he walked, Koichi focused on comprehending Vacuum Blade and Crescent Moon Dance. Both were excellent sword jutsus. The former was a wind-style kenjutsu. The latter. The swordplay itself wasn't particularly impressive to Koichi, it was mostly just slashing movements, lacking any intricate jutsu. However, what made it truly valuable was the accompanying assassination jutsus, stealth, concealment, identifying weak points. That was the real essence of the move. With the system's rewards, he could allocate an extra clone to medical studies, ensuring he mastered the chakra scalpel. The jutsu was difficult to control, but simple in principle. As for Vacuum Blade, a powerful wind-style sword jutsu, perfect for Shisui and Asuma, but Koichi wanted to modify it, integrating it into his Iaito style. A quick draw slash enhanced with Vacuum Blade, ideally, a single strike would finish the job. But he wouldn't rely solely on a single move. Koichi never intended to be a one-strike wonder. Besides kenjutsu, he had ninjutsu, ganjutsu, and now a deeper understanding of assassination. With his additional knowledge from Crescent Moon Dance, his stealth abilities had improved significantly. Though he wasn't at an elite level yet, his shadow clone was diligently honing these skills. There was no rush. For now, Madara was still alive, keeping a watchful eye on Nagato. As long as no one tried to interfere with Nagato, the Uchiha side wouldn't even look his way. And honestly, they weren't worth his attention. Koichi understood. When Madara had proposed leaving Hidden Leaf Village, they hadn't dared follow. Now they were being oppressed and suppressed, and suddenly, it was everyone else's fault? If he were in Madara's position, he'd feel the same way. Frankly, he was already being generous by not kicking them while they were down. Just as Koichi was about to grab a meal and refresh his study clone, a Katsu fragment suddenly appeared beside him. Koichi, Lady Tsunade asked me to deliver this to you. Much appreciated. Koichi accepted the letter and opened it while walking. Tsunade's message was straightforward, mostly praising his rapid mastery of Katsu summoning and his medical ninjutsu progress. However, the implication in her words was clear. Tsunade had learned from Katsu that Koichi was overseeing the Chunin exams. That was fine. He had never intended to keep it a secret anyway. If anything, knowing that she was aware gave him peace of mind. At least now, the big spender wouldn't have to rely on gambling as an excuse to check on his well-being. However, at the bottom, she mentioned something intriguing, a forbidden jutsu she was currently developing. Chapter 67, Tsunade, will definitely back him up. The Yin Seal is a jutsu passed down from my grandmother. Initially, it was just for storing chakra, but then I thought of combining it with the Katsu summoning jutsu. Recently, I had another idea. Creation Rebirth. The moment Koichi saw this concept, he immediately thought of Tsunade's signature jutsu, one that could mimic Hashirama Senju's sealless regeneration. Although it shortened one's lifespan, its power was undeniable. This letter from Tsunade was probably sent after she learned about Kiranayui's situation. She was seeking his opinion. From her wording, it was clear that Creation Rebirth was still in its early conceptual stage. The details were vague, with only a rough outline. Koichi put the letter away. Back home, he immediately picked up a brush to reply. If this were before, writing this letter would have been tricky. He only knew about Creation Rebirth in terms of its effects, not its principles. But now, after studying a significant number of medical texts, he had a lot more to say. Meanwhile, in the land of waterfalls, Tsunade sat on a rooftop, gazing at the serene village below. Her expression was a mix of confusion and determination. At that moment, Shizune climbed up beside her. Lady Tsunade, is something on your mind? A child shouldn't pry into adult affairs. Besides, I don't owe you any money now. Tsunade snorted coldly. She used to gamble herself into financial ruin, often losing her entire allowance and having to listen to Shizune's nagging. But now, She still gambled, but she no longer suffered losses. Whenever she lost, She would simply catch the cheaters and reclaim her money. Tsunade had her pride. Back when she visited gambling dens, she never used her ninja abilities to cheat. She didn't even consider the possibility of others doing so. But now, she gambled without using sensory abilities. And caught cheaters using sensory abilities. She had already busted quite a few fraudsters. Thanks to this, Tsunade had managed to clear many of her debts. Some casinos even wanted to hire her to root out cheating on a permanent basis. She refused, of course. Gambling was a hobby. Catching cheaters was a necessity for survival and the occasional moral crusade. She wouldn't let herself be tied down to one thing. However, lately, Tsunade had been feeling uneasy. Is it because of what's happening in the Land of Earth? Shizune pouted. She wasn't clueless. Every time Tsunade was in a bad mood, there was usually a reason, and lately, that reason seemed to be the guy who resembled the second Hokage, Daichi Kanda. And she could guess why. Hidden Stone's village was growing stronger. Lately, Onoki had been making moves that hinted at war. Many of the smaller ninja villages had already caught wind of this and begun withdrawing their forces from the Land of Earth. Even though Tsunade had left Hidden Leaf Village, she still cared about the village. Tsunade stared at her own hands, letting out a quiet sigh. She didn't answer. Back then, she had genuinely not cared about Hidden Leaf Village's affairs. She had no close connections left in the village. Even her old man. Well, if he died, she'd be sad, but not devastated. However, ever since she learned that Hidden Stone's village might start a war, she kept having nightmares of Daichi covered in blood. Every time, she woke up in a cold sweat. And yet, her hemophobia still haunted her. Just then, a wave of chakra pulsed beside her. A Katsu clone appeared. It carried a letter. Tsunade immediately took it and tore it open. Shizune, full of curiosity, peeked over cautiously. Tsunade didn't mind. She expected Shizune to be nosy and began reading. She had told Daichi about her thoughts on the Yin Seal and Creation Rebirth, hoping he might experiment with them. If he could learn these jutsus, it would be a life-saving advantage on the battlefield. As for sealless regeneration, that was just something she had casually mentioned. She hadn't really expected any useful feedback. However, Daichi's reply actually addressed this topic in great detail. Tsunade, you plan to use the Yin Seal to achieve sealless regeneration, but you're missing a crucial step. You must first disperse the Yin Seal's stored chakra throughout your entire body. Only then can instant, seal-less regeneration become possible. That's it. Tsunade stared blankly at the letter, stunned. In her excitement, she completely overlooked the fact that Daichi had called her Tsunade instead of Lady Tsunade. She had always thought about calling on the Yin Seal's chakra after getting injured, but that approach would never result in true seal-less regeneration. At best, it would be a seal-less version of mitotic regeneration. However, if she could release the Yin Seal's chakra all at once and distribute it evenly across her entire body, then it would become genuine seal-less regeneration. Of course, this meant her chakra control had to be even more precise. But the benefits were massive. If she could master this, then Tsunade would be constantly infused with chakra, allowing her to maintain enhanced strength at all times. That's right. Daichi's suggestion was essentially the foundation of Byakugo no Jutsu, strength of 100 jutsu. He had noticed that Tsunade was only focusing on the Yin Seal and Creation Rebirth, without realizing the key missing link. So, he had subtly pointed it out. From Daichi's perspective, strength of 100 jutsu was just as important as Creation Rebirth. Creation Rebirth was powerful, but it was a forbidden jutsu with a steep cost. Strength of 100 jutsu, on the other hand, had no real drawbacks. It wasn't impressive on its own, but when combined with the Yin Seal and strength of 100 jutsu, it became an overwhelming force multiplier. Tsunade was no fool. She simply hadn't thought of it before. But now that she had, it was no longer difficult. And oftentimes, the smallest detail made all the difference. That little brat. Tsunade muttered, not knowing what to say. She had originally wanted Daichi to try learning the Yin Seal, thinking it might be too difficult for him, but now, she was the one receiving pointers from him. Lady Tsunade? It's nothing. Tsunade pursed her lips and stuffed the letter away. She had been schooled by a brat. Again. Damn it. Couldn't she teach him something for once? Oh wait, he had asked about the strength of 100 jutsu. But she strongly suspected that if strength of 100 jutsu had a scroll, Daichi would have never asked her about it. It wasn't just medical ninjutsu, he also knew swordsmanship. What kind of monstrous talent was this? Tsunade thought of her granduncle, the second Hokage. Daichi was just like him. A mix of joy and melancholy filled her heart. Shizune, do you want to go back to the village for a bit? Huh? Shizune's eyes widened. Tsunade wanted to return to Hidden Leaf Village? That brat is stirring up trouble. Jiraiya's not around. If no one backs him up, those old geezers will eat him alive. Tsunade scoffed coldly. The hidden forbidden jutsu proposal. Those old bastards were scheming for sure. She couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Then I'll start packing right away. Shizue understood immediately. Tsunade was desperate to return, she couldn't bear the thought of Koichi getting bullied. No problem. Let's go. Chapter 68, The Need for Ideological Education. Koichi had no idea that Tsunade was planning to return. As for the forbidden jutsu, he wasn't about to make a big public announcement about it. At the moment, the only ones aware of his intentions were those in the Jonin level circles. Even Kakashi, who had been sitting in on parts of the Chunin exam discussions, only had a vague idea. Not that it was his fault. Kakashi had never studied forbidden jutsus. Certain jutsu, like impure world reincarnation or soul-binding jutsus, were absolute taboos, completely off-limits. Even attempting to secretly use them would make Hidden Leaf Village the target of the entire shinobi world. But jutsus like Strength of 100 Jutsu? At the core, it wasn't even a forbidden jutsu. If someone had the physical conditioning to withstand the backlash of superhuman strength, then there was no real reason to classify it as forbidden. And as for breathing activation jutsus, those were even less of an issue. If they were to be considered forbidden, then Hidden Cloud's Village's lightning-style chakra mode, which similarly stimulated the body, would have to be banned as well. Koichi had his eyes on these types of jutsus. If he didn't, there would have been no need to develop a lower-tier version of the breathing activation jutsu, he could have just introduced the Seven Heavens breathing method right away. Hiruzen understood this as well. Otherwise, given his stubborn and rigid mindset, he never would have agreed to hold a closed-door meeting on the subject. However, Koichi knew full well that the third Hokage likely had his own thoughts about the matter. Orochimaru. It was unclear whether it was Koichi's actions that had subtly shifted the timeline or if something else was at play, but lately, both the third and Jiraiya had been far more cautious about Orochimaru than they had been in the original events. They had brought up his name several times in conversation. They must have suspected something. Most likely, Orochimaru had slipped up during the Jonin exams. For Koichi, that was good news. He was part of the Senju lineage, after all. Having both Orochimaru and Danzo secretly watching his every move was a real nuisance. It was impossible to constantly guard against thieves. Forcing them into the open with a preemptive strike would at least make things a little safer. Koichi drafted a letter and had Katsu deliver it. As he waited for Tsunade's response, he pondered a critical question: would Tsunade be able to grasp the essence of Strength of 100 Jutsu with the guidance he had meticulously laid out for her? A moment later, a notification appeared. You have successfully guided Tsunade in mastering the Strength of 100 Jutsu. Evaluation, excellent. Reward, Principles of the Yin Seal. Huh? Just the principles? Koichi had been excited when he saw the reward, but then realized it only contained the theoretical knowledge of the Yin Seal, something he had already read about in Tsunade's letter. Was the system scamming him? He hurriedly claimed the reward. Then, he realized he had been mistaken. The system was still as reliable as ever. The reward didn't just contain the theoretical principles, it also included all the intricate details, jutsus, and specialized knowledge related to the Yin Seal. If Koichi had been a woman, he could have begun training in it immediately. Of course, there was technically no gender restriction on the Yin Seal, but since it had been created by Uzumaki Mido and had never been tested on men, its applicability to male shinobi was uncertain. Even Tsunade wasn't sure if it would work. The jutsu was simply too difficult. It had an S-rank difficulty level. Only those with deep expertise in sealing jutsus could even attempt to learn it. Tsunade herself had only mastered it later in life, so there was no way she could say whether a male shinobi could use it. Her letter merely suggested that Koichi give it a try. At worst, he would just waste some time. However, the system's version of the Yin Seal did mention slight anatomical differences in chakra pathways between men and women, particularly around the forehead area. The jutsu would need some modifications. Koichi was lost in thought when, Sensei Shizue knocked on the door. Before he could even finish knocking, the door creaked open. But there was no one there. Huh? Had his teacher developed some new jutsu? Shizue was stunned. He stepped inside, only to see a piece of paper fluttering through the air. A piece of paper? What the? Shizue wasn't familiar with Conan's abilities, but this jutsu was eye-opening. He quickly gave chase. The next moment, the paper folded itself into the shape of a blade. It began to move on its own. Leaf-style blow? Shizue's eyes widened, but after watching for a while, he realized that nothing special was happening. Haha, I just copied this from someone else. I've only just started practicing, so it's not that impressive yet. Koichi laughed. The leaf-style willow relied on precise movements and lighting conditions to create an illusion. Folding paper alone wasn't enough to achieve the full effect. You'll master it in no time, sensei. Shishui's eyes sparkled with excitement. This jutsu was so cool. For now, it's not all that practical. Kleichi waved his hand, and a flurry of papers swirled around, carrying a teapot to the table. Dance of the Shikigami had its uses, but at the moment, it was just a novelty. A clean sword slash was still far more efficient. Sensei, your insight is almost as sharp as a Sharingan. Shishui wasn't just flattering him, he meant it. Fighting someone once and immediately learning their jutsus. That was practically a cheat ability. Enough flattery. What brings you here? Right. I almost forgot. Shishui had been so shocked that he nearly forgot why he had come. I need your guidance, sensei. Go on. Kleichi already had a hunch. This was probably about the Uchiha. And sure enough. After listening to Shishui's explanation, Kleichi wasn't the least bit surprised. This kid had no real interest in the Chunin rank. Not surprising at all. However, compared to the original events, Shishui was much smarter now. He understood the importance of concealing his full strength. All that training hadn't gone to waste. Kleichi reached out with his sensory abilities. After confirming there were no hidden Anbu nearby, he finally spoke. I didn't expect you to outright refuse Fugaku's offer, but you made the right choice. But, Lord Hokage, you couldn't fully hide it from him. Kleichi didn't elaborate, but Shishui understood immediately. He had only just learned today that the third Hokage had a telescope jutsu. Don't worry. If they really wanted to act against you, hiding your abilities wouldn't make a difference. You're just a kid, don't overestimate yourself. You're 5 years old and haven't even awakened your Sharingan yet. Kleichi patted him on the shoulder. Shishui froze for a moment. As a so-called Uchiha genius, he had always been told how important he was to the clan, how he had to prioritize the family's interests above all else. This was the first time someone had said, don't overestimate yourself. You don't believe me? Ha. You, me, even the entire Uchiha clan, do you think Hidden Leaf Village would collapse without us? Kleichi continued. Well, probably not. Shishui hesitated before shaking his head. The Uchiha were strong. But without them, Hidden Leaf Village would still be powerful. Then that's that. When did you start thinking you were important enough to decide your clan's fate? Don't overestimate yourself, at least, not yet. Kleichi spoke calmly. Blunt words, but the logic was sound. Shishui was far more perceptive than in the original timeline, otherwise, Kleichi wouldn't have bothered saying this much. And this wasn't just about now. Even in the future, if Shishui awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, would he truly be strong enough to sway the entire Uchiha clan? No. Illusions were still just illusions, they couldn't manipulate everyone's thoughts. Relying solely on Ganjutsu? That was a dead end. Not to mention, Madara Uchiha alone ensured the Uchiha clan would never have an easy path. Shishui's mouth hung open. He wanted to say something several times, but in the end, no words came out. Because, when he thought about it carefully, he realized, he really wasn't that important. Improving your strength is the first priority. Kleichi continued. But beyond that, you need to build your own faction within the clan. You need people who will listen to you, people who will support you. I understand now, sensei. Shishui nodded solemnly. He finally got it. Fugaku Uchiha was intelligent, but unreliable. If Shishui wanted his ideals to take root, he needed his own supporters. Otherwise, there was no way Fugaku would openly stand with him, that was just the kind of person Fugaku was. So, strength wasn't enough. He also had to make his clan understand his intentions, understand what his teacher called the will of fire. Ideological education was essential. Chapter 69, a leaky version of the Yin Seal. This is how you tell apart allies from enemies. Shishui was thrilled. He finally understood. Allies weren't something you were born with, they were built over time. Helping those old grandmothers with Obito wasn't just an act of kindness, it was a way of turning enemies into friends. This was the same thing. If he wanted to change the Uchiha and steer the clan in the direction he envisioned, he needed allies of his own. He needed strength. Simply put. As his teacher had said, when he spoke, someone had to listen. Good. Kleichi nodded slightly, saying no more. There was no need. Shishui had already grasped the core idea. Anything beyond that would be meaningless to him right now. He wouldn't understand it, and it might just confuse him further. It was better to let him build his own network first. Still. Looking at the situation, Kleichi found it all a bit ridiculous. He had no idea if Shishui could actually pull it off. After all, this wasn't the famed Shishui of the body flicker, feared throughout the shinobi world. He was just a 5-year-old boy. Strong for his age, yes, but compared to the overall shinobi community, he was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. As Shisui left, the system's notification rang. Another wave of rewards. And this time, it was a Ganjutsu jutsu. Demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change. Kleichi was surprised. He had assumed it would be a Sharingan Ganjutsu. But in reality, it was a counter Ganjutsu jutsu. The reason it was often associated with the Sharingan was because the Dujutsu's keen perception and dispelling ability made it far more effective. This jutsu involved numerous methods for breaking illusions. Kleichi was confident that if he were caught in a Ganjutsu now, he could break free in an instant, or even turn it against his opponent. Without a Sharingan, the effect wouldn't be as overwhelming, but at the very least, it would prevent chakra disruption from Ganjutsu. Not bad. A solid gain. Kleichi was quite pleased. It wasn't an overwhelmingly powerful jutsu, but it patched up one of his weaknesses. He wasn't lacking in offensive jutsus. A skill like this was far more useful to him. That said, the real priority was the Yin Seal. If he could somehow develop a functional version of it, mastering this jutsu would be invaluable in every aspect. Normally, this would be an incredibly difficult process. Sealing jutsus were among the most complex arts, where even the smallest miscalculation could lead to complete failure. However, Kleichi understood the principles and intricate details behind the Yin Seal. And he had another sealing jutsu, the Four-Symbol Seal. A top-tier Fuin jutsu, just a step below forbidden jutsus. Although the two weren't identical, they shared some common structures and principles that could be leveraged. Kleichi sketched out the seal's structure. After studying it for a while, a thought struck him: wasn't this just a reservoir? If he didn't have a large enough reservoir, he could just store a smaller amount instead. While it wouldn't hold as much as Tsunoda's, at least it would be usable. Better than nothing, especially since he had no intention of practicing creation rebirth. As long as he could integrate it with Byakugo no Jutsu and his breathing jutsus, it would be enough. He carefully analyzed the sealing formula. By removing a few unnecessary symbols, he could shrink the capacity of the Yin Seal. It seemed feasible. However, he decided to consult Tsunoda first. Kleichi sent his idea over through Katsu. Lately, his summons had been used mostly for communication. Good thing Katsu was patient. If it had been one of the toads from Mount Mayabaku, they'd have quit a long time ago. Before long, Tsunoda's reply came. Lady Tsunoda says removing those symbols won't have major negative effects, so it's worth a try. However, doing so will significantly increase the chakra control required. Proceed with caution. Thank you very much. No major drawbacks. That meant it was viable. Kleichi was now 70% confident. With no severe side effects, he could afford to experiment boldly. A short while later, the seal was roughly formed. But would it leak? That remained to be seen. He had to pour chakra into it to find out. After a long time, as his chakra flowed into the seal, it gradually accumulated. But before long, some of it began to seep out from another area. The removal of one of the symbols had compromised its integrity. After several trials, he started to get a better grasp of the problem. Fortunately, he had already created a shadow clone earlier. After constant experimentation, his chakra was nearly depleted. The next day, upon waking up, Kleichi refined his chakra and channeled a portion into the modified Yin Seal. By afternoon, roughly 1/5 of that chakra had leaked out. However, this was the best result so far. For comparison, he tried using the original formula. As soon as he infused chakra, it scattered along multiple pathways, sending a sharp pain through his forehead. He immediately stopped. As expected, modifying an S-rank sealing jutsu wasn't simple. Forget it. I'll just use a simplified version of the Four-Symbol Seal to patch the leaks for now. I can unlock it when needed. It's a hassle, but at least I won't have to recharge it every day. Kleichi came up with a temporary workaround. No other choice. His current version was barely usable, but the chakra leakage was too significant. Since there was no urgent combat situation, he might as well seal it properly for now. An added bonus. Unless someone actively broke the Four-Symbol Seal, no one would even realize he was practicing the Yin Seal. After finishing, his stomach growled loudly. After eating, Kleichi went for a run and stopped by to check on Shisui and Kurenai. Kurenai was practicing Chakra Scalpel, a medical ninjutsu she valued highly. It could be used for both offense and defense. If she mastered it, she'd have another trump card for the third round of the exam. Shisui, on the other hand, was practicing swordsmanship. Judging by his form, it was the Uchiha Kenjutsu, incorporating fire and wind chakra for increased power. It was quite formidable. After a brief glance, Kleichi moved on. He had given Kurenai the ninjutsu scroll, and Shizue didn't need his guidance at the moment. As for the third round of the Chunin exams, he had already heard the news. The daimyo had been invited. Clearly. This was essentially a large-scale gain-in-level military exercise, meant to showcase Hidden Leaf Village's new generation and assure the daimyo of their strength, so he wouldn't feel pressured by other great nations. Kleichi had no plans to interfere in the exams. Right now, he just wanted to quietly improve himself, refine his swordsmanship, and have his shadow clone research hidden misjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and mirage illusions. Everyone was busy. And yet, despite that, the third Hokage still assigned him a mission. The daimyo has agreed to visit Hidden Leaf Village. You and Minato will escort him and ensure his safety. The third spoke with a serious expression. Just the two of us? The gain-in the exam can't go. Mix up the teams. Asuma, Obito, and Yamashiro Oba will form a temporary squad. Honestly, in the Hokage's mind, just Kleichi and Minato were enough. But for the daimyo's peace of mind, extra people would make him feel more secure. Yes, sir. Minato agreed immediately. Kleichi rubbed his temples and reluctantly nodded. Well, the village was paying him, after all. At the village gates, Asuma looked shocked and curious. Obito, on the other hand, seemed listless and dejected. Though Guy had advanced to the third round, Obito and Oba had been eliminated early. Knowing that, Obito deeply regretted his choices. If only he hadn't rushed in recklessly. After checking in, they left the village. Not long after, Asuma couldn't hold back his curiosity. Sensei, what's our mission this time? To escort the daimyo. Huh? Chapter 70, a crow-keeper who doesn't use Ganjutsu? A daimyo? Asuma's eyes widened in shock. A mission this important, no wonder they assigned to Jonin. But would they really work well together? Asuma hesitated, unsure whether to voice his concerns. Kleichi, should we divide the tasks? Minato asked while running, glancing over at him. You and Asuma will protect the daimyo. I'll assess the situation myself. If you get held up, the other three will follow Asuma's lead. He'll be in charge. Kleichi didn't hesitate. The three of them together barely made up 2.5 brains. Back in the second round of the Chunin exams, it was clear that Oba couldn't control Obito, only Asuma could. Obito wanted to argue. But he had heard about Asuma's performance in the Chunin exams afterward. Brave. Fierce. If he hadn't sacrificed himself to save his teammates, there was no way he would have been eliminated. Compared to that, his own performance seemed. Sigh. Obito let out a quiet sigh. Minato and Kleichi didn't bother comforting him. This kid never learned from his mistakes. If they consoled him now, he'd probably forget the lesson from the Chunin exams in no time. Still, Asuma seemed unusually excited. Kleichi gave him a strange look. Come on, you're the third Hokage's son. Why are you acting like you're meeting a celebrity? And it wasn't like they had even met the daimyo yet. On the road from Hidden Leaf Village to the capital, the prosperity of the towns along the way was evident at a glance. This road connects Hidden Leaf Village and the capital. The more turbulent the times, the busier it gets. I can tell. Kleichi nodded. The streets were packed. Not just with merchants, but also with many wealthy refugees who had fled inland. Now that the war was settling down, they were traveling west with their possessions, some even hiring Hidden Leaf Village shinobi as escorts. Asuma couldn't stop staring. See a girl you like? Should I ask your old man to arrange a marriage? Kleichi teased. Asuma's face turned bright red as he stammered, no, I just think they're pitiful. Pitiful? These people? They had enough money to hire escorts and escape when the war broke out. You know who's really pitiful? The ones who couldn't even run. Kleichi shook his head. This was the shinobi world. Even he wasn't sure how long he'd survive, who had time to worry about strangers. Asuma was at a loss for words. He fell silent but continued observing the people around him. Slowly, he started to understand what Kleichi meant. Those who made it this far were mostly the wealthy. In times of war, bandits roamed freely. If you couldn't afford to hire shinobi, you'd likely never even reach this point. Compared to those who perished, these people were the lucky ones. Many had no say in their own fate, including shinobi. With their speed, the group reached the capital in no time. Minato, you meet with the daimyo. I'll stay outside in case anything happens. Alright. Since Minato would be escorting the daimyo later, it made sense for him to handle the formalities. Kleichi leaned against a post, twirling a kunai in his hand while surveying the area. The capital itself was relatively safe. No shinobi would dare cause trouble in the heart of a nation. If they did, assassinations would become an everyday occurrence. Every country had an unspoken rule: You didn't target a daimyo within their own domain. However, once they left the capital, things could change. Some missing nin had a tendency to ignore the rules, especially with the war barely over and chaos still lingering. Then again, Kleichi suspected this might be a trap set by the third Hokage. Kleichi-sensei, could you? Yamashiro Oba hesitated, his face flushing slightly. It was obvious, he wanted to ask for guidance. During the Chunin exams, he had voluntarily stayed behind to cover for Might Guy. But in his heart, he wasn't satisfied. He had already came to terms with being slower than Might Guy. But losing to Obito? That was harder to accept. At the academy, Obito had always been called the dead last. Sure, most of that was due to his terrible academic scores, but Oba had never really considered him a rival. Yet in the Chunin exams, Obito and Guy had taken off like lightning, leaving him behind like a fool. Even now, the memory stung. Seeing Kleichi again reminded him of their academy days. He couldn't resist coming forward to ask for advice. But he was also afraid of getting scolded. What are you so scared of? I don't bite. Sit. Kleichi patted the stone ledge beside him. Oba sat down. Asuma looked on enviously. Kleichi had never spoken to him so gently. As for Obito, he had no idea what a normal conversation with Kleichi felt like. Ever since graduation, every time they met, he got scolded. And yet, deep down, he knew Kleichi looked out for him. It was confusing. Your performance in the Chunin exams was actually pretty good. If your skills were just a bit stronger, you would have had a real shot. Sensei, what about me? The moment Obito heard Chunin exams, his sleepiness vanished. As soon as he spoke, the other three turned to look at him. Their expressions said it all. They didn't need to say anything, their gazes alone were insult enough. Hey! What's with those looks? Obito shouted, frustrated. Obito, if you had just followed Oba's instructions, your team wouldn't have been eliminated. To be honest, Oba was dragged down by you. I wasn't strong enough to keep up with them. Oba quickly defended. See? That's how you take responsibility. Kleichi chuckled. Obito fumed but couldn't argue back. Seeing Oba's earnest attitude, Asuma asked, Sensei, what exactly was Oba's problem? No rush. We've got plenty of time on the road, but since we're free now, I'll say a few words. In truth, Kleichi had been trying to recall something. Oba's abilities. He couldn't quite remember the details. Then it hit him. He raised crows. After a moment's thought, Kleichi asked, your clan raises crows, right? And you have your own secret jutsus? Yes. Oba nodded. Have you ever considered using Genjutsu with your crows? Oba hesitated. Genjutsu? Yeah. Your clan's crows are impressive. Why not develop jutsus that incorporate them? Also, you really need to improve your taijutsu, you're lagging way too far behind. Oba was a lot like Kleichi. He dabbled in everything but wasn't particularly strong in any one area. However, Kleichi had the system, plus access to the Senju and Third Hokage's teachings, which helped him cover his weaknesses. He also trained his taijutsu daily. Oba hadn't done the same. He saw himself primarily as a scout and support specialist. Which was fine. But his current taijutsu level was embarrassing, even Obito was better. And really? A crowkeeper who doesn't use Genjutsu? What a waste. As a shinobi, the worst thing you can do is become complacent. Always keep improving. Kleichi patted Oba's shoulder. Then, he turned to face the daimyo's estate. Minato had emerged. The daimyo wouldn't be leaving immediately, he still had to finalize the details of his journey. But since they had received prior notice, the process moved quickly. By the afternoon, a messenger arrived with the expected news. The daimyo was ready to depart. Chapter 71, Earth-style wall? More like Earth-style fortress. We'll head out first. Stay alert on the way and send the crows out. Kleichi signaled to Yamashiro Oba to follow him. Kyoto itself wasn't particularly dangerous, the real threats lay outside the city. A daimyo was, of course, a noble figure. But that only applied within the capital. Outside the city, accidents could always happen. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a need for the 12 guardian ninja. Yamashiro Oba nodded and followed. Once they left the city, 1,000 crows dispersed, each one acting as Oba's eyes and ears, scouting the surroundings for any potential threats. Kleichi was even more direct. He placed 2 fingers on the ground, spreading his chakra outward. His sensory ability swept across the area, giving him a general picture of the surroundings. No threats detected, for now. Sensei, there's no one around for the moment. This area is still safe, but the further we go, the more uncertain it becomes. My sensory ability has its limits, I can't monitor everything at all times. We'll need to rely on your crows for that. Understood. They moved ahead to scout the route. Before long, the daimyo's procession departed from the capital, heading outward. The daimyo himself was relatively young. As he left the city, his gaze scanned his surroundings, quickly noticing the unusually high number of crows in the sky. He observed them for a moment but didn't ask about it. However, when his eyes fell upon Kyoichi in the distance, a particular figure surfaced in his mind. With a slight smile, he turned to ask, "Jonin Minato, may I ask who that shinobi is?" "Lord Daimyo, his name is Kanda Kyoichi. He is a newly promoted Jonin from Hidden Lee Village, and his strength is on par with mine." Minato Namikaze, walking beside him, answered respectfully. The daimyo nodded slightly. "Not a senju? Strange." His brow furrowed slightly as he studied Kyoichi for a moment longer before asking, "Is he a descendant of the senju?" Kyoichi's grandmother was from the lineage of Lord Tobirama. Minato replied. Realization dawned on the daimyo. As expected, he was of senju blood. He knew that Kyoichi was currently scouting the area to prevent any potential ambushes. So, he didn't have Minato call Kyoichi over for a closer look. However, that silver hair, that figure. Just one glance, and it was impossible not to think of the second Hokage. The daimyo couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Then, as if suddenly intrigued, he continued, "Lord Obirama was a brilliant leader. I didn't expect him to have a descendant who became a shinobi. What a pleasant surprise. Minato, do you know who trained him?" Kyoichi was largely self-taught, using the senju records and scrolls passed down by his grandmother. Recently, he earned Lady Tsunada's recognition and signed a contract with Shikatsu Forest. Aside from not changing his surname, he is, for all intents and purposes, a senju. Minato didn't give a direct answer. But his words carried a clear implication. Kyoichi had no teacher. He had learned everything on his own. The daimyo seemed to have only been asking out of casual curiosity. Hearing Minato's response, he simply remarked, "A young hero indeed." With that, he closed the curtains of his palanquin and said no more. Further along the journey, a crow descended from the sky. Shortly after, Yamashiro Oba hurried over. "Sensei, something's off." "What did you find?" Kyoichi knew that Oba's crows must have spotted something unusual. Oba nodded. While his crows weren't strong in combat, they were unmatched in reconnaissance. This was a specialty passed down through the Yamashiro clan. After listening to Oba's report, Kyoichi quickly understood the situation. It wasn't a direct sign of danger, but there was a set of footprints by the river bank. More importantly, the tracks followed the river, appearing and disappearing intermittently along the shore. This wasn't something they could afford to ignore. They aren't nearby. They're either lying in wait further ahead or hiding in the river itself, using some kind of jutsu to block my sensory detection. After a brief check, Kyoichi shared his assessment. Chakra sensing wasn't infallible, many secret jutsus could be used to evade detection. But, after a moment's thought, he smiled. No need to worry. If they're from Hidden Mist Village, then I'm not concerned at all. Water style? I've got that covered. Kyoichi's shadow clones had been studying Hidden Mist Village's Hidden Mist Jutsu for some time. After incorporating the principles of the Crescent Moon Dance assassination jutsu, he had a solid grasp of how the Mist Village's assassination strategies worked. He was confident. If a thick mist covered the battlefield, he would have the advantage. For now, they acted as if they hadn't noticed anything. The procession continued moving forward. The daimyo kept admiring the scenery along the way. Seeing how prosperous the Land of Fire was and how well it had recovered, he couldn't help but feel pleased. The flourishing landscape before him was proof that the Land of Fire was thriving. However, his mind was still preoccupied with one thought, Kyoichi. A senju. He hadn't changed his surname, but just the fact that Lady Tsunada had acknowledged him as part of the senju bloodline was remarkable in itself. There were plenty of senju descendants, of course. But, are there any still worthy of recognition? It wasn't that Tsunada was unwilling, but the integration of the senju into Hidden Lee Village was a foundational rule set by the first and second Hokage, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. It was something that simply couldn't be changed. For this young man to gain such recognition, he must be truly exceptional. His face remained calm, yet his mind swirled with countless thoughts. At that moment, a scream pierced the air from the front, and the carriage came to an abrupt stop. Jonin Minato. The daimyo peeked out, only to see a thick mist gradually enveloping the surroundings. His face instantly turned pale. Though he wasn't a shinobi, he knew of certain infamous jutsu. Like the hiding in mist jutsu. As a daimyo, this was the jutsu he feared most. Within the blinding fog, nothing could be seen clearly. Minato, Asuma, and Obito immediately took defensive positions around the carriage, their expressions grave. Someone actually had the audacity to attack. Ahead. A body floated in the river, blood dyeing the water red. A hidden mist village shinobi. With a swift body flicker jutsu and a flawless Ito strike, he was cut down instantly. Sensei, his forehead protector has a scratch. That doesn't mean much. Keep an eye on the body and stay alert for enemy ambushes, I'm going after them. With those words, Kleichi vanished. Yamashiro Oba tensed. He didn't know much about the hidden mist jutsu, and now that Kleichi had left, his palms began to sweat. The fear of an unseen attack gnawed at him. And sure enough, in the darkness, another hidden mist village shinobi watched closely. His original plan was to wait for the perfect moment to assassinate the daimyo, but now that Kleichi had left, only a single boy remained. A reconnaissance-type shinobi, no doubt. He hesitated briefly before finally making his move. Silently, he emerged from the water, blade flashing toward Yamashiro Oba. But then, a sudden, searing pain in his neck. Blood sprayed into the misty air. His hands clutched his throat, eyes filled with confusion. What just happened? He would never get the answer. Oba stood frozen in shock. The hidden mist village shinobi had practically thrown himself onto an invisible blade. If it weren't for the faintest ripple in the water afterward, Oba would have thought the man had simply killed himself. The hidden mist jutsu was powerful, but it didn't make someone truly invisible. How had Sensei done that? It was beyond belief. Yet, as the shock faded, Oba felt a wave of relief. Sensei hadn't abandoned him. Meanwhile, the remaining hidden mist village shinobi lurking in the mist could no longer focus on Oba. The last survivor among them was utterly terrified. Kleichi's jutsus were too eerie. He couldn't help but recall the second Mizukage from long ago. It felt like that kind of Ganjutsu. Absolutely terrifying. He knew now that this mission was doomed. There was no way they could succeed. His only thought was escape. Silently, while submerged in the river, he began forming seals. Boom. A massive surge of water exploded forth, and in an instant, a giant shark swallowed the two corpses whole. At the same time, he used the commotion as cover and fled downstream. But, just as he gained some distance, he felt an unnatural shift in the water. The next second, the entire riverbed beneath him rose abruptly. Earth-style wall. What the hell? How was this Earth-style wall so absurdly massive? Just who were these people protecting the daimyo? Their strength was absolutely insane. His heart pounded as he cursed inwardly. And in the next instant, he was forced out of hiding. Chapter 72, Restoring the Glory of the Senju. Our duty and obligation two were slain, one fled, and with no one left to maintain the thick mist, it gradually began to dissipate. And so, the daimyo witnessed everything with perfect clarity. This. What kind of jutsu is this? The entire river seemed to rise, its waters surging back in a massive wave that engulfed the surroundings. He was dumbfounded. He had never seen a jutsu like this before. It should be Earth-style wall. Minato muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching. Although, judging by its sheer scale, it looked more like Earth wall. But from the structure of the walls, it seemed to be just a standard Earth-style wall. Only. This scale was absolutely insane. This is Earth-style wall? The daimyo was stunned into silence for a long moment before a wave of admiration and awe washed over him. No doubt, this was the power of the Senju bloodline. Having forced his opponent into the open, Kleichi quickly formed seals. The moisture in the air condensed around him, instantaneously forming a massive water dragon. The mist jonin was utterly dumbfounded. His own jutsu was instantly shattered, while Kleichi's water dragon remained completely intact, surging toward him with relentless force. What the hell? Who was the real hidden mist village ninja here? Why was this kid's water style stronger than his own? He couldn't wrap his head around it. But now wasn't the time to think. This young man was clearly a terrifying opponent. And so young, too. If Hidden Leaf Village had such a prodigy, he had to escape and deliver this intelligence. Taking advantage of the lingering mist, he activated Mist Body Flicker and fled without hesitation. However, he hadn't gone far before he sensed something was wrong. That Ganjutsu. He immediately drew his kunai. Clang. A crisp metallic clash rang out. As expected, there was a blade. A chill ran down his spine, and he was forced to dispel the mist. The Hidden Leaf Village shinobi had appeared. At this moment, he had no intention of fighting Kleichi to the death, he only wanted to escape and report back. As he ran, he rapidly formed seals. Landing on the river's surface, he slammed his palm down, summoning 5 ferocious sharks. Water style, 5 feeding sharks. Kleichi recalled how those same sharks had just torn corpses apart. Kisame had used jutsu to self-destruct, who was to say this guy wouldn't do the same? Forget it, getting the corpse is good enough. Kleichi abandoned the idea of taking him alive. In the next instant, His blade left its sheath. A flash of light. The Mist Jonan's instincts screamed danger. He immediately dived into the water and formed seals to create a water formation wall. However, the moment the blade struck, one slash. A wind-style sword jutsu cleaved through the river, creating a brief vacuum of empty space. Blood dyed the waters red. A lifeless body floated to the surface. Magnificent. The daimyo's eyes gleamed with excitement. He wasn't a shinobi, but even he could tell from the sheer power and scale of the battle, this young man was incredibly strong. And given his age, such a prodigy. If only he could bring him under his influence. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. Meanwhile, Minato used a shadow clone to teleport to Obayama-shiro's side. Unfortunately, the two corpses from earlier had been utterly shredded. Only the one Kyoichi had slain remained relatively intact. Oba returned to formation, while his summoning crow remained in the air, keeping watch. The convoy pressed forward, while Kyoichi discussed with Minato's clone. They originally planned to detonate the bridge before attacking. When I crossed, I sensed a faint chakra presence below. Sure enough, after I made my move, I found someone hiding there. Kyoichi retrieved an explosive tag. I found this under the bridge. Minato's expression turned grave. All three enemy shinobi had scratched forehead protectors, a common sign of roguenin. However, it was obvious they weren't actually roguenin. Since when did roguenin target the daimyo? That was suicide. It's fortunate you managed to recover a body. Minato took a deep breath. These three were fanatics, utterly unafraid of death. If they had succeeded in assassinating the daimyo, the land of fire would have been thrown into chaos. In that case, it wouldn't just be Hidden Mist Village launching an attack, both Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village, having bided their time, would seize the opportunity as well. Hidden Leaf Village wasn't capable of fighting all three villages at once. Hidden Mist Village was truly sinister. There must be many Hidden Mist Village spies within the land of fire. This plan has been in the works for a long time. However, Kyoichi couldn't help but feel that perhaps the third Hokage had allowed this on purpose. Would Hidden Mist Village really have made a move if the daimyo hadn't left his palace? Unlikely. Even with just this one recovered corpse, they had still obtained valuable intelligence. Alright, I'll send the body back immediately. Hopefully, the intelligence division can extract any lingering memories. Minato used Flying Thunder God to deliver the scroll back to Hidden Leaf Village. The journey continued. Along the way, Obayama-shiro detected multiple traces of enemies. Kyoichi also noticed some lurking shinobi, but they remained distant, never fully approaching. The moment they entered his range, they immediately withdrew. Hunting them down was too much trouble. But it was clear that Land of Fire had many foreign operatives hiding within. Then again, that was inevitable. Every nation had spies in each other's territories. A daimyo's movements were impossible to keep secret. However, all of this was a sign that war was brewing once more. Not long after the conflict with Hidden Sand Village had ended, it seemed Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Mist Village were preparing to make their moves. Once they crossed the bridge, the enemy presence faded. After confirming their safety, the daimyo decided to stop and rest. Kyoichi and the others had no choice but to obey. However, during this time, the daimyo requested a private meeting with Kyoichi. Kyoichi hadn't wanted to meet him. This daimyo was still young, he seemed gentle, but in truth, he had great ambition. Otherwise, he wouldn't have later established the 12 Guardian Ninja. He was no Asuma. Getting involved with him would only bring trouble. Inside his carriage, the daimyo lifted the curtain and asked, "Are you a descendant of the second Hokage?" Something like that. Kyoichi didn't deny it. His grandmother bore a striking resemblance to Tobirama Senju. Before the clan had disbanded, she had closely followed his teachings. She was one of his loyal subordinates. And the Hashida family jutsus were also originally Tobirama's. I have admired the second Hokage since childhood. Many see the first Hokage as the greatest, but in my eyes, the second was just as vital. Without him, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't be what it is today. The daimyo sighed. Clearly, he was trying to build a rapport with Kyoichi. If he had been speaking to Tsunade, he would have been praising Hashirama instead. Kyoichi merely smiled. The Senju clan is gone. Their glory belongs to the past, it has nothing to do with me. If one has the strength, the Senju's glory can be revived. That depends on Lady Tsunade. If she wishes to restore the Senju name, I would, of course, be duty-bound to assist. Kyoichi's tone remained indifferent. The daimyo fell silent for a moment, then nodded. The daimyo lowered the curtain, no longer pressing the matter. Instead, he casually asked about Kyoichi's age, rank, and experiences, even requesting that he recount some of his past missions as if they were stories. Once their rest was over, he signaled for the convoy to resume its journey. After that, he never summoned Kyoichi again. Since Minato was leading the mission, once they returned to the village, Kleichi didn't stay with the group. Instead, he called Asuma and the others to grab some ramen. Yamashiro seemed somewhat reserved. He had initially wanted to treat everyone, but Kleichi refused. After all, ramen wasn't expensive, he could afford to cover it himself. Asuma, however, seemed lost in thought. He absent-mindedly ate his ramen, but his mind was occupied with images of Kleichi and the daimyo speaking together. What exactly had they talked about? His curiosity was killing him. Alright, make sure to keep up your training. This mission is over, but things might not be so peaceful in the future. Everyone should be prepared. Kleichi stretched lazily. Asuma recalled how his teacher had told him to study the hiding in mist jutsu. After everything that had happened today, he was beginning to understand. He lowered his voice and asked, "Sensei, do you think the East will make a move?" "It's hard to say for sure, but they're certainly growing restless." Chapter 73, Wind-Style Chakra Mode War was approaching. The atmosphere grew heavy. Asuma recalled Kleichi's sword slash that split the river. He never had much interest in swordsmanship, but at this moment, he fully realized just how vast the gap between him and his sensei truly was. Even though they both practiced wind-style-based taijutsu, he had yet to fully master Flying Swallow. He needed to work even harder. "Sensei, before Obito could finish his sentence, he hesitated. He had the distinct feeling that Kleichi didn't like him. So, even though he wanted to speak, he wasn't quite sure if he should. Kleichi cut him off before he could struggle any further. "Obito, you don't need to focus too much on training. Instead, spend more time reading, especially books on tactics, teamwork, and battlefield strategy. In small-scale missions, your teacher can cover for you and keep you safe, but that won't be the case on the battlefield." His tone was serious. Before Obito's descent into stupidity, he had at least been a little promising. But with a brain like this, whether he had the Sharingan or not, he just couldn't seem to think things through properly. Good thing he wasn't Kleichi's subordinate. Obito's face fell as he thought back to his Chunin exam performance. He realized that his tactical awareness was severely lacking. On a real battlefield, he could easily end up dragging his team down. But where could he even find books like that? The Uchiha police force should have those kinds of books. Asuma reminded him. Obito froze for a moment, then hesitated. "Come find me later," Kleichi said. "I'll get you a basic one. I don't expect you to understand complex battle tactics or lead troops, but at the very least, you need to know how to fight effectively on a battlefield and work with your teammates." He understood Obito's problem. The Uchiha police force? There was no way in hell Obito could just walk in and borrow books from them. Aside from Shizui, most Uchiha barely tolerated him. And growing up with just his grandmother, he never really had access to these kinds of resources. Of course. Kleichi didn't say all of this out loud. Obito looked at him with grateful eyes. "Alright, make good use of your time. If war truly breaks out, forget about just getting promoted to Chunin. If you're quick, you might even reach Jonin in no time." Kleichi gave him a word of encouragement. His own Chunin promotion had been due to war, after all. The promotion system in wartime was completely different from in peacetime. If this were the era of the Hidden Leaf Village 12, he might have still been a gain-in. Of course. That was if he had stuck to the original strength of his past self. Right now, Kleichi was a true elite Jonin, and no one could argue otherwise. Meanwhile, the daimyo had arrived in Hidden Leaf Village, filled with curiosity. Although he had visited Hidden Leaf Village after taking office, the frequent wars in recent years had kept him away. This was his first time back in a long while. But he wasn't just here for sightseeing. Kleichi had already guessed his intentions. From their conversation earlier, combined with the presence of the 12 Guardian Ninja, it was obvious that the daimyo was considering establishing his own personal ninja force. His attempt to recruit Kleichi had been proof of that. However, that was a massive trap. Unless he was the Hokage's son, stepping into that pit meant ruining his future in Hidden Leaf Village. Once he left, he'd never be able to make any real contributions to the village again. Kleichi wasn't aiming for the Hokage position, but he had his own vision for Hidden Leaf Village. If he didn't, he wouldn't have invested so much effort into training Shizui and Asuma. So, only an idiot would accept the daimyo's offer. Returning home, Kleichi spotted Asuma waiting at his doorstep. "Huh? This kid? Not bad." Kleichi didn't say much. He simply opened the door and gestured for Asuma to come in. Asuma grinned and stepped inside. Once inside, he scratched his head and asked somewhat sheepishly, "Sensei, I was just curious. What exactly did you and the daimyo talk about?" "Nothing much. He asked about the Senju clan and my grandmother, just some trivial matters." Kleichi didn't elaborate. He glanced at Asuma. This kid seemed unusually interested in the daimyo, which meant he probably had some thoughts about it. So, Kleichi added, you should stop overthinking it. The daimyo has nothing to do with you, and you shouldn't try to interact with him too much. Sensei, do you think the daimyo has an interest in you? Asuma asked in a hushed tone. After thinking it over, Asuma had realized the daimyo's true intention. Stopping for a break? That was just an excuse. The real reason was Kleichi. Don't ask. If you have to ask, it just means you haven't understood. In Hidden Leaf Village, I can't lead squads into battle and prevent unnecessary casualties. If I go over there, I'd be protecting a single person. What's the point of that? Yeah. That's true. Asuma understood immediately. In Hidden Leaf Village, his sensei was a jonin, highly valued and respected. But if he went to serve under the daimyo, what could he really do? Train a ninja unit of his own? Not realistic. Even though Asuma couldn't quite articulate why, he instinctively felt that the idea was ridiculous, completely unfeasible. In that case, staying in Hidden Leaf Village made far more sense. And more importantly, it wasn't just about sensei. As Kleichi had pointed out, even he had no real reason to interact with the daimyo. There was nothing they could accomplish over there. Sure, the daimyo was important, but what was even more important wasn't a single individual, but rather Hidden Leaf Village and the entire Land of Fire as a whole. Daimyos and Hokages could be replaced if they died, but if the nation itself collapsed, then everything would be lost. The Will of Fire. If that was the true essence of the Will of Fire, Asuma felt like he could finally understand it. Sensei, I'm going to go train with my Flying Swallow Jutsu. Go ahead. Kleichi waved him off. Ever since learning Flying Swallow, Asuma had taken an instant liking to it. Now that the exams were over, he had put aside training in wind style and fire style ninjutsu and was completely focused on mastering this taijutsu jutsu. Kleichi didn't interfere. Flying Swallow suited Asuma well. He split off a shadow clone and sent it to Tsunoda's place, while he himself sat down and opened up the second Hokage's Kenjutsu notes. He had already made progress integrating wind style into his swordsmanship. His previous instant kill strike against the Hidden Mist Village Jonin had been the result of fusing the vacuum blade jutsu with the AI jutsu. However, his strongest affinities were still water style and earth style. There was no way to incorporate earth style into his swordsmanship, but the second Hokage was a master of water style. Surely, there would be something on that subject. And sure enough, water blade / it was originally meant to be used with kunai, but theoretically, it could be adapted for sword jutsus as well. That said, its power was underwhelming. It needed improvements. I wonder if I can integrate the high-pressure compression principles of water-severing wave. If I can refine water-style chakra through multiple layers of compression and release it in a concentrated high-pressure water / it should be viable. Kleichi contemplated the idea. It would be incredibly difficult. Compressing chakra was already an advanced skill that required exceptional chakra control. Merging it with kenjutsu, and making it seamless and without hand seals, would be even harder. However, it wasn't impossible. He just had to tackle it one step at a time. After reviewing everything, Kleichi glanced at his system interface. It seemed like his little conversation with Asuma had earned him a reward. Mission complete, teaching the Will of Fire, evaluation, excellent, reward, wind style chakra mode, teaching the Will of Fire? Kleichi was momentarily confused. All he did was explain a few things to Asuma, he never even mentioned the Will of Fire. What the hell did this kid imagine on his own? Whatever. Doesn't matter. Let's check out the jutsu first. Kleichi shook his head, not wanting to dwell on it. If Asuma was going to imagine things, at least it was better for him to imagine the Will of Fire than something completely absurd, like going to serve under the daimyo. He claimed the reward. As soon as he absorbed the memories, he froze for a moment. This mode. It was actually quite useful. Because it made him think of Earth Spear. The only drawback of Earth Spear was its weakness to lightning style. But since wind style counters lightning style, if he activated wind style chakra mode, he could reinforce Earth Spear with wind chakra. With this, even lightning style wouldn't be able to harm him so easily. Chapter 74, Tsunoda goes on a rampage. The daimyo had arrived, but the third stage of the exam wouldn't begin immediately. The next few days were for the participating shinobi to recover. Additionally, the third Hokage had called for a confidential meeting. Inside the Hokage Tower, Kleichi and Minato sat in the meeting room, waiting for the others to arrive. Before long, a voice came from outside the door. Minato-kun, Kleichi-kun, I didn't expect to see you both here. Lord Orochimaru. Kleichi and Minato stood up simultaneously. Orochimaru had arrived. This guy moved as silently as a snake. They only sensed his presence when he was already near the door. Orochimaru walked in and took a seat. Shortly after, the third Hokage appeared. This meeting, Hiruzen, why didn't you inform us about this meeting? Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado had arrived. Kleichi shot the third Hokage an exasperated look. Why were these two here? The third Hokage sighed lightly and shook his head. He hadn't invited them. Kleichi understood immediately. Like flies smelling blood, they had rushed in, eager to leech off whatever they could. He sneered inwardly but kept his expression neutral, rising with Minato to formally greet them before sitting down and ignoring their presence. With no other choice, the third Hokage gestured toward the empty seats. Koharu entered first and said, Hiruzen, I heard you intend to partially lift the ban on forbidden jutsus? Not all of them, just a select few. The third Hokage replied. Absolutely not. Hamura objected immediately. Most forbidden jutsus are either too dangerous or harmful to the user. Some even violate ethical boundaries. Allowing their use would only bring harm. Orochimaru chuckled but remained silent, his gaze flickering between the third Hokage and the two elders. Hiruzen, we've been comrades for years. You know full well that our sensei personally sealed away many of these jutsus. If you move forward with this, aren't you going against his wishes? Once again, Koharu invoked the second Hokage to pressure Hiruzen. These two were so stubborn that even Hiruzen often found them a headache to deal with. That was precisely why he hadn't invited them to this small meeting, yet they still showed up uninvited. The third Hokage sighed. Sensei studied many forbidden jutsus throughout his life. Some he never even recorded. The ones he did leave behind, I believe, were meant for us to use with discretion. The third Hokage is correct. Kleichi chimed in at the perfect moment, subtly nudging Minato under the table. Minato immediately understood and added, forbidden jutsus shouldn't be misused, but a controlled release, especially for Jonin, shouldn't be a problem. They have enough judgment to decide whether or not to use them. Sitting across from them, Orochimaru watched the two younger shinobi with interest. At first, he had assumed this meeting was meant to put pressure on him. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case at all. A push to unseal forbidden jutsus. Convincing the third Hokage, this old, stubborn man, was no easy feat. But more importantly, there were still two other obstacles. Orochimaru glanced at the elders, a faint smirk forming. Kleichi, I know you're the one advocating for this. We've reviewed your respiratory activation jutsu, it's indeed useful. But do you realize it shortens one's lifespan? Koharu suddenly shifted the attack toward Kleichi. Lifespan? Kleichi sneered. If you sit safely in an office with no threats around you, then sure, lifespan matters. But out on the battlefield, where you're fighting for your life every second, who has time to care about that? Using the jutsu shortens lifespan? Breathing shortens lifespan? Hell, might as well just stop living altogether. Are you implying that we're too afraid to risk our lives? We've fought in wars too. Koharu's face darkened instantly. That comment hit straight to the heart. Alright, Kleichi didn't mean it that way. The third Hokage attempted to mediate. Hiruzen, don't cover for him. You little brat, we've all risked our lives on the battlefield. We're not as weak as you think. Hamura was just as furious. Oh? Kleichi didn't back down. The second Hokage fought on the front lines even after becoming Hokage. The third Hokage has personally led troops into battle. But you two? Ever since you became advisors, you haven't stepped foot onto the battlefield, have you? No hesitation. No courtesy. Kleichi had long been fed up with these two. The third Hokage might be incompetent, but at least he had risked his life for the village. These two? They just clung to power, acting as if they were Hokage themselves. The moment Kleichi finished speaking, bang. Both elders slammed their hands on the table and shot to their feet. Is this how you speak to your elders? Before they could say another word, crash. A figure smashed through the window, shattering the glass into countless shards. What's the problem? You old fossils, I think Kleichi made a damn good point. The familiar surge of chakra. Kleichi and Minato turned, momentarily stunned. Orochimaru, however, simply smiled. Tsunade. She had returned. The third Hokage was visibly shocked. Koharu froze for a moment before her anger surged again. Tsunade, this is highly inappropriate. Oh, now you want to talk about inappropriate? Tsunade smirked. When I tried to push for medical nin deployment years ago, you dismissed me. Now, you're lecturing about rules and manners? Spare me. She strolled over, pulled up a chair, and sat next to Kleichi without hesitation. Leaning forward, she planted her elbows on the table and said bluntly, after the second Hokage died, it was my teacher and I leading battles on the front lines. Have either of you ever experienced life or death combat since then? You. Hamura's hands trembled with rage. Past glories? Who doesn't have those? Everyone here has risked their lives before. But you two are the only ones who keep bringing it up, over and over again, as if it somehow justifies your complacency. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, smirking. She had returned, but then not really. She wasn't here for Hidden Leaf Village. She was here to back up Keiichi. So, screw their feelings. She was going to say everything she'd bottled up over the years. The third Hokage sighed. At this point, anything he said would only make things worse. Tsunade, that's not fair. Both the front lines and the homefront contribute to the village's survival. Besides, we don't fear death. A cold voice interrupted. Danzo had arrived. Keiichi glanced at him and was mildly surprised. At this point, Danzo still wasn't using a cane. He actually looked somewhat respectable. But that sinister air was still there. Contributed? All I see is Hidden Leaf Village getting attacked over and over again. External threats are closing in, and internally, it's nothing but endless scheming and backstabbing. Aside from creating route to disgust everyone, what else have you accomplished? Tsunade fired back immediately. Keiichi was impressed. She had been holding this in for a long time. Danzo remained unfazed. Route serves a purpose beyond your understanding. Oh? If it's so effective, then why is Hidden Leaf Village constantly declining? Tsunade showed no mercy, dragging even the third Hokage into her argument. She was on a rampage. Orochimaru's smile widened. Finally, he spoke up, everyone, let's put the advisor's contributions aside for now, after all, they're not particularly important. The real discussion here is whether or not to promote the use of forbidden jutsus, correct? That tone, so condescending. Keiichi almost laughed. Orochimaru's wording made it clear, the so-called merits and honor of the two advisors weren't even worth discussing. What truly mattered was the topic of the meeting. And honestly, he wasn't wrong. Koharu's face turned an ugly shade of green. Chapter 75, for Hidden Leaf Village? You think you represent Hidden Leaf Village? You're right. Not worth my time. Let's get back to the forbidden jutsu discussion. Tsunade had absolutely no intention of giving them any face. She patted Keiichi on the shoulder. Sis just wiped the floor with these fools. Now it's your turn. Keiichi stood up and said, forbidden jutsu obviously shouldn't be widely distributed, but in select cases, there shouldn't be an issue, especially for jutsu with minimal drawbacks, like the breathing activation jutsu. You must have a more advanced version of your breathing jutsu, don't you? Danzo asked. Oh? You were worried about lifespan loss with a weaker version, and now you're not afraid anymore? Tsunade sneered. She knew these people too well. Their so-called opposition was just a way to force concessions, steering the proposal in their favor. At least, that was exactly how Danzo operated. Hiruzen rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. First, it was those two advisors, then Tsunade. This meeting was becoming a disaster. He was already considering postponing the discussion, but the others clearly had no such intention. Keiichi couldn't be bothered to entertain Danzo's question. He simply ignored him and continued. Both the breathing activation jutsu and the first two gates of the 8 gates fall into the category of low-risk jutsu. In critical moments, they can save lives. The 8 gates are a different matter. How difficult is the breathing activation jutsu? Orochimaru asked after some thought. When it came to forbidden jutsu, his knowledge far surpassed Keiichi's. With such minor drawbacks, was it even worth discussing? About a rank difficulty. Plus, it has no chakra prerequisites, most jonin should be able to learn it. That's quite impressive. It could absolutely be a life-saving jutsu. Orochimaru nodded. A jutsu that was easy to learn, with minor drawbacks and major battlefield utility? This wasn't a forbidden jutsu, it was a gift. And he understood Keiichi's reasoning. On the battlefield, a jutsu that could grant a surge of strength at a critical moment might mean the difference between life and death. What about the 8 gates? Hiruzen asked. The first gate allows for complete control over one's power. The second gate forcefully extracts body energy to restore stamina, it's essentially a survival tool. Keiichi explained. Hiruzen already knew this. He had reviewed the details of the 8 gates and the breathing activation jutsu. He was simply asking for the benefit of Koharu and Hamura. Because, honestly, Tsunade was being way too aggressive. Feeling everyone's eyes on her, Koharu scowled but still spoke up, I still believe we should not make any hasty decisions. She couldn't afford to say nothing, even in front of Tsunade. How did my great-uncle manage to teach you two such brilliant minds? Under your wise leadership, Hidden Leaf Village's strength has soared to unprecedented heights. Why, back in the day, Hidden Sand Village wouldn't have dared dream of being defeated by us. Tsunade praised them with a bright smile. Except Her words nearly made Koharu and Hamura cough up blood. It all sounded positive, but somehow, every word stung. Hidden Sand Village wouldn't have been defeated? Well, yes, because back then, they wouldn't have even dared to attack Hidden Leaf Village. I believe it's the third Hokage who has weakened Hidden Leaf Village. If we had the esteemed advisors governing Hidden Leaf Village, we'd never be the target of multiple great nations. Kleichi added with a chuckle. Hiruzen was speechless. Arguing was one thing, but why drag him into it? And also, was this really a compliment? Hiruzen felt a migraine coming on. These two together were truly impossible to deal with. You little brat, you. Hamura was so furious his breathing turned erratic. Kleichi's words seemed respectful, but they were actually a ruthless jab. If you two were in charge, Hidden Leaf Village would be reduced to just another struggling nation. These two jutsus are indeed valuable. I approve of lifting their restrictions. However, Hidden Leaf Village should receive a more complete version. Danzo said coolly. Danzo-sama, Hidden Leaf Village has no right to take others' secret jutsus. Whether it's my breathing jutsu or Master Dewey's 8 gates, that principle applies. I proposed lifting restrictions because I want to strengthen Hidden Leaf Village. But that's not a bargaining chip. I could just as easily not promote them, it wouldn't affect me in the slightest. Or, are you assuming I care about Hidden Leaf Village more than myself? Kleichi narrowed his eyes, locking onto Danzo without a hint of fear. With his current strength, he had no reason to be afraid of this old schemer. I mean no such thing. Root is composed of Hidden Leaf Village's most resilient shinobi. Everything we do is for Hidden Leaf Village. Danzo frowned. This brat was difficult. His words were sharp, his position unwavering, and he constantly aligned himself with Hiruzen while painting Danzo's faction as the enemy. If this went on, he wouldn't gain anything, he'd only end up with a political mess. For Hidden Leaf Village? You think you represent Hidden Leaf Village? Tsunade grinned mockingly. This old snake. Always droning on about Hidden Leaf Village, but everyone knew what he was really after. Everything Root does is for Hidden Leaf Village. Danzo said coldly. I hear Root's training is brutal, that each batch suffers heavy casualties, and those who survive are stripped of their emotions. If you're so capable, why not implement full body conditioning from childhood? Train every ninja to use the 8 gates. A force of shinobi all capable of opening the 8 gates, sure, they wouldn't match Lord Hashirama, but they'd crush every other village. If you can make that happen, you can have the 8 gates. Kleichi shrugged. Good point. Tsunade chimed in seamlessly. At first glance, they were mocking Danzo, but in reality, they were calling out Koharu and Hamura. If they were so concerned about shinobi well-being, why had they turned a blind eye to Root's casualties all these years? Hypocrisy at its finest. Orochimaru chuckled. A village full of 8 gates users. Kleichi sure had wild ideas. But if it could be done, such an army would be terrifying beyond measure. Danzo's face darkened. And then, bam. Hiruzen slammed the table so hard that it shattered. Enough. This discussion is over. We all want Hidden Leaf Village to thrive, there's no need to attack each other. Hiruzen barked. Then, he turned to Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo. Danzo, I had already decided on the forbidden jutsu restrictions before this meeting. I wasn't seeking your opinions. You can leave. Hiruzen, even you. Koharu was stunned. Hiruzen's words were far too direct, leaving her momentarily speechless. Hiruzen. Forbidden jutsu shouldn't be unsealed so lightly. Hamura protested. Kleichi, watching from the side, had to resist laughing. Danzo had hoped to gain something. Instead, he got nothing but humiliation. And as for these two advisors, Obirama-sensei must have seriously misjudged their potential. I believe that, as Hokage, I still have some authority, don't I? Hiruzen's tone was firm. Recently, he had been reflecting, he realized he had been too conservative in some areas. Now, with Hidden Leaf Village facing its toughest challenges, it was time for action. The 8 gates and the breathing activation jutsu had to be given to the Jonin. Survival came before lifespan concerns. Hiruzen, that's not what we meant. Hamura hesitated. He couldn't understand why Hiruzen was being so unyielding this time. Even acting like he was ready to cut ties over it. Regarding forbidden jutsu, I will decide what is allowed, what is not, and what is subject to research. If I find out any of you are secretly violating this directive, whether you are my old friend or my student, I will show no mercy. Chapter 76, Danzo, don't expect me to take the fall for you, it's settled. The third Hokage's words set the tone for the entire meeting, absolute, unquestionable, and unchangeable. This is what a true leader should be. Kleichi thought to himself. There was a reason why Obirama-senju had chosen Hiruzen Sarutobi. When decisiveness was needed, he could indeed be decisive. But such moments were rare. This time, however, the third had been thoroughly provoked. It was clear from his tone that he was aware of the connection between Orochimaru and Danzō. This incident was merely the spark that set everything in motion. Danzō showed no emotion as he stood up and left. He understood. There was no point in saying anything more. Orochimaru, on the other hand, didn't seem to react much. He was still smiling, oddly so. This time, though, the smile seemed genuine. Old friend, they were right about one thing. We've been too far from the battlefield for too long. Perhaps we should go to the front lines and see for ourselves. Only then can we truly understand more. Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado silently exited. The meeting room had been a chaotic mess, but with the three elders gone, the tension eased considerably. Sensei, this is who you are. You're the Hokage, you don't need them telling you what to do. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, speaking casually. Still, there was a hint of newfound respect in her tone. At least she didn't call him old man. You can't put it that way. Everyone has different perspectives. It's just that. Perhaps our way of thinking is no longer suited for Hidden Leaf Village's future. The third side. Despite years of governance, Hidden Leaf Village hadn't grown stronger. In fact, it had been in decline. And yet, Kleichi's reforms, methods belonging to a new generation, had drastically strengthened the village in a short time. Lately, he often found himself wondering. Was fate truly favoring the Senju clan? In the end, he came to a conclusion: it didn't matter. As long as Hidden Leaf Village became stronger, that was enough. Sensei, I have a different opinion on this. Some forbidden jutsus should be unsealed, while others shouldn't be abandoned altogether. Orochimaru spoke up. If the purpose of researching forbidden jutsus is merely to prohibit their use, then why did Lord Second spend so much effort developing them? Orochimaru, this is my bottom line. The third issued what was nearly an ultimatum. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment. Then, he stood up, bowed slightly, and said, I understand. I still have research to conduct. Sensei, once you've made your final decision, please inform me. Tsunade remained silent, her mood somewhat somber. Orochimaru was definitely acting off. Her suspicions had been correct. But she just couldn't understand why Orochimaru was doing this. She knew him too well. If he wanted to hide something, there was no way he would be so careless as to leave such obvious clues. What was he after? Everyone, today's meeting took an unexpected turn. Emotions ran high. I suggest we end things here for now. The key points have been set, we can all take some time to reflect. A final decision can wait a few more days. Minato stood up and spoke. The atmosphere was way too tense. Very well, we'll pause here. Tsunade, stay behind for a moment. The third, visibly exhausted, waved a hand, signaling for the others to leave. Once the room was empty, Tsunade, visibly impatient, crossed her arms. Say what you need to say. I'm in a hurry. Can't you stay? I want you to become the fourth Hokage. I'm truly getting old. But as a teacher, I have failed. Boom. Her response was the complete destruction of the conference table. Only an idiot would become Hokage. With that, Tsunade leapt out the window. The third let out a bitter sigh. He wanted to step down. But out of all three of his students, there wasn't a single one he could entrust the title to. Even Tsunade wasn't a truly satisfactory choice, because deep down, he knew she had problems. And now, it seemed her issues ran deeper than he had initially thought. Outside the building, Kleichi stepped out, only to see Tsunade land from the window above. In the distance, Shizune was rushing toward them. Tsunade, weren't you still upstairs? Nothing to talk about with that old man. Come on, to the tavern. We're drinking till we drop. Tsunade didn't hold back at all. With a flick of her green robe, she strode forward with purpose. Tsunade, I didn't expect you to show up. Brat, if I hadn't, you'd have been eaten alive. Tsunade smirked coldly. Not necessarily. It just would have been a bigger hassle. Kleichi shook his head. Even without Tsunade, the spread of the 8 gates and breath activation jutsu would have continued, it just would have involved more back and forth negotiations. Doesn't matter now. I got to come back and tear into those old geezers. Felt pretty damn good. Tsunade chuckled. Koharu Utatane, Hamura Midokado, and Danzo. Those three had been on her nerves for years. She'd wanted to let loose on them for the longest time, but the opportunity had never been right. This time, she finally got her chance. And after her tirade, not one of them could even argue back. Of course. The third stance had been a surprise. Still. She sighed softly, glanced at Kleichi, and asked, you said you were researching the Yin seal. Have you tested it yet? I have. I wouldn't say it's a complete success, but it's at least functional. Keiichi explained the current state of his yin seal. Tsunade pondered for a moment but couldn't immediately think of a solution. The chakra pathways on the forehead were simply too intricate. Altering the flow was practically impossible, but when it came to the yin seal itself, Keiichi had already pushed it as far as it could go. For now, this was the best he could do. As for the chakra control method you mentioned, I gave it a try. It wasn't difficult for me, but passing it down to others would be incredibly challenging. Tsunade sighed. The strength of 100 seal had been easy for her to grasp. But that was only because of her unparalleled chakra control and deep medical knowledge. Even if someone else had her level of chakra control, it didn't mean they could distribute chakra evenly throughout their body. We'll take it step by step. People can start by learning simpler chakra modes, like. As Keiichi spoke, he activated wind style, chakra mode, coating his entire body in flowing wind chakra. Tsunade blinked in surprise, then thought for a moment before nodding. If they can progress from simple jutsus to advanced ones, they might have a chance. But the threshold will still be extremely high. Can't be helped. S-rank jutsus were never meant for mass adoption. Forbidden jutsus were never meant to be widespread. They should only be mastered by a select few. First, it's the 8 gates and breath activation. What's next? Danzo, we need to stop Hiruzen. This must be done gradually. Danzo gave a non-committal response. Koharu and Hamura continued to grumble for a while before leaving in frustration. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, then let out a cold chuckle. They weren't wrong about one thing. But those two. All they did was talk. A mountain of theories. But when the time came, where was their opposition? Idiots. With a flicker, he disappeared using the body flicker jutsu. Upon arriving at a hidden laboratory, Danzo found Orochimaru packing up his belongings. His brow furrowed. Orochimaru. Don't tell me you're betraying me as well? Hey. Danzo, we were merely partners. I never pledged loyalty to you. Orochimaru sneered. Danzo's expression darkened, his voice tinged with anger. Do you really think you can just walk away? Orochimaru smirked. I know exactly what I'm doing. If someone wants to stop me, let them try. But more importantly, this experiment is meaningless. I've found a better approach. Keiichi? Danzo had always been composed and ruthless. But this time, his irritation was obvious. His anger flared. Perhaps. Regardless, our partnership ends here. Orochimaru turned to face Danzo directly. This time, he was serious. Danzo, people who dwell in the shadows have no right to become Hokage. Hey. And I suppose you think you're noble now? No. I'm just the same. Danzo was momentarily stunned. This bastard. Did he really think Hiruzen would let him go just because he backed out now? Danzo's voice dropped into a low, furious growl. There's no turning back for you. That jutsu, you need me to complete it. Orochimaru chuckled. I have a new plan, Danzo. Don't expect me to take the fall for you. Chapter 77, Hyuga, you really got a freebie. Tsunade-sama, I beg you. Please save my child. The one speaking was Gekko Kazehana. The moment Keiichi saw him, he recognized him right away. Kazehana was the uncle of Gekko Hyuga. Hyuga's father had passed away years ago, leaving Kazehana to raise him ever since. Clearly, he was here for Hyuga. It's you. Tsunade let out a sigh. The Gekko clan. They had risen to prominence during the second Hokage's era and were now well known in Hidden Leaf Village. She was naturally familiar with a few of them, including Kazehana. Tsunade-sama, my brother's son, Hyuga, has been sick since childhood. Please, I beg you to save his life. Kazehana pleaded desperately. He had sought help from many people. But no medical ninja in Hidden Leaf Village had claimed they could cure Hyuga. His only hope now rested with Tsunade. Tsunade hesitated. She knew herself well. Theoretically, she understood medical ninjutsu deeply, but the moment she saw blood, fear would paralyze her. She simply couldn't perform surgery. Keiichi's mind stirred. He had some understanding of Hyuga's condition. On one hand, he had suffered from a lung disease since childhood. On the other, there was his clan's Kage, transparent escape jutsu. The combination of these two factors made his illness difficult to cure, leaving him frail even at 23. If not for this, even someone like Baki might not have been able to kill him so easily. He was a true talent. It was a shame that illness had been holding him back. Tsunade-sama, let's at least take a look first. Shizune couldn't help but suggest. Tsunade shot her a glare. Then, noticing that Keiichi had a similar expression, she sighed helplessly and said, Kazehana, I can't promise anything. I understand. I understand. Kazehana was overjoyed. With no one else able to help, he had no choice but to pin all his hopes on Tsunade. There was no room for complaints. Medical disputes? In the entire ninja world, there were probably very few people who dared to cause trouble for Tsunoda over medical treatment. The Gecko clan's compound wasn't large, but it bore distinct symbols of their lineage. Trees and moon insignias decorated the place. Upon entering, they saw several children practicing sword jutsus. Most were simply practicing basic slashes, while only a select few had mastered actual kenjutsu. The most talented among them, naturally, was Gecko Hyate. But his physical condition was also the worst. Hyate. Uncle Kazehana. Kleichi-sensei. Hearing voices, Hyate turned his head. When he saw Kleichi, his eyes immediately lit up, and he even seemed a bit more energetic. "You've got quite a way with kids," Tsunoda muttered. She could tell that Hyate truly respected Kleichi. Otherwise, why the hell did he not even look at her? "I temporarily took over as his instructor before," Kleichi explained. Hearing his voice, Hyate finally looked at the woman standing beside him. Tsunoda had already left the village by the time Hyate was born, so he didn't recognize her. But the large gamble character on her clothing caught his attention, and his expression shifted as he deeply bowed. "Tsunoda-sama. Ugh. Damn it, is this tiny hobby of mine known across the entire world?" Tsunoda was speechless. She studied Hyate carefully, and soon, her brows furrowed. For a child, his condition was already quite severe. "Let's talk inside." Yes, inside the house, Tsunoda signaled Hyate to sit down before beginning a careful diagnosis. Kazehana stood nearby, his heart pounding with anxiety. Tsunoda was their last hope. If even she couldn't help. "You have a KK Genkai?" "Yes." Hyate nodded. He had awakened transparent escape jutsu at a young age, which made him highly valued by the clan. From then on, he had been trained in Dance of the Crescent Moon. Curing your lung disease isn't difficult, but the real issue stems from your KK Genkai. Every time you use transparent escape jutsu, it damages your body. Eventually, it will relapse. Tsunoda stated bluntly. Kazehana was stunned. So, that meant Hyate couldn't use transparent escape jutsu anymore? He looked at his nephew, unsure of what to say. "So, I can't use my KK Genkai?" Hyate was equally dumbfounded. "That's right. If you stop using transparent escape jutsu, I can cure you." Tsunoda nodded. She had some prior understanding of the Gecko clan's KK Genkai, so she was able to make a quick judgment. In fact, she had said the same thing to Hyate's father before. And the result back then had been obvious. Kazehana hesitated for a moment before turning to Hyate. "This is your decision to make. No matter what you choose, I will support you." "Sensei." Hyate looked at Kleichi in confusion. He was the same age as Shisui. Though both were precocious, such a major decision left him overwhelmed. "You're asking me?" Kleichi had intended to stay out of it, but seeing the hopeful, pleading look in Hyate's eyes, he sighed. "Fine. Let me ask you this, what defines the Gecko clan, your KK Genkai or your swordsmanship?" Hyate thought for a moment. Then, with firm determination, he answered, "Swordsmanship." Their KK Genkai was merely a tool. It was kenjutsu that truly made the Gecko clan strong. At that moment, he understood. "Then what are you hesitating for?" As Kleichi spoke, he drew his sword, and in the blink of an eye, he instantaneously appeared above Hyate. "Dance of the Crescent Moon?" Kazehana was shocked. Though Kleichi hadn't created shadow clones for interference, the essence of the jutsu was the same: find a weakness. Strike from a blind spot. Dance of the Crescent Moon doesn't rely heavily on transparent escape jutsu. Its true strength lies in its ability to deceive an opponent's vision. Completely forbidding its use might be unrealistic, but unless absolutely necessary, don't rely on it. Kleichi's voice was serious. "Yes. Thank you for your guidance." Hyate bowed deeply. Tsunoda glanced at Kleichi with an amused expression before suddenly saying, "I can heal you, but I won't be the one performing the surgery. Your teacher, Kleichi, will. Do you still dare to go through with it?" "I do." Hyate answered without hesitation. "Then it's settled. Come to the hospital tomorrow morning for pre-surgery preparations." "Yes. Thank you, Tsunoda-sama." "Thank you, Kleichi-sama." Kleichi wanted to protest, but he knew why Tsunoda was doing this. Calling her out on it now wouldn't be appropriate. "Fine. It's just surgery. No big deal. Besides, just now, Hyate had even given him a reward. Gecko Hyate sees you as his life mentor, reward, secret sword, moon shadow. This kid really just handed me a freebie." Even Kleichi hadn't expected Hyate to accept him so easily. "Well, thanks for the gift. Leaving the Gecko clan's compound, Lady Tsunoda has some minor issues, which is why she can't personally handle the surgery." Shizu hesitated, trying to choose her words carefully. But Tsunoda cut straight to the point. I have hemophobia. Hemophobia. Kleichi put on a deliberately surprised expression. After a moment, he asked, is that why you left the village? I am one of the legendary Sannin, a top-tier medical ninja, yet now I can't step onto a battlefield or even hold a scalpel. What use do I have in Hidden Leaf Village? Leaving means no one would know about my condition. Tsunade sighed. Her departure from the village had been due, in large part, to this affliction. Of course. There were other factors as well. Chapter 78, Kleichi, you're a genius. Have you ever considered fighting blindfolded? Kleichi asked. Blindfolded? But I'd still know, wouldn't I? Tsunade froze for a moment. You little devil. Her condition was psychological, she wasn't just afraid of seeing blood, she could sense it. You could use Ganjutsu to deceive yourself. Kleichi continued. Tsunade felt something was off, but at the same time, it kind of made sense. Fighting blindfolded, using Ganjutsu to trick herself, this wasn't overcoming the fear. It was dodging the problem entirely. But it could work. At the very least, she wouldn't be completely paralyzed the moment she saw blood. The bigger issue, however, was still medical treatment. Fighting was one thing. What about healing? She shook her head. With Hidden Leaf Village in turmoil, there was no way she could stay in the village and not go to the battlefield. And if she refused to treat the wounded, what would the other shinobi think? If her hemophobia became public knowledge, it would deal a massive blow to morale. For battlefield treatment, just have Katsu refrain from sharing her vision with you. Let her relay the injuries as simple reports instead. That's an option? Tsunade was stunned. Kleichi's solutions were unorthodox, but Katsu had worked with her for years. Transmitting basic medical reports without showing the injuries was feasible. She walked a few steps, lost in thought. You really have a talent for teaching. How? How the hell do you even come up with this stuff? Tsunade was convinced. Her hemophobia wasn't cured, but the problem was partially solved. It was weird. Really weird. Of course. The hardest part would still be self-hypnosis. That was something she'd have to figure out on her own. She sighed, feeling a headache coming on. This is exhausting. Let's go get a drink. The sake you gave me last time wasn't enough, I'm gonna drink my fill today. And then I'll hit the gambling tables. Hey, I've been saving up, I'll finally make back my losses. Sounds good. We'll join you. Kleichi grinned. Shizune looked confused. Wasn't Kleichi-sama against gambling? But since both Kleichi and Tsunade were going, she had no choice but to follow along. After drinking their fill, the group headed to the casino. Not long after, Tsunade stormed out in frustration. Ugh. This is no fun. Gambling was one of the few pleasures Tsunade still indulged in. But when you're stuck losing every bet while the two lucky bastards next to you keep raking in winnings, to the point where you have to borrow money just to keep going. Well, there's nothing fun about that. Damn it. They must have been cheating. The next day early in the morning, Kleichi and Tsunade arrived at the hospital. It wasn't wartime, so there weren't many injured shinobi. Most of the operating tables were empty. If Tsunade hadn't been preoccupied with gambling, they could have scheduled the surgery yesterday afternoon. Tsunade, could these kids observe from outside? You know how crucial experience is for medical ninjas. If it had been anyone else, Tsunade would have flat out refused. But the one asking was Sarutobi Hueco, the third Hokage's wife. Standing beside her were several children, all around 10 years old, including Noharin and Yui Kurenai, the next generation of aspiring medical ninjas. Tsunade shook her head. I'm not the lead surgeon this time. I'm only assisting Kleichi. Sensei is the lead? Kurenai's eyes lit up. Kleichi had taught her medical ninjutsu, and while she had seen him demonstrate jutsus before, she had no real grasp of his full medical capabilities. Could it be? Was he even more skilled than Lady Tsunade? None of the children knew the full story. Even Hueco was somewhat confused. But she had a feeling there was more to this than met the eye. Hueco quickly followed up, with your guidance, Kleichi should have no trouble with this surgery. And it would be a valuable learning experience for the children. Let them watch. Tsunade turned to Kleichi. It's up to you. No problem, let them observe. It's just a minor procedure. Kleichi smiled. This was his first formal surgery, but at this point, he had to stay calm, otherwise, the patient, Gecko Hyate, might panic even more. Hyate, don't worry. It's a small operation. Trust in your teacher and Lady Tsunade. Hyate nodded firmly. Since there were already so many people here, Tsunade didn't mind adding one more, so Shizune joined as well. Inside the operating room, Kleichi took the lead in the center, while Tsunade and the medical team stood on the perimeter. Make a small incision first. Got it. Kleichi formed a seal, and a chakra scalpel materialized. Then, a gentle slice. A thin, precise incision appeared. Tsunade glanced at Koichi's hands. Steady. Extremely steady. She was relieved. For a surgery like this, as long as the lead surgeon had steady hands and knew what they were doing, there wouldn't be any major issues. And as for knowing what to do, that's what I'm here for, right? She began guiding the procedure. Koichi followed her instructions, and the surgery proceeded smoothly. But then, as time passed, Tsunade noticed something. Koichi didn't actually need her help. Incision. Identify the diseased area. Extraction jutsu. Flawless execution. She gradually fell silent, no longer giving instructions. Even Hueco was stunned. Koichi's proficiency in medical ninjutsu. Was this advanced? It was hard to believe. And yet, Gecko Hyate's infected lung tissue was being gradually treated. The accumulated toxins and diseased areas were being precisely removed. Even. This part requires extra precision. Keep your hands steady. If you cut too much, the patient can recover, but it will still leave some long-term effects. It's best to neutralize the toxins first. Cutting should be the last resort. He still has time to explain while operating? Unbelievable. Tsunade realized that she wasn't really needed here. All done. The last trace of poison was extracted. Koichi waved a hand, signaling for the medical team to take over the finishing steps. At this stage, any medical ninja could handle the post-surgery care. He withdrew his chakra scalpel and turned to Tsunade. Did I miss anything? No need. You did great. In fact, you even took over my part. Tsunade chuckled. She had thought Koichi was capable of completing the surgery. But after watching him work, she realized she had underestimated him. Koichi could have handled the entire procedure alone. Effortlessly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to operate with such precision while simultaneously teaching and explaining his process. This guy. He really has a gift for teaching. She sighed, then turned to the young observers. Koichi skipped a few steps here because he's strong enough to find the problem area quickly. When you perform surgery, you won't be able to do that, understand? Yes. Everyone present was a medical student. They understood. Just because they watched Koichi do it didn't mean they could replicate it. His jutsu was textbook perfect. But it wasn't something they could simply copy. Koichi, I have quite a collection of medical books and case studies. If you're interested, feel free to visit the hospital anytime. Hueco smiled brightly. As the third Hokage's wife, she knew more than most. Koichi had signed a contract with Katsu. He also had incredible medical abilities. 2 medicmen capable of large-scale healing in Hidden Leaf Village. Just thinking about it was exciting. Chapter 79, Studying Medicine Won't Save Hidden Leaf Village. Koichi, are you interested in having an official position at the hospital? You'd only need to give lectures and offer guidance from time to time. The pay isn't an issue. I think I'll pass on that. Koichi was at a loss for words. Like attracts like. Sarutobi Hueco was a tough one to deal with. The moment she saw an opportunity, she tried to reel him in. If he hadn't been familiar with such tactics, he might have caved under the pressure. Holding an official position at the hospital certainly had its perks, but it would also mean being tied down with responsibilities. Right now, things were perfect: daily training, continuous learning, and time to research new jutsu. As for money, as long as he had enough, that was all that mattered. More importantly, there were no significant benefits to this deal. Sure, he had just gained proficiency in chakra scalpel jutsu, but medical ninjutsu wasn't his main focus. His only reason for learning medical ninjutsu was to master the strength of 100 seal and creation rebirth. That was it. Hueco seemed a little disappointed, but she understood. As a jonin leading a squad, Koichi was already busy training his students and completing missions. How could he possibly have time for anything else? Tsunade walked him out of the hospital. As they stepped outside, she couldn't help but comment, I'm surprised you turned that down. If you accepted, over time, you'd gain immense prestige in Hidden Leaf Village. I'm not aiming to be Hokage. Why would I care about that? Koichi shrugged. In this world, strength was the only true power. Fame and status? Just illusions. Even if you became Hokage, so what? All 5 Kage together still couldn't defeat Madara Uchiha. Tsunade silently agreed, but she still found his perspective intriguing. Then what do you want to do? I want to be a teacher. Train countless talents and strengthen Hidden Leaf Village at its core. Koichi answered without hesitation. It wasn't a lie, he had repeated this belief many times before, and he truly meant it. Tsunade chuckled at his response. Train countless talents. Strengthen Hidden Leaf Village at its core. It was a noble idea. But unfortunately, without the Hokage's full support, such an endeavor would be like a rootless tree, easily cut down before it could grow. Hiruzen was a competent leader, but in times like these, Competence wasn't enough. Tsunade fell into deep thought. Kleichi-sama, do you have any tips for quickly mastering medical ninjutsu? Tips? Watch more, learn more, train your chakra control extensively. The more stable your hands and the more precise your jutsus, the better your surgical skills. If you're taking it as a secondary discipline, you'll also need a strong enough chakra reserve to keep going and a resilient body. Kleichi thought to himself. Shizune pondered for a moment, then sighed softly. Lady Tsunade said that my chakra control talent is limited. While I can become a decent medical nin, it's unlikely I'll ever truly master her skills. Being a decent medical nin is already a great achievement. Kleichi ruffled Shizune's hair. When she was little, she had an adorable, slightly dazed look, especially when someone messed with her hair. Kleichi-sama. Alright, I'll stop. He chuckled. That aside, if you really want to improve your chakra control, try maintaining 2 non-conflicting jutsu simultaneously. With that, Kleichi gave a demonstration. First, Earth Sphere. Then, his entire body became enveloped in wind-style chakra. And finally, boom. A single punch shattered a roadside boulder into pieces. If she could do that, she wouldn't need to ask you for advice. Tsunade was speechless. 3 jutsu at once? That was an incredibly advanced level of chakra control. It's just maintaining 2 at the same time. If she can do that, she can work her way up to 3, then more, step by step. Yes. Shizune nodded firmly. No harm in trying. Even this brief bit of teaching earned Kleichi a bit of proficiency. Not a bad deal, just a few words, barely took any time, and he got free experience out of it. Shizune, help me tidy up the house this afternoon. We're moving back. Huh? Shizune froze. Weren't we staying at Kleichi-sama place? The Kanda house wasn't huge, but it had enough space for 3 people. She had slept well there last night, and since they were only staying temporarily, she hadn't thought it was necessary to clean up Tsunade's house. You're coming. No more questions. Or do you plan to keep living at his place? Tsunade shot her a look. Well, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Shizune mumbled hesitantly. Just stay at my place. Kleichi said casually. I live alone anyway, so it's a bit boring. Besides, there's always someone at your house. Tsunade blinked. Then, she quickly used sensory perception to check, and instantly, she was speechless. This kid? Shadow clone training? Seriously? He never failed to surprise her. Fine, we're not moving then. But Kleichi understood what that meant. If it was just a temporary stay, Tsunade wouldn't have even considered moving back. But the fact that she thought about it meant she had no intention of leaving anymore. He wasn't sure what changed her mind, but he had a feeling it had something to do with him. Had he moved her? Kleichi fell into thought. Well, whatever. Tsunade staying in Hidden Leaf Village was a good thing. If she could take over as Hokage earlier, even better. Not that Minato wasn't qualified, Kleichi believed Minato would make a fine Hokage. But compared to the old schemers running the village, his experience and political skill weren't enough. In the end, it would likely turn into a scenario where one Hokage sat in office while 3 advisors and Hidden Leaf Village's darkness pulled the strings. Only Tsunade had the strength to suppress them. But, if she wanted to become Hokage, she couldn't just sidestep her problems. Tsunade had to properly overcome her hemophobia. Otherwise, that weakness would eventually come back to haunt her. Thinking of this, Kleichi flipped through the medical books in Hidden Leaf Village's library, only to find that the village didn't have anything on psychological treatment. No wonder so many people here are mentally unstable. The next morning, Tsunade, I had trouble sleeping last night, and I realized something. Studying medicine won't save Hidden Leaf Village. Huh? Tsunade frowned, confused. Kleichi explained his thoughts. Hidden Leaf Village's medical ninjutsu is already highly advanced. These days, a lot of ninja losses aren't due to physical injuries, but psychological trauma. At first, Tsunade was skeptical. But as Kleichi continued, her expression gradually became serious. She had noticed these issues before. But she had never truly paid them much attention. Now, hearing Kleichi lay it out clearly, she realized, he had a point. Physically, Hidden Leaf Village's medical skills were the best in the ninja world. But psychologically, they had done almost no research at all. That was a huge gap. For example, one of the most tragic cases, Sakamo-senpai. If someone had properly counseled him, given him psychological treatment, we might still have another powerful shinobi in the village. Sakamo's case was complicated. But yes, the old man didn't handle it well. Tsunade sighed. But then, she thought of Kakashi. That kid was a mess. If they were going to study psychological treatment, he'd be one of the first ones who needed help. And then, there was herself. Tsunade took a deep breath and said, you have a point. This is a form of medical treatment. The next stage of medical ninjutsu should be psychological healing. Tsunade, you should take the lead on researching and implementing it. Huh? You little brat, don't think you can just push this onto me. This was your idea. I don't have the time to research it. If you really want to give me credit, just put my name on the papers. Bleach shook his head. He wanted Tsunade to take charge, not just to help her gain more recognition and solidify her position, but because he was simply too busy. All he could do was share the psychology knowledge he had learned in his past life. As for actually developing a proper mental health system, that was up to Tsunade. Chapter 80, The Battle of the Medical Konoha. Tsunade had gained a lot from this. She had always vaguely understood that psychological issues could lead to physical illness, her own hemophobia being a prime example. However, she had never considered psychology as a standalone field of medical study. Now, she was eager to dive into research. But mental health was a vast and complex field. Conducting proper research and establishing it as a legitimate discipline would require extensive case studies and a long-term commitment. Besides, at the moment, there was something far more pressing for Hidden Leaf Village. The Chunin exams. Today was the third round. All Jonin in Hidden Leaf Village were required to attend so that the daimyo could witness the village's current strength firsthand. Bleach was among them. But, honestly, he didn't find it all that exciting. One-on-one arena battles didn't reveal much about a ninja's true abilities, they were mostly just for spectacle. It was all a performance. The daimyo, however, seemed completely engrossed, watching even the most basic Geinin match with full concentration. This tournament, there's no way the matchups weren't arranged in advance. Tsunade scoffed, unimpressed. The pattern was too obvious. The first match featured two ordinary Geinin from Shishui's team. The second match pitted Raidone Miyashi against Hebisu. And the third. With each match, the fighters' skill level increased, and the spectacle became more thrilling. By the fourth match, a battle between two Konoha, the hype had reached its peak. Shishui, meanwhile, had conveniently received a bye. It's just a show. Bleach chuckled. No one plays their strongest card right at the start, do they? The daimyo, after all, was enjoying himself. They're finally up. Shizune clapped her hands excitedly. Tsunade shot her a sharp glance, making her immediately lower her hands in embarrassment. A moment later, Tsunade spoke. It's not like you're the one fighting. Why are you so excited? Well, it's a rare chance to see medical ninja in battle. Kurenai isn't a medical ninja. Her specialty is Genjutsu, medical ninjutsu is just a secondary skill. I plan to train her as a battlefield medic. Most medical ninja lacked combat ability. While they played a crucial role in the field, they were rarely assigned to four-man squads for fear of being targeted and eliminated. But Kurenai was different. Tsunade fell into thought, nodding slightly. She had advocated for this approach in the past, but unfortunately, for most people, mastering medical ninjutsu alone was already a monumental challenge, let alone learning enough combat skills to hold their own in battle. Now, her interest was piqued. In the arena, Kurenai Yui and Rin Nohara exchanged the seal of confrontation before simultaneously weaving hand seals. Moments later, chakra scalpels flickered into existence in both their hands. Chakra scalpels? Shizune was astonished. This was a knee-rank jutsu primarily used for surgery. Could it really be applied in combat? She turned to Tsunade for an answer. Tsunade furrowed her brows. Chakra scalpels can sever muscles and blood vessels. I suppose they could be weaponized, but it's a risky choice for a fight. It's fine. I already told them, the essence of this match isn't strength but strategy and spectacle. Bleach smiled. Raw power didn't mean everything. After all, in the Chunin exams, Naruto had won his match. Yet the only one promoted was the guy who forfeited, Shikamaru Nara. Tsunade clearly understood the logic. Shizune, on the other hand, was a bit lost. But she didn't dwell on it. Right now, she was fully focused on the battle. Despite its seemingly simple nature, the fight was riddled with hidden dangers. Hokage-sama, what jutsu are they using? The daimyo was puzzled. Even within Hidden Leaf Village, the combat use of chakra scalpels was unheard of, so much so that even Hiruzen took a moment to process what he was seeing. However, the third Hokage was quick to catch on. At first, he was just as confused, but in no time, he figured it out. Chakra scalpels can sever muscles and blood vessels. In the past, medical ninja were considered vulnerable in direct combat. But we later discovered that this jutsu could be adapted for battle. That's precisely what these two are demonstrating. Hiruzen explained. I see. The daimyo nodded in understanding. This jutsu was powerful. Whoever landed the first strike would gain a massive advantage. Yet, Kurenai's relentless assault was met with Rin's impenetrable defense, neither could gain the upper hand. Then, Suddenly, Kurenai made an unexpected movement. She started shaking her head side to side. What is she doing? Shizune was baffled. A secret jutsu, side-to-side shuffle, she joked. Tsunade, however, sat up straight and observed carefully. The moment she saw Rin abruptly avert her gaze, she immediately realized what was happening. Ganjutsu. She's using the reflection from her forehead protector's metal plate to cast an illusion. A brilliant jutsu. It felt familiar. After a moment of thought, Tsunade finally recalled, elsewhere, a certain scapegoat ninja was also watching intently, deep in thought. Hidden Leaf Village-style Willow. Although the execution was different, this Ganjutsu is at the core of Willow swordsmanship. Rin. Obito stood up anxiously, yelling. She's been caught in an illusion, Hidden Leaf Village-style Willow's Ganjutsu. Gossip commented. Hidden Leaf Village-style Willow? Kakashi was taken aback. He remembered. That was a sword jutsu. Could Ganjutsu be extracted from it? Rin quickly dispelled the illusion, but in the brief moment it took, Kurenai had already closed the distance. Her chakra scalpel sliced, and Rin's right leg buckled as she collapsed. However, mid-air, Rin rapidly formed hand seals. In the next instant, 2 water clones appeared beside her. Water clones. Unlike flesh and blood bodies, water clones didn't have muscles that could be severed. One clone engaged Kurenai, while the other helped Rin retreat. Moments later, Rin transitioned from chakra scalpels to the mystical palm jutsu. Rolling to the ground, she immediately pressed her glowing hands to her injured leg. Not bad. I have to wonder, did you plan this out in advance? Tsunade smirked. Move for move, this felt like a turn-based strategy game. But in a real battle? Kurenai wouldn't have gone for the leg, she would have severed vital arteries instead. It's a performance. Kletchi didn't answer directly. He hadn't choreographed the fight, he had simply told them to showcase the combat potential of medical ninja. Clearly, they had taken that advice to heart. So, medical ninja can be this formidable in battle. Many spectators were astonished. Both Kurenai and Rin had displayed exceptional combat awareness and tactical execution. Rin's water clones, in particular, had been brilliantly utilized. But, in the end, Rin was still injured. Though she quickly healed herself with the mystical bomb, the brief delay had given Kurenai enough time to catch up. This time, Kurenai didn't hold back. She lunged, her right hand's chakra scalpel sliced through Rin's leg muscles once more. And her left hand, boom. A devastating punch shattered the ground. Chakra-enhanced strength? Tsunade was stunned. Was Kurenai really forcing herself to use this? But, a moment later, she realized her concerns were unnecessary. Kurenai swiftly withdrew. Her left hand's tendons were strained, but she could still manage hand seals, and with the mystical bomb, she quickly healed herself. I never taught her this strategy, she figured it out herself. Kletchi smiled. Kurenai's battlefield awareness and tactical thinking had improved dramatically. She no longer needed guidance, she had learned to make her own decisions. Since her tendons couldn't fully recover in a short time and couldn't withstand repeated use of the chakra-enhanced strength, she simply adapted, splitting its use strategically. That was her answer. I surrender. Chapter 81, I want you to oversee the Eastern Front. The 2 girls are very impressive, Lord Hokage. Hidden Leaf Village's training methods have improved significantly, there are many things now that we've never seen before. The daimyo was quite satisfied. Female ninja had always been at a disadvantage in the shinobi world. Over the years, very few kunoichi had risen to prominence, and battle-ready medical ninja were even rarer. However, both Rin Nohara and Kurenai Yui had displayed remarkable combat prowess. Especially Kurenai. Even though the daimyo wasn't a shinobi, he could still tell, when Rin was first caught in an illusion, Kurenai could have ended the match right then and there. After all, not many people could survive a punch like that. This is all thanks to Kandakiachi. He has a real talent for teaching, Kurenai is his disciple. Kandakiachi? He is also a medical ninja. His expertise in medical ninjutsu is second only to Tsunade. The daimyo narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing toward the stands. Second only to Tsunade. That kind of praise was no small feat. Indeed. He was a genius, much like the second Hokage. A shame. A man like that could never be brought into his service. The daimyo sighed inwardly. But then, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise as he looked toward Kletchi's section again. Wait. Is that Tsunade? Yes, she returned to the village recently. Hiruzen's smile widened. He knew his own people well, just because Tsunade was back didn't necessarily mean she was staying for good. However, that wasn't how the daimyo saw it. Seeing Tsunade's return, he was thrilled. Never mind anything else, just her ability to heal a large number of shinobi could shift the tide of battle. Not to mention her powerful medical ninjutsu, strategic prowess, and immense combat strength. With her back, even if Hidden Leaf Village had to face two great ninja villages at once, they wouldn't be afraid. This battle was as good as won. After that, the daimyo lost interest in the rest of the fights. But then, the next match showed him what true excitement was. Shizue vs Might Guy. Might Guy opened the first gate, while Shizue pushed his body flicker jutsu to the limit. The battlefield was filled with their after images, moving at lightning speed. If Kurenai and Rin's match had been an interesting showcase of combat-ready medical ninja, then this was pure close-quarters combat at its finest. Sword vs taijutsu. Uchiha-style kenjutsu, Hidden Leaf Village-style kenjutsu, wind-style sword jutsus. No frills. Just pure spectacle. However, somehow, the attacks didn't seem all that powerful in the end. And to the daimyo's astonishment, the seemingly goofy-looking ninja actually won. He didn't understand. But Hiruzen did. That kid, Shizue, was definitely holding back again. Of course. Even if Shizue had gone all out, he wouldn't have stood a chance against Guy in the Eight Gates state. At this stage, Guy's overall combat ability was undoubtedly higher than Shizue's. So, the match was arranged this way for a reason. Both fighters got to showcase their strengths, and Shizue, who wasn't even aiming for a promotion, got exactly what he wanted. After the exam, as soon as the third round ended, Kleichi left immediately. The outcome had already been decided in the second match. This was just a formality. Later, Kleichi and Tsunade went to the hospital to check on Hyate Gecko's condition. Your surgery was perfect? He is recovering well. He should be able to move normally in about a week. How long until he's as strong as a regular person? That's hard to say. Tsunade shook her head. There was no precedent for a Kekkei Genkai-related illness like this, making it impossible to predict the exact recovery timeline. We'll need to monitor him regularly, collect data. We might even try periodic toxin removal, to see if we can find a balance between sustaining his Kekkei Genkai and maintaining his health. Kleichi spoke while considering the similarities to the Eight Gates and the breathing activation jutsu. Those who use the first and second gates, as well as the breathing jutsu, should undergo routine checkups as well. Hearing this, Tsunade stopped in her tracks. After thinking for a moment, she nodded. You're right. She had thought even further ahead than Kleichi. Routine checkups and data collection wouldn't just ensure the health of shinobi, it could also help refine their jutsus in the long run. They could reduce side effects and lower the difficulty of mastering these jutsus. Regular medical checkups should definitely be implemented. However, you brat, you just keep giving me more work. Afraid I'll leave the village? No way. Haven't you already decided to stay? Kleichi grinned. Tsunade was momentarily speechless. This kid. He caught on with just the smallest hint and followed the thread to the truth. Annoying. Shizune was also stunned. Tsunade-sama, we're staying? You want to keep wandering? Fine by me. And no, I'd rather stay in Hidden Leaf Village. Shizune fidgeted. Traveling with Tsunade had been unstable and exhausting, not ideal for learning and improving herself. For now, we're staying. Hokage's office. After meeting with the daimyo, Hiruzen had Minato personally teleport him back using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Then, he got straight to work on village affairs. It wasn't long before a special scroll arrived. From the hospital. What could the hospital want? He unrolled it, scanned the contents, and after a moment of thought, a smile appeared on his face. Psychological medicine. Routine medical checkups. Both excellent initiatives. Of course. If it had just been these two proposals, he wouldn't have been this pleased. What truly delighted him was the names on the proposal, Tsunade and Kanda Kleichi. Summoned Tsunade. No, have Kleichi come instead. At first, he wanted to call for Tsunade. But then, he reconsidered. Tsunade was difficult to talk to, better to let Kleichi handle it. Kleichi quickly received the message. He more or less knew what this was about, and Tsunade wasn't surprised either. The old man was definitely going to approve. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Kleichi found Hiruzen practically beaming with excitement. Kleichi, is Tsunade staying? For now, yes. Psychological medicine and routine checkups need her to oversee them. As for the future, I can't say. For now is good enough. Hiruzen sighed, feeling a little melancholic. He understood Tsunade's situation. Getting her to stay even temporarily and take charge of these projects was already a major success. He let out a deep breath and placed the scroll on his desk. Your proposals are excellent. I'll have the hospital provide full support, especially for psychological medicine. You can request anyone you need, including me. Hiruzen spoke solemnly. Psychological issues. He had never considered them before. But over the years, he had seen too many shinobi unable to perform at their full potential due to mental burdens. Kazekage was a prime example. Despite possessing Jonin-level skills, he remained a mere genin. This wasn't just a loss for him, it was a loss for the village. And he wasn't the only one. Kakashi was another case. Yes, sir. Kleichi wasn't surprised. Psychological trauma was incredibly common among shinobi. Hiruzen thought for a moment, then handed Kleichi another scroll. This came from the body of a hidden mist village Jonin, recovered by the Anbu. Kleichi scanned it and narrowed his eyes. Lord Hokage, it seems the hardliners in Hidden Mist Village have gained the upper hand. They may take further action against us. I agree. Kleichi, I want you to oversee operations on the Eastern Front. Me? Kleichi was taken aback. He had only been promoted for less than a year, and now they wanted him to take charge. Would the others accept that? With Tsunoda and me backing you, you don't need to worry about anything else. Chapter 82, How do you rewrite the Will of Fire? With me here, what are you afraid of? If anyone's got a problem, let them step up themselves. Tsunoda was blunt and straightforward. Sure, Kleichi lacked seniority. But did seniority even matter at this point? With 3 major shinobi villages about to attack Hidden Leaf Village, only the capable should take charge. Letting a bunch of old relics call the shots would only lead to endless concessions, dragging the war effort into disaster. Besides, Tsunoda smirked. The old man is paving the way for me, making sure I have enough power under my command. The better you perform, the smoother things go on my end. Kleichi was no fool. So, Tsunoda saw no reason to hide anything. To push Kleichi's policies through smoothly, and to ensure Hidden Leaf Village didn't crumble in the hands of those old geezers. She had to become Hokage. I figured as much. Kleichi nodded slightly. Under normal circumstances, with Tsunoda's qualifications, she wouldn't need to worry about much, she could just bulldoze her way to the top. Take Danzo, for example. As soon as Tsunoda took power, he immediately scaled back Harut, not daring to make any moves. However, the issue now was that her hemophobia wasn't cured yet. The third Hokage hadn't pried, but he had undoubtedly gathered enough information from Hueco Sarutobi. Piecing it together, it wouldn't be hard to deduce Tsunoda's current condition. That's why he assigned Kleichi to the Eastern Front. Tsunoda, though displeased, couldn't do much about it. Her fear of blood meant she was unfit for the front lines. Jiraiya was stationed in the north. As for Orochimaru, that guy had a whole mess of his own to deal with. He needed to clean up his name first. After thinking it through, aside from Kleichi, the only other option was Minato. But when it came to dealing with hiding in mist jutsus and water style, Kleichi was clearly the better choice. That was also the third's reasoning. I'll take some time to figure it out. I need to create that jutsu. Tsunoda gritted her teeth with determination. Kleichi would have to head to the front lines. But if she could master Creation Rebirth, it would greatly boost his survivability. Of course. Aside from Creation Rebirth, Kleichi had plenty of ways to improve. One was his system. Over time, he had accumulated various rewards. Though individually small, together they had significantly strengthened his medical ninjutsu, water style, and even genjutsu. Another was the Rasengan. He wasn't planning to copy Naruto's wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Without enough sage chakra, using a Rasen Shuriken was practically suicide. He had his own idea, a high-pressure water blade combined with Rasengan. Once he perfected high-pressure water-style sword jutsus, water style, Rasengan would be within reach. And then there was Shikatsu Forest. But Slug Sage was gentle and kind. If he truly met the criteria, Katsu would have already invited him. There was no need for him to seek it out. After some thought, Kleichi decided to work on both the first and second routes simultaneously. Just as the Chunin exams wrapped up, Kurenai, Shizui, and Azuma returned. 3 prime targets, all groomed for the picking. How could he not seize the opportunity? At that moment, outside the Uchiha clan grounds, deep in a wooded area, Shizui sat across from another boy. Both were battered, covered in wounds. But compared to his opponent, Shizui was in much better shape. You have the strength, why don't you step up? Don't you want to bring glory to our clan? Idiot. Does our clan need more fame? Shizui sneered. Who in the ninja world doesn't know the Uchiha? Our pride isn't something outsiders can understand. Even if we took first place, it wouldn't change how others see us. So you're just pretending to be weak? Tekuchiha scoffed. It's not pretending. Guy held back his secret jutsu. He has a secret jutsu? Ever heard of the 8 gates? Shizui smirked. My teacher told me that Guy has mastered the ability to open the 8 gates. At full power, he can multiply his strength several times over. And back then, he had only opened the first gate. Huh? Tekka knew of the 8 gates. But the idea that that goofy, bowl-cut weirdo could possess such strength? Impossible. He was stunned for a long time. Shizue could tell Tekka's hostility had faded. He smiled, then said, "Do you know who our clan's biggest enemy is?" "Of course it's..." Tekka glanced toward the village, hesitating. "Actually, I'm acting under the clan leader's orders." "No way. You don't understand. There are 2 factions within the village, one that is lenient toward the Uchiha, and one that wants us dead. To them, a dead Uchiha is a good Uchiha. The prime example? Danzo." Shizue carefully checked for any surveillance before continuing. "So you're saying the clan leader believes we should align with those who support us. Instead of seeing the entire village as our enemy like the elders do, we should take down our real foes first. No matter how strong the Uchiha are, we can't fight all of Hidden Leaf Village." Shizue was smooth, persuasive. This was pure coincidence. Tetsuka, suspicious that Shizue had thrown the Chunin exam, had come looking for a fight. But after a bit of education, Shizue realized he was the perfect test subject for his teacher's ideology. And so, here they were. Honestly, convincing a 10-year-old with his teacher's arguments was almost too easy. Tekka was completely lost in thought, utterly bewildered. "You might not fully get it, so let me put it simply. Imagine 3 people, 2 want to beat you up, and 1 wants to break up the fight. Our goal isn't to take on all 3 but to get the peacemaker on our side first, then deal with our enemies. That makes sense." Tekka had an epiphany. "Brilliant. So what do we do next? The Hokage preaches the will of fire, right? We should do the same. Just tweak it a bit, make it sound close enough to fool people." "Huh?" Tekka nodded furiously. "And be friendlier to civilians and smaller clans. Show them that the Uchiha aren't hostile. This. I guess that's doable." Tekka hesitated for a moment but agreed. "Most importantly, Danzo has to go. Only by eliminating him will the Uchiha have a real future. But right now, not enough people support the clan leader. My brother, Inabi, he might be someone we can pull in. No rush. Heal up first." Shizue decided to stop there for now. He hadn't planned for this, and pushing too hard might make Tekka suspicious. Tekka, following Shizue's lead, sought out Kurenai for treatment. But soon after, he sent a shadow clone to Tsunoda's place. Even if Kichi wasn't there, his shadow clone surely would be. "Sensei, help me out. Is there a way to rewrite the Will of Fire so that the Uchiha can embrace it? Hurry, this is urgent." Chapter 83, Hidden Leaf Village, our own territory, a Will of Fire that the Uchiha can accept. Kichi's shadow clone paused for a moment before contemplating for a few seconds. Then he said, "That depends on your target audience. They're kids, one is 10, the other no older than 15. Shizue had completely forgotten that at this moment, Kichi himself was only 16, but in his mind, his teacher was omnipotent. Then it's simple. No need to make it complicated. You just have to help them understand that the Uchiha and Hidden Leaf Village are inextricably linked." Without much thought, Kichi continued, "For example, the Uchiha are founding elders of Hidden Leaf Village. This village and the Uchiha's interests are intertwined. We can fight among ourselves all we want, but we can't just stand by and watch outsiders destroy our own property, right? That makes sense. Anything else?" Shizue nodded repeatedly. It was a solid argument. According to clan records, Madara Uchiha and Senju Hashirama were once close friends, and there was even a chance for Madara to become Hokage. Even the old geezers in the clan would have to acknowledge this logic. Using this against kids? A piece of cake. As expected of sensei. Establish a common enemy, unify the front, and give them a target to vent their frustrations on, find balance in struggle and solidarity. Got it. I already followed your previous teachings on that. Shizue then briefly recounted his encounter with Tekka and how he had reasoned with him. Kichi nodded in approval. The scapegoat Hokage, in a way, as long as Sarutobi bore the blame, things wouldn't go too far off track. Divide and conquer, Shizue had done well. After some thought, Kichi added, "Remind them that there are too many opposing forces right now. They shouldn't be too overt. Tell them not to inform their families. And most importantly, let them realize the Will of Fire on their own." Right. That way, the impression will be much stronger." Shizue clapped excitedly. People might question ideas forced upon them, but no one would doubt something they came to understand on their own. Children are the future of the Uchiha, but waiting for them to grow up takes too long and brings too many uncertainties. For now, we must proceed cautiously. First, win over the younger generation in the clan. Work from the bottom up. Don't target the adults just yet. Understood. Thank you so much. Teacher, I'm waiting for news on my end, so I'll take my leave." With that, Shisui dispelled his clone. Keiichi, now alone, fell into deep thought. He remembered that in the future, many of the Uchiha kids from this generation would go on to achieve great things. Even Tekka, the one Shisui had just persuaded, would eventually awaken the three Tomoe Sharingan. He might not be exceptional, but at least he wasn't weak. If he could steer this group of young Uchiha, they would eventually have enough influence to shift the clan's decisions. However, there was still Madara Uchiha lurking in the shadows. Even if Keiichi could prevent Obito from going astray, who knew if Madara would find another pawn, someone like Tekka or another susceptible child. After all, the Uchiha were numerous, and there was no shortage of impulsive individuals like Obito. Madara could easily pick another target. Still, there was no other way. At Madara's level, if he wanted to play the villain, no one could stop him. But if the Uchiha as a whole aligned with Hidden Leaf Village, Madara, half-dead as he was called, would have a much harder time stirring up trouble. Whatever. That's a headache for my real body. Back to reading. Keiichi picked up a notebook and continued studying. Meanwhile, Shisui hadn't found Kurenai but had come across Rin Nohara and had her heal his injuries. After some treatment and rest, both he and Tekka returned to the outskirts of the Uchiha compound. "Did you come up with a plan?" "I have some ideas, but I'm still a bit unsure." "How about we discuss it together first?" "Sure." Shisui then shared some of the points Keiichi had taught him. The core of the Will of Fire is protecting the village and its future. That doesn't actually conflict with Uchiha's interests. "What do you mean?" "Our ancestors were among Hidden Leaf Village's founders, and that's why we serve as the village's police force. In a way, this village is our property. The common folk and smaller clans are like our business partners. Protecting our partners, isn't that only natural?" "That kinda makes sense, but they don't see us that way." Tekka was momentarily stunned. It made a lot of sense. But the civilians and minor clans didn't see the Uchiha as their partners. "That's why we need to break down misunderstandings and show them the real Uchiha." "That makes sense." Shisui had put it in such a simple way that even Tekka, despite his limited perspective, could understand the logic. You can't become Hokage through brute force. At least, that's what the clan leader says. Seeing how quickly Tekka accepted the idea, Shisui felt even more assured. Exactly. If brute force could do it, our ancestor Madara would have succeeded. But we're nowhere near his level. If he couldn't take Hokage by force, how could we? Tekka nodded repeatedly. Hokage. That was the Uchiha's ultimate goal, wasn't it? The elders' ideas were too simplistic. If brute force alone was enough, then after Hashirama and Madara died, the Uchiha should have easily seized control. But obviously, Madara had realized it wasn't possible and chose a more extreme path instead. They couldn't repeat the mistakes of the past. The clan leader was wise. He had enlightenment. A moment later, Tekka felt a bit ashamed. Shisui, only 5 years old, had already grasped all this, while he had once thought Shisui wasn't doing enough for the clan. Then, with a thud, he dropped to his knees. Shisui, I misjudged you. I'm truly sorry. We're all comrades. No need for apologies, get up. As for your brother, my advice is to gradually introduce these ideas to him in daily life. Understood? Good. I'll also find some relevant books for you. Read them and occasionally ask your brother questions. Over time, he'll naturally understand. Shisui thought about it, just having Tekka talk might not be reliable. This guy wasn't exactly the best speaker. It was better to guide him step by step. Meanwhile, on Keiichi's side. Mission completed, ideological indoctrination, evaluation, excellent, reward, Ganjutsu, grow ephemera, huh? Where did that come from? Since his shadow clone hadn't been dispelled yet, Keiichi was momentarily confused, completely unaware of what had transpired. But he was very pleased with the reward. Grow ephemera. In the anime, this Ganjutsu could be triggered by simply moving one's fingers or using crows as a medium. It could also be cast through the Sharingan. While not particularly powerful, it was extremely versatile. Keiichi had been eyeing this jutsu for a long time. He had planned to research finger gesture-based Ganjutsu, but never had the time. Now, he had saved himself the trouble. With this, even in low-light conditions, he could integrate Ganjutsu into his swordplay. The only downside. In complete darkness or thick mist, where visibility was non-existent, this Ganjutsu still wouldn't work. Truly. No one understood the Uchiha better than Dobirama Senju. Keiichi had no idea that after returning, Shisui went on a persuasion spree. With patient guidance, he actually got Tekka to fully buy into the idea. And the two of them were now brainstorming how to rope in Inaho as well. At this point, they were already putting theory into practice. For now, There was still some time for Shisui to carry out his plans. In a few days, however, Kleichi might have no choice but to take them to the eastern border of the Land of Fire to guard against Hidden Mist Village's ninja. And possibly, not just Hidden Mist Village ninja, but also those from Hidden Clouds Village, coming from the northeast. The pressure was immense. Of course, Kleichi wasn't the only one under pressure. Hiruzen Sarutobi was, too. After all, entrusting Kleichi with leading the Eastern Front was seen as a risky move by certain individuals. Chapter 84, Hiruzen, you'll regret this Hiruzen, putting a 16-year-old Jonin in command of the Eastern Front. This decision is far too reckless. The forbidden jutsu before this, and now this appointment, you've been acting too impulsively. You didn't even consult with us. The two advisors were at it again. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt like his head was splitting. He had never imagined that after trying to push for change, his greatest opposition wouldn't come from Danzo, but from his two long-time comrades. He hesitated to speak but eventually sighed. If we don't send him, do either of you want to go to the front lines and lead the battle? This. Hamura Mikado hesitated. Koharu Utatane paused as well before finally saying, it's not that we can't. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist aren't easy opponents. That statement hit hard. She might as well have just admitted she didn't believe in their own abilities. Koharu's mouth twitched slightly, but she didn't argue against Hiruzen's words. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were indeed no pushovers. Even back in their younger days, they wouldn't have dared to claim they could take on all 7, let alone now. And while a commander didn't necessarily need to engage in combat, there would inevitably be times when stepping in was unavoidable. I had Kleichi start studying the hiding in mist jutsu months ago, and his progress has been significant. He can now use the mist to cast Ganjutsu, making it impossible for the enemy to pinpoint his location. Moreover, he's a master of swordsmanship. The 7 ninja swordsmen won't have an easy time dealing with him. Only now did Hiruzen explain his reasoning. Hamura and Koharu had nothing to counter with. Hiruzen's "if you think it's a bad idea, then go do it yourself" argument was devastating. After so many years away from the battlefield, neither of them had the confidence to take on such a role. It wasn't that they feared death, rather, the weight of thousands of shinobi lives was too heavy a burden for them to bear. Hiruzen, we understand that you want change, that you want Hidden Leaf Village to grow stronger, but you're being too aggressive. You'll regret this. Hamura Mikado's words felt weak. And more than that. Strangely familiar. Hiruzen didn't dwell on it. He just felt exhausted. These two old friends of his didn't understand him or Kleichi at all. Their opposition felt more like resisting for the sake of resisting. They were relics of the past. Losing patience, Hiruzen waved them off and sat in silence for a long time. There was one thing he hadn't told them. Both Kleichi and Tsunade had contracts with Katsu, meaning they could communicate through the slug. In reality, appointing Kleichi as commander was indirectly putting Tsunade in charge as well. But that wasn't something he could openly explain. Besides, the war hadn't even begun, yet Jiraiya had already sent intelligence reports that both Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village were restless in the north. However, despite the tension, there was no direct conflict between the two villages. That didn't make sense. Hiruzen had reason to believe. Some kind of agreement had likely been reached between them. And with Hidden Mist Village stirring trouble in the east, Hidden Leaf Village's situation was precarious. At a time like this, he needed to boldly promote capable young shinobi, just as the second Hokage had done back in the day. At least for now, this old body of his could still move. And if things truly went south, he could step in himself. After all, he had successors now. With a plan firmly set in his mind, Hiruzen's resolve hardened. No changes. The younger generation needed experience, but there wasn't much time for them to grow. He could only hope that Kleichi would hold up under pressure and mature quickly. While Hiruzen carried the weight of these decisions, Kleichi, on the other hand, wasn't overthinking things. Leading an army was difficult, sure. But he had his own advantages. He understood Hidden Mist Village's situation very well. Hidden Mist Village wouldn't go all in. The best they could send were the 7 ninja swordsmen. Strong, but not unbeatable. Gecko Hyuga was discharged at the same time. Kleichi's new chakra blade had arrived. It was a short-length ninjato. Its biggest advantage was its compatibility with the Ido, quick-draw jutsus, and various elemental sword jutsus. While it didn't amplify chakra as powerfully as Kakashi or Asuma's weapons, its versatility more than made up for it. Kleichi was satisfied. He had originally planned to head to the front lines soon, but another matter forced him to stay put for now. The forbidden jutsu were being lifted. With war looming, Hiruzen had no time for hesitation. He made an immediate decision to implement the forbidden jutsu policy that Tsunade and Kleichi had proposed. And so, All of Hidden Leaf Village's Jonin were secretly summoned to a designated facility. Lord Hokage. Hundreds of shinobi gathered. The lowest ranked among them was a special Jonin, and many came from established clans. This was, without a doubt, Hidden Leaf Village's elite force. Today, I've gathered you here for one purpose, to introduce two jutsus. Hiruzen got straight to the point. With that, he raised two scrolls and unfurled them for all to see. Moments later. Lord Hokage, this isn't his a bit. Inoichi Yamanaka was visibly shocked. The first scroll contained the methods to open the first and second gates of the 8 gates release. The second described a jutsu to enhance cellular activity through specialized breathing, increasing strength and speed. These were forbidden jutsu. Hiruzen was about to make forbidden jutsu accessible to the public, without any prior discussion. Let's hear what Lord Hokage has to say first. Shikakunara spoke up. He already knew the reasoning behind this plan and had no objections. It was an excellent strategy, there was no reason to oppose it. I'm sure you're all aware of the dire situation. 3 major villages are preparing to make their move. War could break out at any moment. These jutsus are classified as forbidden jutsu, but our goal isn't reckless misuse. Rather, we want to give you all a better chance of survival in battle. Hidden Leaf Village cannot afford too many losses. Of course, this is entirely voluntary. If you don't wish to learn them, that's understandable. However, those who do will be required to undergo periodic medical examinations and treatment, free of charge. Hiruzen's voice was heavy with responsibility. Every Jonin took years to train, and losing even one was a severe blow to Hidden Leaf Village. This was another reason he had made the decision so quickly. The room fell into silence. Everything Hiruzen said was true. In Hidden Leaf Village's wars, it wasn't the Genin or Chunin who were sent as cannon fodder, Jonin bore the brunt of the battlefield pressure. As a result, Jonin casualties were always significant. If learning these two jutsus could improve their survival rate, then compared to that, the side effects were practically negligible. Staying alive was the top priority. Lord Hokage, I'm willing to learn. I'll learn as well. Me too. Kleichi noticed that the first ones to step forward were the Jonin from civilian backgrounds. The first was Takuno, a shinobi who had climbed the ranks from Genin, specializing in projectile weapons and traps. Takuno was well aware of the situation. Those from clan backgrounds had various secret jutsus and support systems. Even without these two jutsu, they had higher survival rates on the battlefield. But for shinobi like him, it was different. These two forbidden jutsu could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. By the end, almost every Jonin present had volunteered. You can never have too many skills. Learn them first, whether to use them or not could be decided later. Good. From here, Kleichi will instruct you all in the breathing activation jutsu. Hiruzen stepped aside. Kleichi stepped forward. He understood, this was part of Hiruzen's plan to prepare him for future leadership.